hello, hello! Oh god, what is my model doing? Hold on. There we go. Hello, 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 everyone. Sorry, I had like a maple syrup emergency. I don't know how it happened, but it did. We are playing today a game called Our Life, Beginning and Always. Right? Beginnings and Always? Pretty sure. Yeah, Beginning and Always. And I was very interested in this game, mainly because it was shown as like a very like highly customizable story with different relationship like statuses, and you could customize everything, and you could customize the boy you're looking for and everything. So I thought that was a pretty cool concept, so I'm pretty excited to play. Let's do tutorial. Just to make sure. Welcome to Our Life, Beginning and Always. Full tutorial goes over every gameplay aspect and how it works in detail. From the main menu, there are multiple ways to get into the game. Continue loads the most recent save. New file. You can also see gallery. Many CGs happen automatically by simply going through the game, while some can only be seen by making specific choices. It isn't possible to get every CG from a single playthrough. Okay. Well, I had the paid version. DLC CGs are marked as such. Getting to the actual game, Our Life currently is divided into 3 time periods called steps. Step 1, childhood. Step 2, adolescence. And Step 3, teenaged. In 2021, a 4th and final step, adulthood, would be released as a free update. It will be more of an epilogue and won't work the same as the original 3 steps do. I don't think they've done that yet, so... The script is further divided into sets of vignettes that take place during specific periods of time. These are called moments. Moments can be played in any order and skipped entirely. You move on to the next step when you want to by selecting that somewhere is ending. Step 1 through 3 includes 5 moments each, and even more can be unlocked by purchasing DLC. There's only 2. Okay, I got the DLC. When you begin Our Life playthrough, you're met with character creation screen. You determine nearly everything about the main character: name, appearance, personality, pronouns, interests, skills, and their relationship with major characters. You can decide to change the details as time goes on, with a few exceptions. Your last name, skin tone, and eye color can't be altered once set. To make the traits you're giving the MC easier to picture, there's a cute doll shown on the main character's featured deciding screens. Not all the things you decide about the MC will appear on the doll. The script refers to what you decided for the MC is the way those decisions influence the game. As the main character grows up, even more options will become available for them. Apparently, when you customize someone, they can also appear customized in the CG. That's cool. Voice names. Okay. Ooh. Wait, does this happen? New file. Oh my god. It happens regardless. Okay. Skip. Oh, here we are. Okay, shit. There's my pronouns. Voice name. Do they got my name on here? Probably not, but... Salem, Samantha, Ned, Sammy, Sandy, Sorrow, Selena, Serena. Maybe I should be Serena for this playthrough. That's close enough, right? Oh wait, that's Sheena. Okay, and then we'll go with Serena Lace. And what am I feeling right now for pronouns? Let's do he. Face shape round, chubby, pointed, oval, peach, square. Wow. I'm definitely round. Skin tone, tan brown, dark brown, pale. Peachy, olive, tan. Tan's probably closer. Let's see. Round. Ooh. Rectangle. Oval. Sharp. Pointed. Lidded. Sloped. Let's stick with that. Eye color is blue. Beige, yellow, gold, orange, red, pink, purple, blue. Do they got more blues? No. Wait, I skipped it. There we go. Hair front. Choppy, curled, flowy. That was kind of my hair. That could also work as my hair. Damn, main character has a big ass forehead. Scrappy. That could also work. Ooh, what did I do? Right clicked. Damn, Jesus. There's so many. Oh my god. Thick. Curled. Oh, I kind of like curled. Even though that's not necessarily. Ooh, wait. Those are really cool. Oh, cute! Small curls. Half shaved. Shaved. Pulled back. Smooth. Okay, now we're back. Let's go. Let's do this. Hair back, pulled back. Smooth. Let's go the other way. Buns. Oh my god. Oh my god, stop right clicking. Flowy. I guess this one. Hair color brown, beige, yellow, gold, orange, red, pink. That look good? I think that looks good. You know, maybe that is actually closer to my skin tone than the tan. I think the tan's just a bit too light. And I'd rather be a bit too brown than too light. That's pretty good. Yeah. I like the range of black hairstyles. That's really nice. Oh. Birthmarks. Scars. Rosy cheeks. Oh. Freckles. Hand size. Medium? Glasses. Nope. Oh, look at us. So cute. Birthmark. I don't have any of those. No arm freckles. Oh, what did I do? Oh, what happened? What? What did I do? Wait a second. What am I munching on? Pancakes. Oh no. I fucked it up. I hit the scroll wheel and apparently that fucking fucks your shit up. That's okay, I know what I want. Now. Oh, that sucks though. There was. Pink. Rosy cheeks. And then clothing type, pants, dresses, shirts. Yeah, I guess it's just to show what things you have. Soon necklaces and bracelets. Oh, I see. Done. Summer in Sunset Bird was a special time of year. Your usually sleepy town is beginning to bustle. It was a popular tourist destination with people coming from all over to enjoy the beach, the weather, and the relaxation that came with both. The smell of the ocean, crisp and salty, hung in the air, bringing 3 whole months of schoolless vacation with it. I forgot what you said you're eating. Pancakes! Tomato God made some pancakes. Oh, by the way... Oh, sorry. My bad. Yeah, but, Tomato God made them. During the summer, your moms didn't like you to wander too far outside of your neighborhood, so you knew the area pretty well. That included the people. Families came and went from Sunset Bird, but they mostly stayed and did what your mom called putting down roots. Wait, you said by the way, what? Oh, sorry. I was so distracted today. By the way, Tomato God said he would totally stream with me, and I said I would make him a little PNG of a tomato. They built businesses, they got to know each other, and they definitely said hello to the nice young kids who waved when passing their stores. Going for a walk around town mostly meant that the familiar, friendly residents waved, or asked how your family was, or most often just said hello. Oh, shit, we're jumping right into the choices. Should I save Scum? There's so many. Maybe I should save Scum. You didn't really get why they always wanted to say hi. They saw you every day, but you nodded back to them anyways. You ended up saying... Ooh, this music's so loud in my ear. I need to turn down my volume. You ended up saying hi to a lot of different people since most of the tourists that came and went every summer were the same ones. You were too anxious to say hi back to most of the other residents that greeted you, but they all knew you well enough to expect that. Okay, so we could go with like the kind of aloof one, a very friendly one, or an anxious one. Let's go with friendly. You enjoyed... I wonder if it shows us, like... I saw at one point there's like this menu... Whoops. Oops. Again. Okay. I saw on like the promos that there's like a menu where you can see like how your personality is and stuff like that. I wonder how I do that. Ooh! Okay, if you click the scroll wheel, you can see the full CG. You enjoyed learning all about where they were visiting from and hoped to visit those places one day too. But today there was a man sitting on the curb outside your house. He was sitting with his head in his hands, his whole body slumped over, and you wondered if he was even a real person or a statue that had magically sprung up from the ground overnight. Whoever or whatever he was, you had never seen him before. One thing about knowing everyone in Sunset Bird was the people who you didn't recognize really stood out. It was rare for tourists to venture into the residential district, as your moms called it. So for you, not knowing who a total stranger was set off, not knowing who a total stranger was set off a lot of red flags. Your mom had a talk with you and your big sister Lizzie about this kind of situation before. Save again. Ooh. You hadn't exactly listened at the time. You think it's okay to talk to new people. They mentioned that some people aren't good to talk to, but other types people can help you, even if you don't know them. You remember that it's okay to run away if you feel uncomfortable. You don't have to worry about being polite to them. Let's go with the middle one. Ooh, different flowers. I wonder if that's... Or maybe they're bubbles. I wonder if that's significant. Let's go with some are good, some aren't. You weren't sure about this man yet. A little cautious. Oh my god. Maybe I shouldn't save Scum. Still, you felt a bit scared knowing that he was blocking the way to your front door, but you were pretty interested. You wanted to know more about what was going on. Whether he was nice or not, you didn't want to be bothered. Let's see what's going on. You slowed down, your eyes remaining fixed on a man. I kind of had this weird situation where I was in the car with my father, and we were driving through an alleyway because we were dumping off something in the dumpster, and we drove through, we saw a man laying down behind the dumpster, and we were like, oh my god, is he okay? So my dad went out, pulled over the car and got out to see if he was alright. And it was a fucking mannequin. It was just a mannequin behind a dumpster. And then we immediately saw someone do the exact same thing. That mannequin really, really looked like just a man behind the dumpster. There was a split second where your eyes met, and you knew he was aware he wasn't alone on the street anymore. Hey! You raised your eyebrows at the shout. Did he want something? Is that why he was here? The man stood up and started to make his way towards you. Not wanting to seem too approachable, you folded your arms and stared, still unsure about him, but willing to be friendly. You offered the stranger a smile. Your whole body is frozen in place as he approached. Damn, you could have just straight up an anxiety disorder in this game. Let's be friendly. The man gives a grin of his own back. Hello? Oops. Do you live around here? What's your name? You look the man up and down, taking in his tan skin and relaxed appearance. At least his clothes were relaxed. The way he was acting wasn't. He had sharks on his shirt and a stingray tattoo, and you wondered if he was obsessed with the ocean or something. While you made your assessment, he looked at you expectingly, waiting for an answer to his question. Yeah, I live here. I live right here. My name's Serenity. Continue to say nothing. I'm not sure if every single answer changes the ending, or if just major answers change the ending. Maybe you have to get a certain personality to get an ending. This kind of reminds me of what was it, Until Dawn? With the way your choices can shape your character and change their personality. Let's just tell him our name. He looks nice enough. Great, nice to meet you, Serena. He gave you a broad smile, relief settling on his face. Oh? He reached into his pocket and pulled out a clean $20 bill. It crinkled in his hand as he held it up to you. Even more confused than before, you looked back at him. Well, could you do me a favor? Nothing bad. Sorry, let me start over. He cleared his throat and stood up straighter. From where you were standing, it made him just look creepier. I have a son. His name is Cove, who's about your age. Cove, that seemed like a strange name for an actual living person to you. You chewed on the inside of your cheek. This guy is obsessed with water. Or you thought that was pretty cool. Yeah, it's cool. You've never met anyone with that name. We moved in across the street, see? He gestured towards the house that had been empty for a year, his watch catching the late afternoon sunlight and reflecting off the walls. The gigantic for sale sign was finally gone. You must be Serena Lace, right? I met your moms earlier and they told me you were 8, just like him, so... I wonder if, Okay. He shook the $20 bill to bring it back to your attention, a hopeful smile tilting his lips at the corners. Can you try and be friends with the boy? Are you literally bribing me to be friends with your son? Is that what's happening? You're giving me money to be friends with your son? Just give it a chance and you can keep this. He's a good kid. You'll like him. But you gotta keep it a secret, okay? I wouldn't be friendly to say his dad sent you. You eyed the man, kind of felt sorry for Cove. Did other kids really get their parents to pay for friendships? Maybe... Ooh. Hello? Felt sorry for Cove. This definitely wasn't the normal way kids made friends. You knew that. What'd you say? Want to make a deal? You took the bill, you didn't want the money, you ran away. I don't want the money. I'll just be friends. I don't want to be paid for that. It's too weird. He deflated enough to notice, but not completely. Are you sure? It won't be so bad. Even if it's just for the summer, that'd be enough. That only made this sound more strange to you. Why does it lasting for the summer matter? When it was clear his initial strategy wasn't going to fly, he took the bill back into his pocket and changed the request. I get it. You don't have to. Would you be comfortable if he and I coming by for a normal visit? No money involved. Yeah, I want to meet him. Okay, you can do that. I guess you'd have to ask my mom's or you didn't answer the man. There's so many choices in this game. Yeah, I want to meet him. His smile got bigger again. His eyes crinkled at the sides. I'll bring him by tomorrow. I wanted him to meet and greet with the neighbors today, but... Well, I don't know where he's gotten off to. He laughed when he said that, but with the way his face looked, as you thought he was actually wanted to cry. If you see him, can you tell him to come home? He's got a pink cast and glasses. You can't miss it. What happened to your son? Why do you not know where your 8-year-old son is? Sure thing. This definitely wasn't the normal way kids made friends. You knew that. But you were still going to help. The man smiled and reached out to pat you on the head, paused before doing so, then put his hand away instead. Your moms are already checking around for me. Such a thoughtful group you are. Now I better go look too. I can't put everyone else to work while I keep sitting here. I thought he might come back in. That's not what's important. I have to go. Thanks again, Serena. So much. He jogged off down the street without another word. You decide to check the hills behind your house. Ooh. Step 1, first sight. Ooh, look at this art though. That art though. Dang. The chirping of crickets in the tall grass greeted you, quiet and familiar. Step 1 time. True. We are 8. I think it goes from like 8 to, I think it was 15 to 18. I do believe that was what I read on their page, on their Steam page. From the top of the hill, you could see the ocean. As you walked, you listened to the crash of the waves on the shore, and the seagulls squawking as they settled down for the night. I want to live here. You always loved the ocean. It was so much fun. You loved to hear stories about the sea, about the merfolks and sea serpents you imagined living far beneath the waves, or you didn't enjoy the beach that much, especially the sand, which got absolutely everywhere. I'm really stuck between these two. You always love the ocean, or love to hear stories about the sea. Let's go with a little fantasy, a little mystical. I love to hear about the merfolks. Sometimes you could almost convince yourself you had seen the flash of a shiny mermaid's tail in the distance. You took a deep breath, and you wanted to try and relax, but you couldn't. You weren't sure what, but something told you weren't alone, so you glanced around. Oh! I'm guessing that's the boy. There's a boy sitting at the top of one hill. He almost completely hidden within the long grass and the white flowers surrounding him. His head was buried in his knees, staring ahead by himself. For whatever reason, probably just that he wasn't paying attention, he hadn't noticed you yet. You watched him a minute longer, feeling a little bit like you found a deer in the wild. Though deer didn't have green hair, wavy eyebrows, huge glasses, pink casts, or sad frowns. Deers don't frown. But this new boy did. You wondered what could have upset him. After a few more seconds, you took a step forward, then another, and he glanced away. His aquamarine eyes reflected the light of the moon. You stopped, raising a hand to acknowledge him and show you weren't scary. Hi, hey space cadet, or are you lost? Hey, space cadet. With a start, he jumped to his feet, his hands balling into fists at his side. He didn't say anything, he just stared at you in a strange way. He had been crying. There were traces of tears on his cheek and his knees, soaking the hem of his shorts. Tears on his cheeks and knees. Oh, okay. And his eyes were still shining with a few more. You obviously caught him off guard. His pink cast seems to glow in the twilight, though when he caught you staring at it, he hid his arm behind his back. Something the man earlier said stuck out to you. Cove? Eyes wide, he studied you. How'd you know that? I'm all-knowing. I bet you're... I met your dad, or lucky guess. Let's be a bit cheeky. I'm all-knowing. That's a lie. Tell the truth. Okay, your dad told me who you were. Oh. So, is this your hill? He gestured with his uninjured arm to the patch of grass surrounding you, his face falling at that prospect. I can leave it if it is. You shook your head. You can't own a hill, or yup. No, you don't have to leave. While doing so, you also picked at a strand of lint on your leg, which is a weird question. What a weird question to ask someone. Oh. He sat back down with a thump, resting his chin on his knees again. Curious about the strange new boy with the odd dad, you sat on the patch of grass next to him. The pure white flowers that covered the hill rocked back and forth gently as the stars twinkled above. The way they dotted the sky made them seem like flowers too. The night wind was cool as it traveled over the ocean and up the hill, chasing away the heat from the afternoon sun. Hey, why are you here? Why'd your family move? Maybe don't get that personal yet. Why are you here? A quiet hiccup escaped Cove as soon as you asked the question. Almost like they never stopped, his tears started up again with a vengeance. My parents. They don't want to live together with me anymore. What? I mean, your dad's literally looking for you. The tears fell fast and heavy over his flushed cheeks, sticking in his dark lashes. My mom made my dad leave, and he took me with him. And now we have a house here, and I want to go home. Oh, did y'all get a divorce? Is that what you're telling me? The outburst took you off guard. By the time he was done wailing, Cove's chest was heaving with exhaustion. He sniffled and removed his glasses, wiping out his eyes with the back of his hand before he put them back on again. I hate this place. I want my real life back. I want my mom. I'm sorry. Your dad seems kind of nice. You'll like it here. You just have to get used to it or stop crying. Let's be empathetic. I'm sorry. He slipped his hands underneath his glasses and pressed his fingers against his eyelids. Coves wound himself up again for another long crying fit. You felt bad for him being forced to come here with no choice. You can imagine what it'd feel like to live with only one of your moms, but it must be pretty hard. But from way off in the distance, you heard your parents. Serena! Cove! Kids, where did you go? Cove looked at you, tears still clinging to his cheeks. Don't tell them we're here. I don't want to go back to that house. I want to go home. Let's see. You can handle it. You have to go. Don't worry so much. Sorry I have to, or it will be okay. Is choosing it will be okay too patronizing? Maybe you can handle it, but maybe that's a little too harsh. This game got me thinking already. Let's say you can handle it. You can handle it. And even if you can't, he's your dad, right? Yeah, he is. Dusting the grass off your pants, you stood up. So you didn't come here by yourself or with a stranger. He's got to take care of you, no matter what. Slowly, Cove stood up with you, still looking a little reluctant. His dad's voice rang out again. Cove, can you hear me? He looked towards the sound of his dad's voice, silent, then turned away while rubbing his not bandaged arm. Sorry, I still don't want to go. You called out yourself, you waited silently with him, or you tried to convince him. Let's say you waited silently with him. Yeah, I get it. You do? Before you could answer, you heard Cove's dad, even closer than before. There you are, bud! The trio of parents appeared over the curve of the hill. Instantly, all their eyes landed on you and they rushed over. I wonder if we get to see our moms. Oh! We do get to see our moms! Hello, moms! Oh, our moms are pretty. Dang. Ow. Both of your moms were at your side in a split second. Face is filled with worry. I like how one of our moms has a nose ring. That's pretty tight. Okay, which mom is speaking? Serena, you're here after all. Oh, okay, wait. So it's mom and mommy. But which one's which? We had been at the park to check for Cove, and then heard what happened earlier when you met your new neighbor. I thought you might have gone off further away. No, we were just sitting in the grass. Why is everyone acting like this is such a big thing? We're okay, don't worry. Cove didn't want to go home just yet. I'm not gonna tattle on him, so let's say we were just sitting on the grass. Okay, this is mommy, this is mom. Thank God you're both fine. Were you two having fun out here? What? Actually, headcanon? This is me and Softy as parents. This is just us. This is what we look like as adults. It's canon now. I made it canon. You're so cute. I mean, it literally looks like us. Like, it's so funny. Like, the red hair, the glasses, the, like, sweet face. And then over here looking stinky. And I also have a nose ring. It's in the wrong place, but, you know. You looked over at Cove, who was wiggling against his dad's tight hug and pushing at his arms. You shrugged. Yes, I like him. Or he's good. I think I'm gonna marry him. Maybe not come off that strong. Yes, I like him. You nodded, smiling slightly. She doesn't look stinky as she looks mommy. Give me stinky mommy. You nodded, smiling slightly. Finally letting go of a squirming, scowling son, Cove's dad turned to the three of you. Thanks very much for finding him. I really don't know this neighborhood. Let's do something. Let's turn the music down because I can't really hear the. Whoa! Let's do that. Good thing Serena knows the whole area so well. Absolutely. We should be getting home now. It's been a long day for us. For us all. Say goodbye, Cove. Bye. Oh, now I can hear the voices. The two of them walked off into the darkness, heading towards the neighborhood. You watched Cove's bright pink cast until it disappeared. Tell you what. We'll all have a proper play date tomorrow, okay? Your new friend's dad wanted to bring him by to see you and Lizzie. How does that sound? Sure, can I show him my stuff? Or that sounds like... It sounds like words. Or you nodded, ducking your head down. It sounds like words. Oh, worms? Can I show him my stuff? Of course. Then okay. Both of my moms laughed, the sounds overlapping into a warm, familiar chorus. Oh, that's such a cute way to put it. Oh my god. That's like adorable. I love our moms. Best moms. Mommy put her arm around your shoulder and led you towards the path. Satisfied and more than a little ready to go to bed after your long, exciting day, you followed them home. Ooh, choose your feelings for Cove. This is how you choose how you feel towards Cove for this step. It can change in later steps. Ooh, that sounds pretty interesting. Okay. Feelings for Cove. I guess I can literally choose if I want this to be like a slow burn or passionate. It says we can also choose to just be neighbors if we wanted to. Nervous, relaxed, direct. Feelings for Cove. Relaxed. Oh, our faces change. That's really interesting, actually. That's some polish on this game. Relaxed. Crush. Oh, wow. Our faces even changed. Okay. Fond. Indifferent. Let's... let me think. Let's do... Maybe it's too early. I feel like it's too early to be a crush yet. Love has special requirements. Check the tutorial. What? Hold on. Does the tutorial say about love? Let's return to the tutorial really quick. Oh, okay, here we go. The difference between crush and love is not as large as the difference between other interest levels, since both make the MC interested in Cove. But crush means you're interested in him and might consider having him be your boyfriend. You can still be flirty with other characters around. Love means Cove is absolutely the only person in the world for the main character, and they consider not just dating, but spending their whole life with him. You can't be flirty with anyone else either. Comfort determines how you generally react, think when it comes to him. There are 3 levels: nervous, relaxed, and direct. Your levels of interest and comfort will set the type of dynamic your character has with the love interest. You get to decide your interest/comfort near the beginning of every step. Comfort can switch between the 3 levels as you please. Your interest level can only stay the same or increase. Okay, so I can just switch the comfort levels, but the interest can only stay the same or increase. Your current level of interest will become the new lowest option on the screen in the future. For example, if you decide to be fond in step 1, disinterest will not be available for your screen in step 2 and 3, which will make fond the bottom level for your relationship. What you did in the past will influence the present, and feelings can change over time. An indifferent interest level in step 1 that moves to crush level in step 2 will be a little different than if you were always crushing on Cove. Ooh, so you really get to choose the story here. The same goes for other interest levels combination. Indifferent and staying indifferent, indifferent to friendship, friendship that's still friendship, friendship to crush, etc. The same goes for other interest level combinations. Indifferent, staying indifferent, wait. Indifferent to friendship, I already read that, whoops. Through interest levels, you can make a slow burn romance, starting at disinterest and have feelings grow over the steps until your love is reached only at the very end. Or you can be totally into each other from the beginning. You can always stay just good friends, or something else. The experience can be further customized by trying out different comfort levels. As for him, Cove will return to the same level of interest. Cove will return the same level of interest you have. He wants to get along with you. If you give him a chance, If you don't, he'll keep his distance. Interest level has an impact when it comes to physically interacting with Cove. While growing up, things are rather simple. If you get along with one another and have a close relationship, you can choose to touch him, and Cove will occasionally interact with the main character in lighthearted or comforting ways. Starting in step 3, touching can become more romantic or suggestive if you're at crush or love. To make sure things go nicely with that, there will be an extra choice to determine initiative level, and a bonus mini tutorial that goes along with the choice to explain the feature in more detail. Basically, even if you decide you like Cove, the game won't force you to act on those feelings. Oh no, we acted on those feelings, for sure. For sure. You can always choose not to get together with him, choose not to accept or give romantic gestures, etc. If you do decide to date Cove, though, you can't break up with him later. Interest and comfort gets the basics down, but it's the choices that appear throughout the game that decide what actually happens between main character and Cove. And it isn't the only main character who's impacted. And it isn't only the main character who's impacted by your decisions. Cove grows and changes over the years, and how he's treated and what he experiences helps shape who he becomes. In step 2 and step 3, Cove's personality, appearance, and interests will vary based on what happened in the previous step. The differences in personalities become more notable in step 3 than in step 2. Cove's appearance is separated into shirt, pants, hairstyle, glasses, bracelet, and necklace. Earrings also become available in step 3. Usually there is as many options as the number step it is. So only one version of Cove in step 1, 2 hairstyles, shirt options, glass types, etc. in step 2, and 3 in step 3. There are exceptions. There's always one necklace option. And sometimes Cove has special occasion outfits, such as wearing a swimsuit or a jacket. Those clothes tend to have fewer options or only come in one version. Hair, shirt, pants have to appear in Cove. Glasses, bracelet, necklace, earrings are optional, become left out entirely. Kov's personality falls along a warm, moderate, cold spectrum. As a child, he simply says what he thinks when he feels like, and that's it. He can remain this way as he grows, become chattier, or start keeping things to himself. A moderate Kove remains straightforward and candid with how he tends to interact with people. Kove on the warm side will be more polite and personable, but might have longer conversations or add in some lighthearted teasing. He's affable. Kove on the cold side tends to say things more briefly, especially those he isn't close with, but needier and more serious. He's quiet. It's possible to have him fall somewhere between rather than only being at one end, only at one extreme end or the other. No matter what, Kove is an introvert who is sentimental and tends to get flustered when it comes to romance. His interests fall towards a sporty mix, studious spectrum. Okay, so he can be sporty or mixed or studious. As time goes on, he can stay the same, begin to focus more on athletic outdoorsy activities, become interested in academic or indoorsy activities. It's something of a mystery exactly how your decisions end up changing him. You can try to guess as you go along. Or if you prefer, you can also just design your own ideal Kove directly using the Kove Creator option. It pops up at the beginning of Step 2 and 3. Making the choices you want always is more important than making a choice because you feel like you have to in order to get a certain result. When the choice does appear, you usually see that hovering the cursor over the option shows a certain color. Yellow, blue, or green. Yeah, that's what I was talking about earlier. The colors aren't related to specific points or efforts. They're only there to give a bit of insight on the tone, emotion of the choice, since text alone can potentially be read in more than one way. Okay. Yellow, blue, or green. Blue tends to be casual / straightforward. Yellow more emotive and reactive. Green less certain and uncommitted. Okay, so blue is like, this is what I'm gonna say. Yellow is like a gut reaction, like an emotional reaction, and green is like wishy-washy. Gotcha. Though there are hundreds of options in our life, not every choice menu falls in line with that pattern. Picking just one color every time doesn't give a gameplay benefit. Only stick to a certain type if that's what you happen to like, otherwise switch between them freely. Always pick yellow, never pick yellow. Pursue romance right from the start, never romance the love interest. Yeah, all that. You're welcome to enjoy the events and shape your story without reservation, and then if you like, you can play again and try something new. Hope you have a nice time. Thank you for playing. Damn, this game is fucking in-depth. Like, I can't imagine how long it must take to 100% this game. Like, holy shit. Like, we just started step 1 and we've already had like a billion choices to make. I kind of love it. That's what really attracted me to this game, is like, dang, there's a lot of stuff to do. Okay. So we're going to be relaxed. And we're going to be fond. Because I think, I don't know, based on the interactions I gave, I feel like instead of crushing on him immediately, I feel like we're fond. Like we're friends. Plus, I kind of love slow burn romances, so I would love to see what it's like to like make my own slow burn romance through this thing. Relaxed and fond. You won't be able to change again until step 2. That's fine. At the breakfast table the next morning, you finish your food faster than usual. Your sister Lizzie had to run out earlier to go play, but you stayed put. Today, just like your mom had promised, Kove is coming over to hang out. She's cheesing right now. Excited to see your new friend again, Serena? Yeah, I am. Achievement unlocked? Relaxed.
How sweet.
How sweet. I'm so happy you moved in.
Okay.
With that said, are you done with your breakfast? Yeah, I don't know, am I? Or your bowl was entirely empty, so you just nodded. This is an option. We could choose to be super stinky. Can we choose? Let's say, I don't know, am I? Let's be a little stinky. You just heard the empty dish in front of you, raising your eyebrows dramatically. Okay, we see. Good job. He should be here soon. Cleanup began, and then on cue, there was a knock. Oh wait, I didn't save that.
Oh.
I like that you can go back and do your choices. Oh, whoops. I did say that.
Okay.
It was hesitant, like the person wasn't sure they were in the right place. Still loud, though. We need to get more obvious doorbell. I know. Serena, could you get it? Wiggling out of your chair without pushing it back, you managed your way to the door. What's up? Haley's family, thanks for having us. Mr. Holden, as your mom's called him, and his son were here. Cove looked different in the bright blue lighting in your living room, and when he wasn't crying. With his dad standing in front of him, Mom and Mommy behind you, you and Cove looked at each other. Pleased to see your new friend again, you smiled at Cove. Okay, this is definitely like, calling him new friend is definitely a reaction of me being fond of him. Gotta go pick up cabinet, BRB? Okie doke. He smiled back with some hesitation. Oh, wait, can I choose my bracelet? What? That's pretty cool. You twisted the threaded bracelet on your wrist, you twisted the crystal bead bracelet on your wrist, you twisted the flower bead bracelet on your wrist. Or you twisted the shell bracelet on your wrist. Flower bead bracelet. Let's go play in my room. Okay.
Take care.
Let us know if you need anything, you two. Have fun, kids.
See you.
See you later, son. Play nice. I've been told that our room also changes depending on our choices. You led him to your room, puffing out your chest a little bit at the sight of your treasures. There were lots of stuffed animals, a cool bed, and a window to look out of. Hell yeah, stuffed animals! It was a great room. You hadn't had to show anyone in a while, but you were really proud of it. He leaned in a little closer to one of your drawings on the wall. I like this. Me too, or I drew that. Thank you, or I don't. Let's be artsy. I drew that. Cool. You smiled at him. You were proud of that particular piece of art, and you were glad he noticed it. He turned to look around the room a little more, studying the books on your desk and the pictures on the wall. He started to feel a bit nervous. The atmosphere felt kind of awkward. You were glad for the company, or you hoped he liked your room. You were glad for the company. It's nice to have someone new to play with. Then his eyes landed on the tiny box of beach things you've collected, tucked away by your door. He took a step towards it before hesitating and pointed at it instead. What's that? A hoard of stuff I found on the beach.
Oh.
Do you have any driftwood in there? Dragging the box into the middle of the room, you and Cove flopped down next to it. I think so. Yeah, see? You gestured to a piece at the bottom, still covered with specks of sand. Neat, this is a good collection. You got the sense from the tone in his voice that he wasn't just saying it to be nice, or to be like Shiloh. He actually meant it. Oh my gosh, stop clicking. Oh right, I almost forgot. Shiloh's gonna be here today. Shiloh? Lizzie's friend. Or like, her #1 fan, I guess? Do I have to see him? It should be okay. I mean, he's Lizzie's friend, not mine, but you know. Come on, check out my shells some more. I found this one under a big piece of seaweed that washed ashore, and... You pulled out the seashell after seashell, explaining where you'd gotten each one and holding them against the light. There were big ones, small ones, pink, purple, and orange. Most of them you washed off in the bathroom sink when you brought them home, cleaning off the sand. Over the past few years, you'd even learned some of their scientific names. The collection was so huge and varied that you had lots of funny stories to tell for all of them. Well, your voice faltered a bit, but you kept going as best you could. Damn, they're really making you, like, fucking struggle in some of these choices. We can be a little science kid. Let's do, the collection was huge and varied. Apparently fascinated either by the stories or by the shells themselves, Cove listened with what looked like full force of his attention. Like when you almost got pinched by a hermit crab while searching for your shells, and after watching him scuttle back into the ocean, you found another empty shell that was almost a twin to his home. It was a new experience to be the center of such dedicated focus. Cove hadn't been mean to you, so you didn't mind. You smiled at him now and again while showing him your collection. Kids, come down to the living room. You could tell the idea was making him unhappy, but Mommy wasn't giving you much of a chance to hang around. Cove hadn't been like this meeting you. You guessed it was because he thinks you found each other by accident. Not that a parent made it happen. Mr. Holden must be right that telling Cove his dad was part of that would be a bad idea. Before you knew it, you had both been escorted downstairs and deposited in the living room, ready for Shiloh's visit. The two of you sat side by side on the floor in your home's entryway. I brought the box of shells. I want to keep looking at them. Great. Okay, but be careful or she should have asked. Great. Bust it open. We can keep looking while we wait for Shiloh. Cove reached in and pulled out a big orange shell. Oh. Like he hadn't spoken aloud yet, he turned to you and held it up, his eyes shining. I think this one is the best of them. This is peak chance for romance. I have to give him the shell. It's, that's my favorite too. It's like, I like the different one the best. I can show it to you, or you can take it. I am for certain that if we let him take it, it will end up as a shell necklace and a symbol of our love. So you can take it, baby. You looked at, Cove looked at you in surprise, his eyes going wide. Really? Sure, you like it a lot, right? But I don't want to take it from you, it's okay. You got the impression he was hesitant to accept something because he didn't know you very well. You insisted or you let it go? No, I want that romance. That future romance? You insisted. No, it's okay for you. You pushed the shell against Cove's chest, willing him to receive the present, but Cove firmly shook his head and kept his arms tightly at his side. It was a battle you couldn't win, at least not today. Cove is your neighbor now, but maybe you could give it to him another time. God damn it. Okay. I get the hint, game. The two of you were still sitting on the floor, looking through your collection of beach findings, when the doorbell finally rang. Cove jumped, startled by the sound. Since the person had knocked, you figured it was probably Shiloh. He knew where to look for that. Lizzie's friend? You nodded, but that didn't seem to make Cove feel better. It was already obvious that Cove didn't hide his feelings well. You could tell what he was thinking right away. This isn't a good idea. You'll be alright. He's here. We can't tell him to leave. He's at our only door. If you go upstairs, he'll find you. Cove glanced around the room, his eyes wide, and finally paused with his gaze locked onto the back of the house. I can go out the window. He was already walking towards it, scrambling to think of something to say. You stepped forward and then paused. Oh shit. There's a lot of options for this one. Do you want to break your other arm, or Shiloh is the least scary person alive? Cheer up, Shiloh's gonna like you. Please don't get hurt. I'll come with you. Good idea, let's go. Let's say cheer up, Shiloh's gonna like you. I really want to meet Shiloh. He likes everyone. I mean it. But I don't want to see him. I don't know him. Well, I don't want to tease him. Tease him, comfort him, or encourage him. Let's comfort him. It's okay if you're worried. Nobody warned you this was going to happen. Thanks. Shiloh poked his head into the living room. It was impossible to know for sure if he'd heard what you'd been saying or not, but he guessed that he had.
Hi.
Oh! Hi, Serena. What a cute boy. Oh my gosh, adorable child. I really like how, like, aggressive this game can change with tone. That's pretty cool. Hi, Serena. Hi. Cove? Cove shot you an uneasy glance.
Hi.
Hi. I'm Shiloh. It's nice to meet you. Yeah. You have a lot of freckles. Right. I do. What are you guys doing? We're looking for shells.
Can I do it too?
Awesome. Can I do it too? Cove shrugged and looked back at your box full of beach findings. What about that one? The plan for the afternoon, at least as far as you were concerned, was to sit and look at the beach thing some more. You weren't really in the mood to do much of anything else, especially if Cove was having fun. Hey, check out this scallop shell I found. Cool, right? It's a pretty color, kind of like my cast. The beautiful glittering pink did look a little bit like the wrap around his arm. Pink is a nice color. Okay. Damn, shutting them down. Is it your favorite? Not really. What is? Maybe green or blue. Might be yellow. Oh, those are all cool.
I guess.
I like those colors too. There are better colors. I'm not sure how to deal with the suddenly more awkward silence. You look back at your shells. Let's see the log. I like those colors too. Awesome. Both of them smiled. Like usual, it didn't take long for Shiloh to get fidgety. Lizzie was his favorite. Without her around, Shiloh didn't seem to know what to do with himself. And Cove wasn't like your sister. He wasn't that much like you either. Is Lizzie coming back? Don't know. Aww. I keep hitting bright. Where'd she go? I think she's at the beach, probably. Is she playing at her park? Cove's eyes lit up at the mention of the park, and he looked towards you. There's a park? Yeah, but it's old. Can you show me? I want to go. He started getting up before you had even answered, and Shiloh jumped up beside him in excitement. Really? You do too? Right, Serena? The park is so fun. I love it. The park is pretty great, I know. Yeah, I love the park. Love it. Yeah, it was right at the beach, so there's lots of fun stuff to do and lots of sand. It has a jungle gym and a bunch of swings. Sounds like it could be cool. So, are we gonna go find Lizzie? I don't know. I never wanted to see her. Just wanted to check out the park. Adrift without any direction, Shiloh finally turned to you. Okay. He perked up. Both boys wanted to go. It was only fair. After getting permission from your moms, the three of you were ready to head out. It was a short walk to the park. Lizzie had convinced your moms that it was so short. Lizzie had convinced your moms that it was so short she should always be allowed to walk there by herself. When you found her, she was hanging out on the jungle gym, swinging back and forth. Hey, Lizzie! Her face lit up when she saw you, her big brown eyes going wide. Serena! Shiloh! Hi! Oh, I think Shiloh's got a crush on her. She dropped to the ground and landed with a soft thud in the sand. In a split second, Shiloh had abandoned you two and scrambled over to stand by her. You were used to being left out when it was just the three of you, but now Cove was here. You wondered if he would leave too. Who's that? Aw, she's adorable. It's Cove. He's new.
Hi.
I remember. Hi, Cove. Welcome to my park. Nobody ever comes to play here, so this is where we get together. She gestured wildly with her arms, as if to present the area to the newcomer. When Lizzie continued talking, you took the chance to kick off your shoes and wriggle your toes through the warm sand. Nice, huh? In this neighborhood, I'm the one who comes up with the ideas. I really like her sunflower dress, and it has like sunflower seeds at the bottom. That's really freaking cute. You are?
Uh-huh.
Yes, I am. Who else could handle the job? Lizzie's the oldest. By a lot. My mom said you're Serena's age. What are you, like 10? By a lot in kids' years is like 10. like 2 years difference. Yeah. Thought so. I'm still the only one in the group with double digits. She's definitely 10. What about other kids? Other kids? There aren't any. We're the only kids here, and Shiloh's just visiting from another place. Not even tourists bring their kids here. This is the land of ancients. Be careful that the oldies don't try and steal your youth. Oh. That's kind of sad. There's no kids for them to hang out with? They're just, like, stuck with each other. Forever. Essentially. Oh my god. Why am I always getting sticky stuff on me? Ugh. I hate it. For a second, it looked like he might cry again. But something in his eyes shifted and he looked back at Lizzie. What kind of old people? Like moms and dads or grandparents? Grandparents who don't have kids? They hate kids. Why? We haven't done anything. Only some of them don't like kids, or stop saying stuff like that, you're gonna upset them, or yeah, they're really bad. Only some of them don't like kids. You interjected quickly, hoping Lizzie wouldn't take things too far. Cove sniffled, his forehead creasing with worry. Lizzie was staring Cove down, but Cove wasn't even looking at her anymore. He didn't seem to care that she was there. He went to his own head. Shiloh was the next one to speak, completely unaware of the situation. I met Lizzie and Serena in school. You see tons of kids there once summer is over. I don't want to go to a new school. I don't want the summer to end. Shiloh looked down to the dirt. He hasn't had much luck striking up conversations with Cove. I liked summer vacation a lot too. All the building tension in the air suddenly vanished when Lizzie laughed. At Shiloh's discomfort, at how weird she thought Cove was, at something else entirely, you didn't really know, but she laughed, face scrunching up.
Okay.
Welcome to Sunset Bird, Cove. Take a seat, put up your feet, and get used to it. Ugh. You offered him a small smile, and that at least looked to reassure him some. For the rest of the summer, Cove was always there. You saw him more often than Shiloh, and on some days, when she was in a bad mood or busy, you even saw him more than Lizzie. He became a staple of your everyday life, the way sun and lunch and the beach were. During your first summer together, you really liked Cove. He was a fun person to play with, and he seemed to like playing with you too. Of course, that was only the start of things. Oh, what? What is going on here? And then summer ended. Oh, okay. So these are like stories? Can we just choose to not like hang out with all? Like him at all? Grown up, long day, sandcastle, fireflies. Dang, I'm not sure what to choose. Maybe fireflies? That sounds kind of romantic. Let's do fireflies. Oh god, she's so close. Alright, tonight we're gonna catch fireflies. I seriously thought that was gonna be the end of step 1 for a second. Was like, damn, this is way shorter of a playthrough than I thought it was gonna be. At this blunt declaration of your sister, you looked up from your macaroni and cheese dinner. Fireflies were a familiar sight over summer, coming out on warm nights to dance through the sky. I can tell because I'm not sure if this is dust moving around in the background or fireflies. Maybe, no, I think it's dust. Wait! Oh no, I thought I could bounce into them for a second. Never mind. Tonight was particularly balmy. You knew there was bound to be a ton of them around. I think I've only seen 2 fireflies in my entire life, and one was recently. Oh! You are you? Yeah, or you started eating faster, you looked over at your mom's, or you pushed your food around your plate. Hold on. We're gonna catch fireflies. Fireflies. Started eating faster, you looked at... Yeah! You rocked lightly from side to side in your seat, already excited for after-dinner activities. Catching fireflies was a great way to spend a summer evening, and you could already envision the little lightning bugs drifting through a darkened sky. That's a good idea, Lizzie. Can we go, Mrs. Lace? Shiloh tapped his fork against the table excitedly, his face lighting up as he looked at Lizzie. It was unusual for Shiloh to still be here. Like always, his mom had to bring him over really early in the morning before her job started. But normally she would have picked him up by now. She called before dinner to let your moms know she'd be late. You didn't hear why. Probably more work things. You thought maybe getting to hang out with Shiloh for longer is what made Lizzie want to keep running around outside. Staying at home and watching TV was never an option with her, with guests over. That's why you were pretty sure she'd get your moms to agree. Well, it's already dark out there. That's kind of the point of firefly catching. Lizzie gave Mom the best puppy dog eyes she could, slowly spooning mac and cheese into her mouth while you waited there for their response.
There.
Let them go. Nights like this don't happen every day. Your parents exchanged a look, then Mom eventually sighed and nodded back. Yes! Along with Lizzie's cheers, you threw your arms up in triumph, but waited until you finished chewing to say anything because you knew it was rude to talk with your mouth full. Fine. Just make sure you stay on the hill behind our house with all the poppies, okay? Duh, Mom. That's where most of them are. The idea had only just planted in your head, but already you could just picture all the glowing light spreading out in front of you, like the fairies from the bedtime stories Mommy read sometimes. All too quickly, it became a race to see who could finish their food first. No choking at the dinner table now. That's right. If someone died, we'd have to cancel the Firefly trip after all. Mom said it was like a joke, but you knew that they were both telling you kids to slow down. Shallow did immediately. When you glanced at Lizzie, you saw her still eating faster than she should. Elizabeth!
Jeez.
No one is gonna die. Sheesh. Sheesh! A knock on the door interrupted Mom before she could no doubt scold your sister. I'll get it! Said Cove. Your big sister jumped out of her seat and ran over to the door, pulling it open without even looking out the window to see who it was. Huh? You shifted in your seat to try and get a glimpse of the unexpected guest.
Hi.
Good evening, Cove. Your mommy had already walked to the door by the time you managed to see past Shiloh's flappy hat. Oh, hi, Cove. You're here. Cove smiled at your enthusiastic greeting, and he hoped Mommy would ask him to stay. It didn't matter why he was here. It meant he could join you in all the catching the fireflies. Then for a few seconds, Cove said nothing. He only stood there and looked up at your mommy with a face almost like he was considering turning around and leaving. My dad told me to drop this off because I guess he borrowed it from you. Cove took a familiar screwdriver from out of his large side pocket. Eyes now dropped to the floor. We left ours back home when we moved. Great, thanks, bye.
Thank you.
Thank you. Here, why don't you come inside for a bit? Lizzie crossed her arms and lifted her chin. Cove shrugged, and Mom stood from the table too. I'll give your dad a call to let him know you got here all right. What are you barking at? You okay, Herschel? She started barking. Rehydrate. Cove shuffled inside, eyes remaining on the ground. Mommy closed the door behind him.
Hi.
Hi, Cove. Shiloh gave Cove a friendly smile while waving by holding up his hand and opening and closing his fingers. Cove nodded in response. Cove, are you gonna catch fireflies with us, or you can come outside with us if you want to? You weren't sure what to say now. Come catch fireflies with us. You could see Lizzie eyeing you from mentioning the excursion to an outsider, but she'd get over it. You hoped Cove would say yes. That way you wouldn't be the odd one out when Lizzie and Shiloh anymore.
Yeah.
I can do that. Never caught one before. Me neither! I'm so jealous of people who have, who've caught fireflies. It's too bad he didn't have a chance before now. The fireflies weren't out when he first moved in. There must not have been any where he used to live. We can't go until after dinner. After she pointed this out, Lizzie walked back to the table and took her seat. There wasn't much left on her plate. Since this was very true, you decided to finish up your own stuff as well. Cove stepped closer and eyed what was on the menu for your family's meal. Have you eaten yet? Yeah, my dad and I ate earlier. What did you have? Eggs. Eggs? The clipped one-word answer seemed to discourage Shiloh from asking any more questions. His eyes slowly wandered back to the last scraps of food on his plate. Her phone call with Cove's dad must have ended, because your mom came back into the room.
Okay.
Cove, your dad said it was okay for a little while if you'd like, but he's going to come and get you before it gets too much later. Sure.
Fun.
Oh, fun. This will be so nice. As you polished off that meal, you hoped it would be too. Is this a time before cell phones were, popular? Because I'd be like, why can't you just text your dad? The three of you finished eating shortly after, and Lizzie led the way outside. Remember, don't stray too far. It's fine, Mom. Shiloh trailed so closely after Lizzie he was nearly stepping on her heels. Cove hesitated at the door. Coming? After a moment, he did.
Bye.
Bye, children. The two of you were a good 10 or 15 feet behind Lizzie and Shiloh. By the way you walked outside, you pushed the door shut behind you, watching their figures get farther and farther away.
Hurry up!
You're so slow, Serena. We don't have all night. You started to run when you heard Lizzie's voice calling you, but paused when you saw Cove still walking at a relaxed pace. Are you not gonna come? You tugged him along, you walked with him, or you waved at him to hurry, or you ran off. You walked with him. You fell behind. Is that saddling? Sliding? I can't tell if that's just misspelled. Sliding up next to him and matching his stride. He noticed right away.
Okay.
You can go ahead if you want. You smiled and shake your head. I don't. Aw, after a short while, you two reached the hill behind the house. This is cute! The fireflies were out in full force, floating on the breeze, their gentle glow winking in and out and creating an almost magical effect. Lizzie had already climbed to the top. Shiloh was spinning in circles somewhere around the middle. Wow. Shiloh took a moment to come over and welcome the both of you to the hill. Hi guys, it's really great out, huh? How many are there? Look how many there are. Yeah, a firefly danced through the air, landing in Cove's sea green hair. Shiloh couldn't help but giggle. You and Shiloh couldn't help but giggle. You looked quietly on it, you shooed the bug away. We both couldn't help but giggle. Covering your mouth with a hand, the sound escaped you, and Cove looked at you in confusion. What? Oh, look, Lizzie has one. That's amazing. Shiloh ran up to the highest point in the hill, making sure not to lose his hat or backpack along the way. You hummed as the group divided and conquered, shifting your gaze to dozens of other fireflies sailing around. The game was on. You had a bandage on your thumb and you tried to be cautious of that. You had a bandage on your palm and you tried to be cautious of that. Had a bandage on your hand and tried to be cautious of that. Or you were good at not getting cuts or scratches, so you weren't too worried about that. Interesting choice. Are we kind of like... I'm thinking back to... I'm trying to play like how I would react as an 8-year-old. And I was getting scrapes and cuts all the time. I guess we can choose if we're like not a scraped up kid or a very scraped up kid. Got a bandage on your thumb, two bandages on your hand. Let's do, we had a bandage on your palm. Spotting one close by, you're approached like with assassin-like stealth, crouching down to make yourself seem like less of a threat. Slowly dragging one foot in front of the other, you crept up towards it, arms outstretched. I wonder if the fact that it let you choose where your scratch was will that like affect later life choices, or will you get like a CG where you have a scar on your hand? That'd be cool. You closed your hands around the little glowing orb, careful not to crush it. A firefly landed in your palm, almost docile, and you stared down at your prize in delight. A tiny legs tickled your skin, and you giggled at the sensation. Cove kept up with his own target, but when he tried to grab it in his pink cast, his pink cast waved awkwardly through the air, foiling his efforts to clap his hands around the firefly. You need a net. Or like a jar. Ugh. Cove watched it vanish into thin air with a dissatisfied expression on his face. You encouraged him to try again. You told him about the firefly you had. You made a joke about what happened, or you did your own thing. You encouraged him to try again. You'll get the next one. Did you catch one? You nodded, and Cove gave up his hunt for the moment, coming closer and peering at the insect still crawling across your palm. He held out your hand, and he leaned closer, eyes widening a tad behind his glasses. Cove remained hypnotized by the little bugs as he inched his hand closer to yours. Ultimately, he settled his fingers lightly on top of the ones you were holding open. It tingled. Pulled your hand back, or you stayed very still. Ooh, getting some romance here. You stayed very still. The last thing you wanted to do was accidentally scare the shiny treasure off. Ooh! Oh! Hey, look at that! It does show up at CGs along with your skin tone. That's cool. That's real cool. Oh, God. Like, the polish on this game is crazy. Oh, man, I love it. And I have my little my little flower bracelet that I said I had earlier. Oh, my gosh. That's really blowing my mind right now. That's super cool. The firefly, noticing the new connection, crawled up onto Cove's hand. He quietly gasped. It worked! Yeah, you got one. Cove's lips turned into a slow smile, and his eyes shined brighter than the bug. Thanks, Serena. With a laugh, he gave the palm of your hand a friendly smack, performing an awkward low five. Startled by the extreme movement, the tiny light disappeared before you could even blink. The firefly was gone.
Sorry.
Oops, sorry. You scolded him, you forgave him, or you teared up? Jesus, you can be a very sensitive child. You forgave him. That's okay. I couldn't keep it forever.
You're right.
Right, bugs have to stay outside. Let's get another. You decide to collect more, or you decide to sit in the grass and watch? Definitely collect. Uh-huh, we can work together. His face broke out into a wide grin. We'll get a bunch. With renewed vigor, you ran out into the hill. You're not sure how much time passed while you were in the thick of it. All you could focus on was the adventure at hand. No credits were safe from your grasp. At first, you tried to keep a tally of how many you had caught, but once the number grew higher than 10, you had no more fingers left to count with. No more fingies left to count with. No more fingies left to count with. I'm all out of fingies. What a terrible life to live. Let's see. Let's see. Wait. Yeah. You were having the time of your life, racing up and down the hill with the crash of the ocean, and the sound of everyone's laughter echoing in the background.
Serena!
Oh! There it is! There's my name! Said loud and proud. Serena, this way! You followed the sound of Cove's voice to the top of the hill, watching as he stretched his arms in front of you, reaching with his fingers and only narrowly missing his target. Cove and you took turns trying to scare fireflies in the direction of the other. You showed him some techniques that you had learned, like how to cup your hands correctly, and he listened attentively before trying for himself. There are a few times wherein you almost ran into each other, giggling as you dove to the side at the last moment. Luckily, disaster was avoided each time. It was an overall huge success, with both of you catching multiple fireflies each. Eventually, the fireflies began to thin out, and your energy started to lapse. You decided it was time to call off the hunt. Cove didn't complain. He breathed in heavily, and his face seemed really flushed. That was fun. A lot of fun. You smiled at him broadly, happy that he enjoyed the activity. Yeah, it was.
Come on!
Serena! Cove! Get over here! Get up here! We were gonna have a race. The shouting caught you off guard. It had been quite a while since you heard from Lizzie or Shiloh. You glanced over to see them both standing on top of the hill again, Lizzie beckoning you with quick hand gestures. If she was like that, you knew there wasn't much room for disagreement. Up the incline you went. From the corner of your eyes, you saw Cove coming as well. He didn't care for Lizzie a lot, so you thought he might be intrigued just by the idea of a race. Hi.
Go!
Hi, Cove. You can't roll down the hill. You'd hurt your arm again. You'll be the referee for the rest of us. As Lizzie pointed this out, Cove froze in place. Oh, it was that kind of race. He frowned down at his cast. That was the second time it got in the way tonight. What? Yeah, you'll watch and see who gets to the bottom first. That's important. Got it? I guess. Oh no, don't exclude him! No! The cast was sturdy. If he was careful, he could have done it. Lizzie might have been looking for a reason to make someone else the referee, but it was already decided. You got in position for the race. I'll stay with Cove, or I'm gonna do something else. Yeah, I don't want him to be excluded. I'll stay with Cove.
Really?
Really? You don't have to. It's okay, I want to watch. You moved beside him on the top of the hill, even though Lizzie eyed you and made a face. That's not how races work. We only need one referee. Shrugging your shoulders, you refused to budge, and Lizzie let out a huff before throwing her hands up in the air. Fine, I'll be the winner, whether you join or not. Lizzie moved to lay down, and Shiloh did the same. Cove stood slightly to the side to get a better vantage point, and you stood next to him. Countdown! Cove stood up a little straighter. It seemed like he was taking his newfound referee duties seriously. 3, 2, 1, go! Lizzie and Shiloh took off, letting gravity do the work and rolling at high speed towards the bottom of the hill. You and Cove leaned forward to watch them go, eyes peeled for which one of the two would reach the bottom first. They were both neck and neck, until about halfway down the hill, Lizzie started to veer off to the side, giving Shiloh a huge advantage. She obviously hadn't noticed a thing. As soon as Shiloh reached the bottom of the hill, he jumped up excitedly and threw his hands in the air. I won! Almost immediately, he fell back onto the grass, still dizzy from his roll down the hill. Lizzie stomped out of the bush she had ended up in and sputtered angrily, brushing leaves from the front of her dress. Not bad! You got lucky. Let's do it again and see who wins for real. Kids, it's time to come in. No! Man, our sister's a sore-ass loser. You snickered, feeling grateful you hadn't been part of this mini debacle. You caught Cove's eye and saw that he was doing the same. Ooh, that was gorgeous. Dang. I really need to learn how to draw, like, realistic clouds. They're so pretty. It had gotten late and was beginning to feel just a bit chilly as you made your way up the hill. But the cold in the air hadn't dampened anyone's spirits. The four of you walked back home together, side by side, down your neighborhood street, discussing the evening, with each person trying to prove that they were the one who caught the most fireflies. You knew that whoever really did catch the most didn't matter anyways. All that mattered was that you had a good time, which, judging by the smiles on everyone's faces, you did. Okay. Let's do shopping. Come back before it gets dark, alright, sport? The familiar voice drifted across the street and drew your attention away from a snail you've been watching inch slowly across the pavement. Cove waited in front of his dad, pushing his green hair back off his face, from where the breeze was blowing it over his glasses. He looked to be paying only a mild amount of attention as he was being handed a few slips of green paper. It reminded you of when you first met Mr. Holden, although he's probably not paying Cove to be friends with himself. Cove's dad seemed to feel your gaze somehow, or maybe he made a noise. Maybe you made a noise because a second later his eyes were on you. He whipped you over with a smile. He looked happy to see you, but you still felt a little weird for getting caught. You've got to learn how to be more sneaky. You brushed your hands together to free them of sand, then jogged over to join the two, smiling at Cove first and then his dad. Serena, hi!
How's it going?
Good to see you again. What excitement are you up to today, Serena? Taking a walk. Found a pretty cool snail across the road. There's lots of snails around here. Mr. Holden grinned at you kindly. After you finished answering the question, Mr. Holden's attention returned to Cove, who was preoccupied with folding the bill he had into a tiny rectangle. Sounds fun. You know Cove is about to hit the stores by the beach. Why don't you just go with him? He gave a ready nod, turning to squint in the direction of the stores like you could see the goods that they had to offer all the way from where you stood. Oh, is that okay?
Yeah.
I don't mind. Great. I'm sure you guys will have loads of fun. Mr. Holden reached into his pocket and pulled out a leather wallet filled with money. You found it odd, since our moms only ever seemed to have cards in theirs. Is his dad like a stripper? Here. He could either be a stripper or a banker. One of the two. Or a waiter. I guess that's also true. He leaned in to pass a crisp 10 to Cove, giving him a wink and a whisper. Get something for your friend, too. Sure.
Good kid.
That's my boy. Cove's dad ruffled his son's hair as he was straightening back up. The bill in his hands still held out towards the green-haired boy. Take care. Cove accepted the bill after a second and slipped it into his pocket. Then, with one last nod to his dad, he turned and started walking. You followed after him, intrigued at the possibilities this outing might bring. Cove strayed towards the gentle tide creeping up the sand, and he fell into place beside him. It was a nice day. The sun was shining and there wasn't many clouds in the sky, though the wind coming up off the ocean kept it from being too hot. You took in a deep breath, enjoying the scent of salt and ocean air. When you looked at Cove, he was dragging his feet through the sand a little, and you slowed down to wait for him. His eyes searched the ground intensely. Are you looking for snails? Are you looking for shells? What is it? Or you didn't feel the need to ask why? Are you looking for shells? Cove startled a little at the sound of your voice mumbled. At the sound of your voice, it mumbled a sort of. If you see any, can you let me know? You can manage that. You dropped your view to the sand, walking carefully so you didn't step on any. You were good at finding shells. You had lots of them at home and always found a new one whenever you visited the beach. The comforting sound of the waves filled the silence with pleasant white noise, and you played a little game with yourself as you walked along, getting as close to the water as possible without getting wet. It resulted in having to run up to the sand quickly when a wave rushed in more than a few times. Although Cove threw a few glances your way, he didn't say a word. Ooh, what did I do? Oh no. You didn't either. What did you want to go to the shops for? What do you usually do on the beach? What did you want to go to the shops for? I need a new sand pail. Yeah? What happened to the old one? Cove narrowed his eyes, seeming to think deeply for a second.
Whoa.
It disappeared. What? Oh, wait. Thank you, Robros, for joining the choir. Thank you. Thank you. What? Really? Cove ducked his head down, lacing his fingers behind his back. It didn't seem like he was going to continue, so you nudged his arm. How did that happen? Well, Cove opened his mouth and shut it again, considering. I took it to the beach one day. Uh-huh. And when I got home, it wasn't anywhere. You left it there? Nope, it wasn't at the beach when I went back. Then you lost it. It disappeared.
So...
What about you? What did you do out here? I don't come to the beach a lot. I like swimming. I like looking at the fish. I like to build sandcastles or nothing. Let's say I like looking at the fish. They don't like me, so I always swim away if I get too close. But they're pretty before that. Cool. Starfish are fun. They aren't going anywhere, even if I touch them. A small laugh escaped you. That's true. Once you reached the shopping area, the noise level grew exponentially. No longer just waves and footsteps, but the chatter of people enjoying their lovely summer day, the call of birds trying to find bits of food left behind, and lots of salespeople trying to get attention. You sniffed the air as you walked beside Cove. Wow, this music's really jamming. It's jamming. You could still smell the ocean, but there were other scents now too. Pizza, pretzels, hot donuts. I thought it said hot dog donuts. It's nice, it's not very nice, or it's alright. I like it. It's nice. The energy surrounding the area seemed to fill you, and there was a bounce in your step as you began looking at all the familiar sights. There were so many things to do, you didn't know where to begin. You looked at Cove, hoping he was just as excited as you are. Cove was glancing from side to side of the street to the other. From one side of the street to the other, with a look in his aquamarine eyes you couldn't quite work out. What's that? Cove pointed to a large crowd of people gathering near a few tables with large, colorful umbrellas blooming from their middles. You couldn't see past the adults who were blocking the way, but you knew there must be something worth seeing. Without another word, the two of you hurried over to see what all the commotion was about. Amazing Alexander? Feast your eyes on the Amazing Alexander! In the center of the crowd was a man with a tall hat and a funny green coat that had 3 long tails. There was a little table next to him with a cloth hanging over it that read The Amazing Alexander in glittery gold script. Why tell people his name if it's already on a sign? Cove hummed with understanding and then turned to walk away just as the Amazing Alexander began shuffling a deck of cards. Maybe we could stay and watch? Cove glanced back at the man. He then briefly lifted his arms up to off his side before returning them to place. You grinned, waving for him to follow you as you raced back to stand in the crowd. With that, it began. The Magic Man pulled one card out of the deck, showing it to the curious onlookers. It was a 4 of diamonds. Watch closely. You did, squeezing through a few adults onlookers for a better view. Suddenly, the man snapped his fingers, and the card just disappeared. Whoa! The Amazing Alexander, who had earned his title, turned his head and looked directly at you. He reached out with a kind smile. What's this behind your ear? You backed away, tell me or nothing? Tell me! This had to be going somewhere, and you needed to find out. He smelled like popcorn and candy when he stood closer. It was great! You felt a tug, and then he pulled out the 4 diamonds out from behind your ear. What? You knew that it couldn't really have come from your ear, but you still didn't know how he did it. There was a light applause from the crowd, and the man gave a deep bow. This is for you. The magician plucked a pair of balloons from a clump of them and tied down to his table. Both were in the shape of a dolphin instead of being a normal circle. This one's for your friend, too. Thank you for being my assistant. Wow. Now you are really grateful he chose you. After that, he went to someone else in the crowd. Pick a card, any card. My uncle does this every time he visits. Not the balloons, the stuff with the cards. Cove spoke plainly while reaching over to take the dolphin that had been designated for him. Maybe it wasn't so special. Cove was just ruining the fun. At least he had a fun time, but you wonder if Cove's whole family was magic. Is your whole family magic? If so, he was lucky. The crowd started to clear some, and you noticed to the side that there was a whole rack of brightly colored kaleidoscopes on display. You picked up a kaleidoscope, you picked up a Rubik's Cube, you picked up a magic 8-ball, or you walked past the toys. Maybe a kaleidoscope. Ooh, these are cool. You shifted your balloon string to your other hand so you could bring the mysterious tunnel to your eyes. Yo, the strat is to just tie the balloon around your wrist. Works like a charm every time as a child. A whole palette of colors appeared right in front of you, spanning into all kinds of different shapes as you twisted the end of the tube. Cove picked one up and looked through, twisting the tube at the end. After a second, he set it back down on the rack, moving to the other side of the stall. He went under the awning, careful of his own floating dolphin, and you joined him. Did you have places like this in your town? Are you having fun? I don't really like it here, or you said nothing. Do you have places like this in your old town? Cove blinked at you for a moment. You wondered if you shouldn't have asked. You knew how much he missed that place. Not really. You nodded in understanding, looking over at a stall nearby. Ooh! Keychains! While Cove looked at the sand pails, you were drawn to a table with colorful keychains laid about it. They were sewn in the shape of sea creatures, and there was a plaque that read, Handmade, standing proudly in front. There was lots of different types. You saw a dolphin, a shark, a crab, and a turtle. Okay. Okay, boys, which one we picking? Let's see. Shark, dolphin. I'm kind of partial to the dolphin because the dolphin looks super cute. Let's do dolphin. Your hand stopped on the dolphin. So similar to your balloon animal. Oh yeah, I guess that's true. I forgot. Now we look like we're obsessed with dolphins. It was made of a bright material that caught the sunlight when you picked it up. You remembered once seeing a pond of dolphins swimming out into the distance on the beach, jumping out of the water and splashing as they dived back in again. It was a great day. You were instantly enamored. Checking the price though, your heart fell. $6. You didn't know much about money, but you thought it was a lot to spend on one thing. You rarely had more than $5 bill to your name. Is that what you want? Huh? Oh. It's $6. I didn't bring any money.
Alright.
It's fine. Really? Really? Are you sure? You don't have to, or I don't want you to get it for me. You don't have to. Cove didn't mind that. He looked at the keychain from your hands, and that was that. He took the keychain from your hands, and that was that. He was holding a small yellow bucket for himself, too. I was, always gonna get you something. I already got the money for it. You smiled, pleased to have things work out. It was nice of Cove's dad to let Cove buy something for you, too. You had to remember to thank him next time you saw him. After Cove paid, the two of you stepped out of the store side by side, your balloon dolphins knocking together and spiraling through the air. You watched Cove hold up his new pail to his face, examining it thoroughly. Hey, Cove. Yeah? Your dad gives out money a lot, huh? Or, I really like this keychain, or never mind. I really like this keychain. Thank you. It's nice. Cove looked further down the street, where different food carts were lined up. He rested his non-cast arm on his stomach, and just as you did, yours let out a light growl. You hadn't eaten since breakfast, and after all this wandering around, you were definitely ready for some lunch. Let's go get some food. Yeah. You two wandered around a short while, looking at the delicacies that were available. Everything looked delicious, and as the different smells, both sweet and salty, wafted over you, your stomach growled even louder. After passing up hot dogs, snow cones, ice cream, and pizza, you both agreed on pretzels. Cove got something sweet and cinnamon, and you got a plain one, got one with cheese, got one with sprinkles, got one with chocolate, or got the same. I'm gonna be honest, every time, I don't think nothing belongs on a pretzel. On one of those big fair pretzels, I get it plain, baby. All I need is the salt and the bread, I don't want nothing else. Got a plain one. You licked your lips hungrily as the vendor handed you your pretzel over, ready to take a big bite. It had a little sprinkling of salt, and that was just how you liked it. Damn straight, that is just how I eat it. You found an empty table close enough to the beach that the grit of the sand made terrible noises when you dragged the chairs out to sit down. Those balloons are going to make it hard to eat. Cove placed his bucket on the table as he stared at a still balled-up hand that was wrapped around the string. You opened your mouth to agree, but before an idea hit you. I know. After carefully placing your pretzel somewhere it wouldn't get sandy, you tugged the balloon dolphin out of Cove's hand and tied it to a delicate bow around his wrist. There you go! Tighten a little bow. Oh. Cove bounced his arm up and down in place, testing the stability of the knot. After watching his balloon jostle but remain attached, he smiled satisfied. Can you do it for me? He repeated the ritual. What is that face? Cove struggled somewhat with the cast, restricting his fingers on one hand, a string already tangled around the other.
Okay.
Got it. Two of you spent a moment admiring your handiwork, both hands now free to allow easy access munching on your pretzels. You bit into the doughy treat, savoring the taste with your tongue with a smile as you looked out over the ocean. Ooh, my voice. After a time, you finished your pretzels. You were done before Cove. It was boring not having anything to do. You pulled on the string of your balloon to bring it down to your level. Then you held the dolphin in your hands, manipulating it to look like it was jumping through the air. We are so adorable. I love it. If you turned your face towards the beach, it almost looked like it was swimming in the waves like a real dolphin. A laugh came from your side. When you glanced back at Cove, he had left the remaining parts of his pretzel on the wrapper and was gripping his dolphin too. Mine's name is Merryweather. He's the Prince of Dolphins. Mine's name's Splash. They star in movies. My name's Cherry. She's actually an alien. Or my name's Sam. Mine's name's Sam, and they're just a regular dolphin. Prince, movie star, alien, or dolphin. Let's do Prince of Dolphins. He wears a crown made of seaweed, and all his friends are merfolk. Every now and then, he'll make friends with a kid and let them ride on his back. You said, wishing you could meet a real dolphin like Merryweather. What's yours? Cove considered this question, placing the balloon against the table, resting his free arm across it in contemplation. It's... With a loud pop, the dolphin exploded into ribbons? Oh no! Why was that dolphin so cheaply made that it exploded because he was holding it? Oh no! For a second... Oh no, don't cry! No! For a second, all Cove did was gape in shock, like you. Then his cheeks puffed up, squinting his eyes, and you saw tears starting to glisten. Serena, You made a joke, you offered to find Alexander, you offered to give Cove your balloon, or you didn't say anything. He would be alright. Damn, tough love answer. Let's offer him your balloon. You looked at Cove, then your balloon, bobbing gently in the air above you. You can have mine. That was better than letting him cry more. Cove sniffled, glancing up at the balloon, then back at you. No, it's yours. I don't want to take it from you. It's okay, really. He shook his head. Even though it wasn't your fault, you felt bad. Still, the offer seemed to uplift Cove's spirit, and that was good. The passing of Cove's balloon was the last major event on your adventure. The passing of the balloon. In the end, the two of you headed back late that afternoon. You separated on the beach, and while Cove went straight home with his brand new sand pail in hand, you decided to sit for a while. You watched the waves and the sunset, fiddling with your new keychain. Another summer day was drawing to a close. It had been a good one, except for the sad final note. Grown up. One sweltering summer day, you were in your living room with Cove. listening to the sounds of the birds chattering outside the window while you lay across the rug on your floor. Cove's dad had dropped him off earlier, and your moms had left the two of you along with Lizzie to play amongst yourselves. It had been too hot to go outside in the afternoon, at least according to Mommy, so your sister was starting to get impatient, waiting for her golf class that evening. Our sister takes golf classes? That's kind of funny. The three of you had trouble finding something fun to do. The beach and the playground were off limits, and you felt that it was too warm for anything like playing with your fuzzy toy animals. Then suddenly, a light came to Lizzie's big brown eyes, and her smile spread across her face. Having a new idea gave her a new wave of energy. Since we're stuck inside, we should be adults. They don't play outdoors anyways. They're always inside telling everyone they're too busy to play.
Why?
Or playing house.
Duh.
Why? I said why. And it'll be fun, duh. What do they do inside that we don't, besides use the phone a lot? Excluding a small huff. Lizzie decided to ignore Cove.
What do you think?
Serena, what do you think? What do you want to? Do you want to? Cove said it, that doesn't sound fun, or... Boink, boink. I bet we can come up with something else. I don't know, or I want to. I want to. You do? Seriously? Yeah. Hooray! Okay, let me think. What do I want to be? Satisfied that neither of you were about to bail on her, Lizzie thought her options while you watched. After a few seconds, After a few seconds, she clapped her hands together and beamed, apparently having settled on something without asking either of you.
Okay.
Okay, I'm gonna be a professional golfer. Serena and you and Cove can be a beach volleyball player, a gymnast, or a tennis player. Why can't we pick anything we want? Because I have a fun idea, that's why. And we have to play sports as adults? Yep. But there's other kind of sports too.
Right?
It isn't the same. What do you think, Serena? Don't these choices sound super cool? You want to be that, huh? I like those. It really doesn't. It sounds like a blast. Isn't there something else we can be united, or maybe not? Isn't there anything else we can be? Lizzie stomped her foot in the ground. Nope, come on, just decide already. Knowing Lizzie wouldn't let this go anytime soon, you sighed. Cove is not impressed with Lizzie's attitude, though he didn't bother talking more about it for now. You thought over the list of possibilities. Beach volleyball, gymnast, or tennis. Out of all of them, you'd prefer to play... beach volleyball. If you couldn't spend the afternoon at the beach for real, then you might as well pretend you were there. You can even wear your swimsuit to make it seem more realistic. Although Lizzie probably wouldn't let you run off to do that now that she had you here. Yeah, that was clearly the option. Okay, I'm gonna be a beach volleyball player. Alright. How about you, Cove? Is he gonna pick tennis player? I'll have a volleyball team too. Lizzie threw her hands in the air, making an annoyed sound. You guys can't be the same thing. That's not how it works. You didn't say that. Who else was picking from the list? You can't keep adding more. Lizzie looked at the two of you and shook her head, resigned to losing this battle but not the war. Fine, you're both volleyball players, but you're on the same team because there's only one. Lizzie's ponytail bobbed as she proudly stretched her arms wide. The Olympic team! What? We're Olympic athletes who just competed in the Olympics. Cope didn't seem all that impressed with the announcement. He made a face and adjusted the glasses on his nose. That's really specific.
Rude.
That's what makes it fun. Anyways. Lizzie marched back and forth in front of you, getting lost in her own imagination. I won all gold medals and people are calling me, the next Mickey Wright. Who's that? Is there golfing in the Olympics? I do not know. Maybe? Probably. Lizzie stopped on the spot and turned on him, her brown eyes shining with impatience. Doesn't matter if you know who she is. It's a golf thing. You guys won medals too. Your team placed at silver. It's more real if we're not all first place. Silver sucks. I don't want silver. I'm okay with that. Hey, we can do better than silver. Silver's not bad. Nice. Or you stayed silent. Come on, we can do better than silver. You patted at Lizzie, unhappy with the decision. Serena's right.
Sorry.
Lots of people lose at the Olympics. Them's the breaks. Okay. Then you're the one who did, not me. Lizzie looked taken aback by Cove's declaration. as though the thought of her losing was completely absurd. Our sister's like straight up like a freaking princess. Oh, no way. It wouldn't make sense. I'm already practicing my golf game. She took a golf stance to make her point, pretending to swing her club and hit an invisible ball. So what kind of house do you want to live in? Is this gonna like show us like what our adult life is gonna be like? Is this like predicting that? Cove hadn't changed his mind about winning, but thinking about where he lived as an adult appealed to him. Apparently because he looked back at Lizzie with some anger fading. I want to live on the beach. Lizzie made a face at him, poking at her tongue. It's kind of boring. We already have that. No, not like the normal house here on the street. On it, right on the sand by the water. Just like that, all the tension was back. Oh wow, our sister and Cove do not get along. Yeah, they haven't even a chance to choose where you'd want to live. That's not very fun or smart, Cove. You can't live on a bunch of sand and shells. Girl, we are playing pretend right now. But I want to, and I will. Cove narrowed his eyes at Lizzie, even though she stood half a head taller than him. Really? Is that half a head? They look the same height to me. You didn't give out a list of things to pick from this time, so I'm picking that. Why are we even playing pretend if we can't imagine anything? Jeez, well, I'm gonna live in a mansion far away from here, and far away from you. One with an indoor pool and a place to practice my award-winning golfing.
It's not fair.
How come you were yelling about mine when your idea is even more impossible? Lizzie's face flushed red, her hands balling in a fist at her side. It's not impossible, and it's better than yours. Disagreements always seemed to crop up when the two of them were together, and you always kind of felt like you were stuck in the middle. But when it came to the topic at hand, this time you thought you prefer a mansion. Being on a beach was cooler. You wanted to agree with Lizzie. Cove was right. You were tired of deciding between either of them. Being on the beach was cooler. Who wouldn't want to live on the beach? It'd be really great. You could have windows made from driftwood and seashell wind chimes. Ugh. He smiled slightly over the agreement, then turned to Lizzie with boisterous confidence. You can swim whenever you want if you live on the beach. We can swim any time we want where we live now. Being a little closer doesn't mean anything. Says you. The two of them scowled at each other. You're being so unreasonable. You... I don't get what you want. This game doesn't make sense. It does. You have to be realistic. I said that. But you're not. You have no idea what to do to make them stop at this point. It seemed like the two of them just keep working each other up as long as they could. Nothing you'd say so far had kept them from being mad. Thankfully, like a greeting card angel, Mom walked into the room. Lizzie rushed to her, hanging on to the hem of her shirt, poking at her tongue at Clove. Lizzie, Serena, it's time to get ready to go. Sorry you have to leave early, Clove. Their mommy said she'd walk you home, so you wouldn't be left in the cold. Clove was glaring at Lizzie, his face flushed with anger. I can go by myself. Maybe, I don't really like how that turned out. Maybe I can fix it? Cove was right. Clove's idea is good. You shouldn't say yours is the only right one. No one asked for your opinion. He smiled slightly over the ingredient. Maybe it doesn't end well. You're tired of deciding between either of them. You didn't engage with their bickering and instead jumped up your own dream house. And if you weren't going to share your idea with them either, you probably knew it was a good one. I guess there's like no way to make this end better. Silver's not bad, nice. It may not be first place, but you knew the silver medals were still really good to get at the Olympics. But it isn't gold.
Sorry.
Is there any way to make this end well?
It's not fair.
I guess there's literally not a way to make this end well. No, it doesn't look like it. Okay, let's just start where we were. Again, the beach was cooler.
You alright with that?
But,
Bye.
bye, Serena. There was still a harsh edge to the brief farewell, but you knew it wasn't you he was mad at. Without giving Mom a chance to stop him, Cove stood up and stalked out of the room, shoulders drawn tight.
Huh?
Okay? Worried, Mom turned back to look at you and Lizzie. You two were playing nice with our new friend, weren't you? You told the truth or you lied. Should I cover for my sister or no? Yeah, let's cover for her. Uh-huh, it's so fun to play with Cove and Lizzie. Reassured that you didn't rat her out, Lizzie flashed you a smile. That's right, we're good hosts in this house.
Nice.
That's what I like to hear. I have to make sure he comes over again. Lizzie's smile immediately faded. Alright, we better get a move on.
Let's go.
Let's go, kids. Nolani, where did you leave the car keys? Was that her other mom's name? Mom hustled you all out the door, and you noticed during the car ride to golf practice that Lizzie was quieter than usual. She is usually the first to request music to listen to in the car, but she didn't say anything. Parents noticed how she wasn't in a mood to be bothered. They gave her space, and Mommy just asked what you'd like to listen to. You picked your favorite song and always made the car ride more fun. You chose the soundtrack to a cool movie that you saw a couple months ago, or you chose a song you knew Lizzie liked. Maybe it would cheer her up. Aw, so sweet. We're gonna choose a song Lizzie liked. You were happy to see it brighten her up right away, and she started singing along with you. Soon enough, her bad mood was a thing of the past. Cute. When the car ride was over, you spent twilight hours watching Lizzie hit things with other girls her age. You didn't know much about golf, but you could tell she really liked it, so you sat with your moms and tried to puzzle it out. It was nice sitting outside after being cooped up in the house all day, and you stretched your legs out to let the last few minutes of sun warm your skin. When the sun was finally out of sight, dipping behind the horizon, you all got ready to leave. Blah, 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 blah. Instead of going straight home, your moms took the family out to dinner. Hello! Welcome back. How's it going? It's going pretty good. I'm trying to keep my sister and my neighbor from fighting to the death. You went to a restaurant you all had been going to ever since you could remember. With Lizzie in a better mood, the car ride home was much more pleasant. The two of you took turns picking the radio stations, while your moms spoke quietly to one another about stuff. Soon enough, Mom was turning onto your street, then reversing into the driveway. When she cut the ignition, the four of you got out of the car and went into the house. Mommy went to the washroom while Mom left to go change. You and Lizzie stayed downstairs in the living room. Oh, by the way, I was geeking out about how cool some of the details are in this game, because during one of the little moments I had said that I had a scrape on my hand, and then on another moment I said I was twisting my bracelet. And in the CG that happened in that moment, I both had a bandage on my hand and my correct skin tone and a little bracelet, and it was oh! The detail! Mommy went to the washroom, and while Mom left to go change, you and Lizzie stayed downstairs in the living room. We were about to head to your room when she stopped you, motioning you closer instead. Puzzled, you listened to her. She craned her neck around, as if expecting someone to pop out of nowhere and scare her, then turned back to you. Lizzie crossed her arms, peering intently at you. Thanks, Serena. I couldn't say it before. That's super cool. It's really cool. I think it's really neat. Really neat. Not many games even let you choose what you look like, let alone change the CG to fit what you look like. If you said Cove got all mad at me, Mom would have gotten mad too. You thought back to earlier that day, the argument Lizzie and Cove had, and how Mom never found out about it. Oh god, there's a lot of choices. Yeah, Mom didn't need to know. You're welcome. We have to help each other out. I want something back for that. You're welcome. You should still try to make up with Cove, or okay, but I'll tell you if you don't say sorry to Cove later, or I'll keep it a secret if you apologize to Cove and give me something. Damn. You're welcome, but you should still try to make up with Cove. Lizzie's expression soured instantly at your words. Why should I do that? It was his fault. It doesn't matter anyways. Cove is really sad because of what you did. Lizzie sputtered before tilting her chin away from you with a defensive look. I didn't do anything. You just can't play right. Mommy always says that you should apologize if you know you upset someone, and you did. She groaned at your words, throwing her head back dramatically. But you knew your sister. You could tell she knew you were right. Okay. I'll tell him I'm sorry next time I see him. She glanced back to narrow her eyes at you. But you still can't tell Mom or Mommy about what happened. Alright. That's a deal. Looking relieved, Lizzie promptly left to go upstairs. You watched her disappear from view, hearing the faint sounds of her bedroom door shutting soon after. You were pleased at how things had worked out. Lizzie agreed to apologize to Cove, which meant that soon they'd be okay with each other again, as soon as Lizzie and Cove could be with each other. The best part was that your parents hadn't found out you'd gotten away with it. You were treated to your own room and with a spring in your step. Nice. Long day. It was another scorching summer day, the kind where no sooner had you finished one cup of water, you're already filling it up again. Everyone else had something on, so that afternoon it was just you and Shiloh. It didn't happen much, especially since Cove had arrived. Without Lizzie around, Shiloh looked to you for all the answers. It made you feel... Hello Kitty Hydrate? Thank you. Him asking me a bunch of questions made you feel... pleased, frustrated, or nothing really. Pleased? You might not be in double digits like your sister, but he was only 7. Being the oldest and getting... What? Give me 1 second. Okay. Being the oldest and getting to be the leader was a nice change of pace. You drained yet another drink and frowned at the empty vessel. Your thirst is gone, but you still crave something icy cold and refreshing. Something sweet. Something like popsicle and ice cream cone or ice cream sandwich. Ice cream cone. Nothing beats a classic creamy scoop of ice cream on a day like this. Oh, thank you for contributing, Softy. Thank you. There was nothing like that to be found at home. You knew that without needing to look. Your moms didn't keep sweets in the house. Outside, there was plenty of places with such goodies to be obtained, but there were shops and demanded payment in exchange for their products. You sighed, you voiced your predicament out loud, or you asked shyly for help. Ask Shiloh for help. Shiloh, do you have any money? Oh, let me check. That was easy. You felt like you should tell him why you were asking. Thanks, I want an ice cream cone. My moms don't keep any here. Why are we just stealing money from this child? Shiloh rummaged in his backpack and proudly produced an assortment of coins, plus 1 stray button. You see the button aside and counted the coins in neat piles. Just over $1. You announced this to Shiloh. He had almost certainly come to the same conclusion, but he has been watching you expectantly. It's a start, or it's not enough. It's a start. Shiloh beamed at you. Look at this cute little boy. Oh my gosh, he's so adorable. We'll need to find some more. Time to steal some coins out of a fountain. Okay. The two of you lifted couch cushions, stuck tiny hands down into deep crevices in the sofa and under furniture, and scoured the back of drawers. Most of what you found was useless or gross, bent paper clips, fluffy wisps of dust, or sandy crumbs. But every so often, you would strike silver or bronze and add it to the growing pile of coins. Dusty and disheveled from checking every room and squinting into every tiny nook, the two of you finished pooling your finds. Shiloh held his breath as you counted the coins once again. $2.53 and 2 buttons. You didn't know when the second button had decided to join the party, but you were too pleased with his successful haul to throw it out. Is that enough? You figured he knew the answer, but you appreciated him recognizing your authority on financial and ice cream matters. You straightened up before making your pronouncement. Yeah, we've got enough. You can now afford something at the shops, just one thing. But that was infinitely better than none. Shiloh clapped his head. Head? He clapped his hands! Oh my god. I'm fucking up. I'm choking! Yay! The two of you dashed outside, the promise of sugar buoyed you on to your destination where, breathless but happy, you stared at the overwhelming number of options. You know what you wanted, but it wasn't just you who had contributed to the funds to get the treat. He seemed to notice your pause. Aren't you getting an ice cream cone? Shiloh asked as though he entirely separate from the decision, rather than someone who's with stake in the outcome. Do you mind? Shiloh cocked his head to the side. It was your idea. You should choose. You went ahead and got what you wanted originally. Are you really sure? You tried to get something you both wanted anyways. Let's get something we both want. It wasn't fair for you to be the only one to decide when he had been a main factor in making this happen. Some of the money came directly from his backpack. What do you like? All of them. They're so good. You pressed further. What do you really like? Popsicles or ice cream? Which is your favorite? Well, it's so hard to pick. I don't know. This kid's got some real, difficult agency problems. He just needs some help. Frustrated, you cut to the heart of the matter. Me. I'm gonna be real. As soon as he showed up, I was like, oh, it's Tiny Softy. You want me to choose? Yeah. And that was that. You got the dessert you wanted originally and hoped Shiloh would actually like it too. Finally, the reward for all your hard work was in your hands. You leapt at the soft ice cream. The sweetness perked you up. You held it out to Shiloh so he could take a turn. He shook his head.
Finish it.
You can finish it. He didn't want any? After everything he did to help get it? That was weird. But you accepted the offer. You tried to include Shiloh. You hesitated. Include him. Even if Shiloh said it was okay, every story you've ever seen on TV or read in a book said that sharing was caring. You stood your ground, and even as the treat started to trickle dangerously towards your fingers. It's only fair that you have some. We both bought it. But you want it more than I do, and getting to play was a lot of fun already. So you can have it. That's more fair. You held it out to him. I want you to have some even more than I want to finish it. So eat your part. Relenting, Shiloh took the treat and gave it a taste. His eyes lit up.
Thank you.
It's really good, thank you. You smiled, pleased with your good deed. You picked the best one. Did he mean that? Shiloh was always nice no matter what happened. Even if he hated it, you knew he wouldn't say so. Maybe he thought it was gross and that's the real reason he didn't want to take some. He had no idea. You studied him as he ate a little more. He had every appearance of enjoying himself. Still weird. The two of you began to head back home as he ate. You walked side by side on the shore in silence, but your thoughts kept drifting to the boy beside you. He kind of reminds me of that one character from Demon Slayer. Kana, right? Is her name? Kano? Yeah, the girl who, can't choose anything by herself at any point in time. And always has to listen to everyone else to make decisions for her. You walked side by side on the shore in silence, but your thoughts kept drifting to the boy beside you. Why didn't he speak up for himself? It was almost as if Shiloh didn't know what to say, how to say what he felt, or was too afraid to. You figured that was his problem and didn't care, jeez. Are you scared of me? You thought that was kind of sad, or are we friends? I'm kind of stuck between are we friends or are you scared of me? Maybe, are you scared of me? Shiloh opened his eyes wide, seemingly caught off guard by the blunt question. No way! But you don't tell me things. Like what you want to do or what treat we should get. That's not because I'm scared. It's because you have better ideas than I do. Unfortunately, this was just yet another thing you couldn't entirely believe Shiloh on. You hoped it was true and that he really did feel okay around you, though. Shiloh made you unsure about setting a label on the experience of spending the afternoon with just him. There had been good times and there had been confusing ones. You were positive of one thing at least. The treat was delicious, and that was nice. The sun was low on the horizon as you returned to your neighborhood. There you spotted familiar figures up ahead, Lizzie and Cove. You opened your mouth to make your presence known to them just as you saw the tears on Cove's face. Oh no! What? Did you do anything to that boy? I swear to God. You walked straight over, Shiloh at your heels. Once there, you... defended Cove took a moment to make a joke. Accused Lizzie of making trouble or carefully asked what happened. I guess don't assume things. Let's carefully ask what happened. Without a time machine, the only way you were going to find out was asking the witnesses. Lizzie might have done something, but she could have been in the wrong place at the wrong time, or even come to Cove's aid. You wanted to hear her story. Cove, what happened? Serena, I got yelled at. He took a deep breath, steadying breath. Some grandparents got mad at me. Oh, I'm sorry. Lizzie jerked her head in the direction of a nearby house. Your heart sunk. You knew exactly what had happened. Every year, the same mean old couple rented out that condo for the summer. You and Lizzie and Shiloh knew to stay away from them, but Cove couldn't have. They're like that with everyone. When your mom struggled to find anything nice to say about them, but the elderly pair particularly took offense to kids. It didn't matter if you were really nice like Cove. Yeah, Lizzie said. Lizzie drew herself up at that. She looked pointedly in your direction. I was helping. That's cool. Is there anything else I can do? No, I'm just gonna stay away. Or you could teach them a lesson. There was a devilish glint in her eyes. What? You should ding-dong ditch them. Go ring the doorbell and run. It'll be great, because they're so slow. They'll never catch you. That's dumb. I don't want to go near them ever again.
You're just saying that because you're a chicken.
Incredible. I couldn't have done a better job than that. Cove glared, but he didn't take the bait. Lizzie turned to you. You're not a chicken, are you? Oh, God. Yeah, cluck, cluck. You'd rather just avoid them. You thought they deserve it, or I'll do it. Yeah, cluck, cluck. She can't tease you about being a chicken if you are, in fact, a chicken. Hunched over, you folded your arms to form wings and bat them up and down. Can't make fun of me if I'm already a fucking chicken. Buck, 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 ah! For once, your sister seemed at a loss, but it didn't take long for her to regain her usual confidence. So you admit it. You continue to flap your arm wings as you circle your sister, clucking all the while. There's no shame in a chicken being a chicken. Yeah, you're a chicken. Things were not going that way Lizzie expected. She fought against a laugh and looked for a way to restore her serious authority. You and Cove are both little chickens. Bagak! Cove folded his arms, though the one in the cast wasn't tightly tucked down, and joined you in cheeping around. It was hard to click through the giggles that rose up when you saw him imitating a chicken, but you still both gave a first-class performance. The door of the old couple's condo flung open to reveal one of the culprits behind Cove's tears. You froze, wings raised. Can't you let anyone have a bit of peace and quiet? He must not be a fan of theater or farm animals as well as kids. That was the only explanation for his outburst, which was far louder than anything you and Cove had done. Go on, beat it! It was distinctively unfair, but Cove's lips trembling. You thought it would be best to heed his command. Lizzie took off, with Shiloh immediately trailing after her without as much as a glance back in your direction. So much for your friendship. You waved your arms at Cove, summoning him to follow you, and ran after Lizzie. The old man hollers propelled you all from the street to the sanctity of the hill. Once you were safe, did you notice the stitch in your chest and the ache in your leg? You flopped down, the blades of grass tickling your face. Lizzie, who had taken the lead in the end, was already lazing on the ground. The four of you took a moment to catch your breath and enjoy the feelings of cool grass against your skin.
Oh,
Hey, Cove! Cove lifted his head. I told you there were mean grandparents around here. Cove rolled his eyes, then decided that this wasn't dismissive enough and rolled his whole body away from your sister. Lizzie chose to ignore his response and started chatting with Shiloh, who eagerly joined in the conversation. In the back of your mind, you knew it'd be second fiddle again if Shiloh once... you'd be second fiddle again to Shiloh once Lizzie came around. It was always went like that. And it was fine, you thought. You still felt a little sad after how much time you spent together today. Or it was always annoying. Maybe felt a little sad, because, we wanted to be friends with him. You had been hoping the two of you might have become closer, but he had to let it go. He was happy where he was. There were other things to attend to anyways. Like Cove! You wiggled closer to Cove. He had calmed down, for the most part, and was inspecting a flower. His fingers pinched the stem and tilted the white petals towards him. That's a poppy. Cove glanced at you in acknowledgement, then back to the flower. And the types of poppies on this hill have the same name. White linen poppy. Mom told me. He quirked a smile. That's funny. He ran a finger on the edge of the petals. It doesn't feel like cloth. You need a lot of them to make anything. He nodded and released a delicate plant. Evaluation complete. This is my favorite kind of flower, but I don't know what it was called. Thanks. Oh, God. That's a lot of flowers. It's mine too. I like roses. Buttercups are really great. My favorite is snapdragons. Hibiscus are the best. And they're all just flowers. Peonies are pretty. I love sunflowers. I pick tulips. Orchids are the special type of your answer. I like all flowers. I don't care about flowers. I only know what my mom tells me. I kind of like this because this is like a weird way to know fun facts about me. Sunflowers. I'm not choosing sunflowers. You know what I'm choosing. What? The example is what I choose. My favorite flower is carnation. Please don't capitalize or polarize the word. Example, carnation. That's my favorite flower, carnation. A carnation, huh? Neat. Thanks. Carnations are always the flowers my dad would get me as a kid. Anytime he got me flowers, they were carnations. And boy, do I love some pink carnations especially. I literally have a tattoo with pink carnations on it. You moved onto your back with a small smile and looked at the darkening sky. The blanket of clouds reminded you of a thick throw you curled under on cold, rainy days. What if the clouds would be as soft? They lazily floated by, splitting from each other, merging and morphing into new shapes. You saw a dolphin, you saw a car, you saw an alpaca, you saw a smiley face, or you saw cloud shapes. I can't just keep choosing dolphin for every answer, because it's going to read us as like a dolphin freak. So let's choose alpaca. You saw a fluffy alpaca in the sky. You nudged Cove and pointed to it. Can you see the alpaca? Cove joined you in gazing skywards.
Oh.
Oh, he blinks. Looks more like a llama. Hey! He chuckled at your reaction. Damn, we spent all night out. All the sun's light faded from the sky and the moon rose higher. Lizzie's got to her feet, dusting strands of grass from her bare legs, surveyed her surroundings. I need to take a little break, a little bathroom break really quick, so I'll be right back. Well, Roxy decided to sit in my seat, so I guess I'm standing for the rest of the stream. No, get out of here! It's not big enough for me to sit next to you. Please, Roxy. Oh, God. Okay, well. Okay, she's finally moved. Ugh. I was starting to squish her. Ugh. And I did run. I was immediately like, oh! Okay. As the sun's light faded from the sky and the moon rose higher, Lizzie got her... Oh wait, I already read that. The ocean visible from the crest of the hill beckoned with every step of the tide. Let's go to the beach. There was no argument from the other two. Shiloh was still Shiloh, and Cove would never say no to going to the shore. He was a child of the sea. You wanted to go there too, was too tired to argue, happy to do what the others wanted, objected to the plan. Wanted to go there too. So you eagerly joined the others in descending down the hill to the water. I like how you have the choice to be literally the most difficult person to have ever lived in this game. You stepped onto the sand for the second time today, but it felt different at night. The beach was nearly quiet at this hour. Abandoned sandcastles and footsteps in the sand, too big to belong to any of you, were the only indication of how busy it had been only hours earlier. The four of you kicked shoes off and removed socks, and walked along the water's edge, the waves tickling your feet. God, I wish I lived next to the ocean. That sounds amazing. Wonder what would happen if you tried to take a bath in the ocean, with shampoo and everything. That'd be bad for the fish.
Jeez.
I didn't say anything would do it. Jeez, you don't have to be serious about everything. You're the one who asked what would happen. That is what would happen. It hurt the fishes. I like bubble baths at home. They're a lot of fun. Me too. Bubble baths are luxurious. You never heard Lizzie use that word before. Mommy loves to have bubbles in her bath. She'll turn the lights off and have candles. I'm gonna do that next time. Hey, when's your mom coming to pick you up anyways? Not for a while. She's busy. What about your dad? How come you never talk about him? Nobody does. Don't you know you're not supposed to ask something like that? Why would somebody want to talk about something they never talk about? You kept your eyes on the ground, watching your toes get swallowed by waves. Even if Shiloh never seemed upset with this topic. Even if Shiloh never seemed upset when this topic came up, it made you feel awkward just for having both of your moms. It's okay. I'm like Lizzie and Serena. I don't have a dad. But I don't have two moms. I just have one. She's really great. Oh, sorry. I only have one now, too. My mom isn't here. She's back home. It's just me and my dad with me.
Sorry.
Aw, I never had a dad or anything, so I don't feel bad. It's really sad that your mom is gone. Cove nodded. You joked about Shiloh's mom getting together with Cove's dad. Oh, no. I don't think that is tone appropriate. Even if they're all different, our parents are good in their own ways, or you didn't say anything. Even if they're all different, our parents are good in their own ways. Yeah. Cove couldn't muster a response. You don't think he truly disagreed, though. The silence broke with a splash as Lizzie kicked in your direction. Cold water, sodden sand splattered against your leg. Cold water and sodden sand splattered against your leg. Blah, 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 blah. Lizzie giggled, foot still outstretched from the kick. Cove joined in, striking the incoming wave to make a splash of his own. Shiloh scurried out of Cove's spray zone with a grin. You made a run for it, or you retaliated! I fucking retaliated. You used your foot to smack the water pooling around you, sending an arc of sea foam flying back at your sister. You laughed as she sputtered, some of the salty seaweed having landed in her mouth. She spat it out. Yuck! Lizzie chased you, intent on revenge. You dashed up and down the coast, taking turns to be the predator and the prey, as well as joining forces to take down Shiloh or Cove. Alliances were silently forged and wordlessly broken. Everything was fair game in war. Ah! Shiloh's brief exclamation was drowned out by the biggest splash yet. Caused him to fall face first onto the ground. That would have been bad enough without the wave that followed, cascading over his prone body. Shiloh sat up, shaking his head like a dog coming in from the rain, as you all hurried over to check on him. His hair was plastered to his head and his soaked clothing clung. If there was any part of him that was still dry, you couldn't see it. That was crazy, are you okay? Yeah, my foot got stuck and I fell over. Way to go, Shiloh, you dumbo. You offer to help him up, or you let him get up by himself. Offer to help him up. Shiloh didn't take your outstretched hand. After a moment, you dropped it. Lizzie was too busy snickering to notice and held her hand out to Shiloh, too. He reached over and took it. Slowly, he started to pull himself off the ground. What? What do you got against me, bro? Yo, what's your problem, though? Huh? Huh? Yo, what's your problem, though? Wait a second. There we go. Yo, what is your problem with me? I don't understand what the issue is here. How dare you? How dare you? Then he slipped on the slick sand, dragging him and Lizzie down just in time for another wave to hit. The water rolled over him. Stinky. Yeah, he is stinky, especially since he got hit with a bunch of seawater.
Sorry.
Sorry. That were the odds of that happening twice in a row. You thought they must be low, but there's no way Shiloh would do something like that on purpose, then pretend it was an accident. Especially not to Lizzie. Even if your relationship with Shiloh felt unclear, he did at least like her a lot. Lizzie was his favorite, right? Smiling boldly, Lizzie extracted herself from the ground and wiped a streak of sand off from his cheeks. She didn't intend to let this embarrass her. That last comment was kind of ominous. Also, this is yellow. This history is yellow. Did that mean I choose mostly yellow answers? If so, that's a neat touch. Yeah, that last bit was kind of like... Lizzie was his favorite, right? Maybe he actually secretly really hates Lizzie and is trying to ruin her life. I don't know. Shiloh got up again as well, this time without incident. He still looked like a drowned puppy, but that didn't stop Cove laughing at the two of them. With that, it was time to call it a day. The four of you made the journey back home, leaving a trail of wet footsteps and sand in your wake. Maybe he has a little kid crush on her? Yeah, that's what I thought originally. But now I'm like, wait. That was such an ominous, observation. Maybe you can choose if he hates her or not. But I personally thought he just had a huge crush on her. Damp clothes may have weighed you down, weighed down some of the group, but your spirits were high. Your arms swung side to side as a cool breeze flowed past. Your moms were outside, chatting to Cove's dad. We're back! Your mom's face fell as they looked as they took in the state you were all in, ranging from messy to soaked.
No.
Elizabeth, is that all you have to say for yourself? You brought half the beach back with you. They certainly did. What's Marigold going to do when she comes home to get Shiloh? Is that how you want him to be for the long drive home? Cold and filthy? Marigold, that's a cute-ass name. I really like that name. Lizzie's expression turned sulky over the scolding. Being the oldest could be fun, but it also meant she was the first to get in trouble when something went wrong. Mr. Holden, on the other hand, chuckled as he ruffled Cove's matted hair. You've been out making memories, huh, Bucko? I'm glad you got a good time with your friend. Cove used his slightly moist cast arm to push his dad off. Mr. Holden's eyes widened when he noticed even that had gotten wet. Now he was worried too. I think they could have found a less risky way to spend time and just had as much fun. That might be right. What can you do? Come on, Cove. Let's get you cleaned up and dried off. We wouldn't want that cast to have to be reset. Cove winced at the thought. Okay. That a boy. Mr. Holden casually bent down and plucked Cove up off the ground, ultimately holding Cove against his chest. Sand was already transferring from Cove onto him, but that didn't seem to bother Mr. Holden. Cove protested being carried, but only got a reassuring pat on the back for his troubles.
Take care.
Good night, Cove. Thank you for the talk, Cliff. Night, Lace family, and Shiloh too. Resigned to his fate, Cove twisted his body in his dad's arms in order to turn around and wave goodbye. Smiling, you waved back. Good night.
Fine.
Well, we'd better do what we can to fix you guys up, too. Come on, everybody inside. I want you to march straight to the downstairs bathroom. Yes, Mom. Okay, Lizzie's mom. Don't worry about stopping to wipe your feet on the mat this time. That won't do much good tonight. Sitting on an old beach towel your mommy had found, you waited in the hall. Until you were less sandy, you weren't allowed to go into your room or walk around the house. But you did get to eat a sandwich for dinner there. Felt like an indoor picnic. It had been decided that Shiloh would wash first and borrow some of your clothes. He was already finished and packed away in his mom's car. Mrs. Field had come to collect him a little while ago. It was a bit funny experience seeing him without that hat on for once. Lizzie, being much more soaked than you, got into the tub next. It wasn't a bubble bath as she had hoped. It was a no fun allowed cleanup session. At least that's what she claimed. Not much longer, it would be your turn. When the bath was done, you'd have to go right to bed. After a day like this, though, you were glad there weren't going to be any further events. Drifting off to sleep sounded like a great idea. Alright. We got Sand Castle. Cove wasn't able to do many things that summer. When you, him, and Shiloh sat out on the shoreline one bright morning, you could tell you wanted to be in the water. But there was no way he'd be swimming anytime soon. Not with that cast. The waves washed a single shell to shore, glittering in blue. Another reminder of places he couldn't go. From what you had heard about Cove's old life so far, in tiny pieces and fragments, you could tell he'd do anything to be able to get his cast off. Like, make a pact with a witch or something, just to get off his arm. I really wonder how he broke his arm. That still hasn't come up yet. You thought about how this summer last year must have been totally different from, this. With his old home and his mom and dad. So now he was here with you, and Shiloh and Lizzie, and everyone else, and he couldn't even go to the sea. This town wasn't bad. It had all your favorite things in it, but sitting there on the same beach you'd grown up on, you could understand that not everybody else felt the same way about Sunset Bird as you did. Big hat. You watched him from the corner of your eyes, quietly, and he finally said out loud what you'd been pondering. I wish I could go in. The water? Yeah. Oh, I'm sorry. You're going to be able to do it soon. Cove only sighed in response. Apparently soon wasn't soon enough. It's so pretty, the ocean. And huge. There could be anything out there, like mermaids. Yeah! I wish you didn't have a cast. I don't really care. Swimming might be fun if we could. I'm fine here on land, or mermaids aren't real. I wish you didn't have a cast. Me too. Obviously not interested in hearing much more of your input on the situation, Cove turned back to the water. But as soon as he looked away, something about Shiloh's slow, careful movements caught his eye. Are you building a sand castle? Sort of. I was only playing around while you were talking. I'm listening. Maybe I could too. I've only made big piles before. It's really nothing special. I'm sure we'll get at it right away. Well, how do you do it then? Shiloh's cheeks lit up. You could tell he was a little bit uncomfortable to have Cove's expectant stare on him. I'll play too. I love making sand stuff. I've never really made one before. There's nothing else to do. I loved making sand castles as a kid. I loved making them. Okay. He put his hands back to his seashells and sand and nodded. I don't do a lot. Here's how I like to get a house started. Shiloh, focusing more intently than you have ever seen him, guided Cove through his process. You happily used your own method. It didn't take long for the three of you to each have a humble structures repaired. That's all kind of. You can do anything now. Like make it bigger, add some seashells, carve in a pretty pattern. I bet you'll have great ideas.
Okay.
I'm gonna make it bigger. Mine's gonna be a real castle. Cool, mine's gonna be a house. I'm working on chores, so I'll be in and out. Okay, that's fine. Looking at the base of your sandcastle, you decided to make a house, make a castle, or make a mansion. Castle. Looking at the base of your sandcastle, you decided to build a fancy castle. The better part of the hour was spent focusing on your own work. The boys were the same. Even Shiloh didn't sneak as many peeks at everyone else as he usually did. Ooh, you finished shaping before either of them did, glancing up from what you built. Seems you got done so fast because you already searched around for extra decorations. Shiloh had grabbed more of the really interesting stuff, and Cove had a lot of shells, but there were still options. The first thing you reached for was a red bottle cap, blue seashell, or a piece of sea glass. Blue seashell. It was the best fit for your castle, you decided. The blue color reminded you of clear water, so you put it in a funny place where it'd take a second look to see it. Pleased with the result, you finally took a proper look around and wasn't focused on the sand itself. Both Cove and Shiloh seemed super immersed still. You could probably sneak a peek at each other's work. Let's look at Cove's sandcastle. The castle Cove had built looked surprisingly tidy, especially for someone in a cast. He must have worked really hard. He wasn't even finished digging the huge gaping moat in front, but it was already enormous. Oops. You got the sense from the enthusiasm he was digging with that doctor. Was probably going to find a bunch of sand when he finally removed the pink plaster. The silence was broken then. What's on top of yours, Shiloh? He peeked closer and discovered something shiny sticking out of Shiloh's sand chimney. Oh, it's just a gum wrapper. It looks like smoke. That's good. That's smart. Yeah, I didn't think of that, or I guess I don't see it. You should be an architect. Kind of looks more like a worm. You should be an architect. You'd be great at it, Shiloh. Shiloh smiled without a word. And that was that for the current topic. Serena, can I see what you did? Sure. He scooted just a bit nearer and began surveying your work. The castle you'd built was pretty impressive, all things considered. It had an archway, tall walls, and even a little moat circling it. You would probably feel safe living here. Maybe your moms were the queens. Shiloh quickly decided to jump in the new conversation. Hey Serena, what did you do? This is my castle. Shiloh didn't look happy anymore. You both built castles? Yeah. Aw, that's neat. How you guys match. It's too bad we didn't all do it. Next time we should. Wait, why does it matter? You can do your own thing, boy. I promise you, it's alright. Wouldn't that be boring? If something was the only one of that thing, it makes it special. Yeah, for sandcastles and stuff. People too. But I always says how everybody is their own man, a real individual. I don't think I'm very special. Why not? Nobody else is you. Shiloh simply shook his head. I'm not different. A beat passed between the two. Cove then looked down at his work again. Okay. He didn't seem to be bothered leaving this disagreement hanging there. Cove had other things on his mind. My dad tried to get me to make sandcastles the first time we moved to this beach. Is the background moving? Like the ocean? I think it is. I didn't want to. Cove trailed off. Again, there was another moment of silence. Shiloh shifted and opened his mouth to say something, but Cove spoke up before he could. You didn't think he'd notice that Shiloh was going to talk. Hey, do you know what happened when your moms met my dad, Serena? You waited to see if Shiloh would say what he wanted, but he didn't. You considered Cove's question. I wasn't there. They didn't tell me. I just remembered what happened when I met your dad. Mr. Holden had been a weird stranger then. Well, he was still kind of strange. No other parent acted like him, but you knew him better at this point. Now that you thought about it, it made a lot of sense that Cove's dad talked to him about people being unique. You were pulled from your thoughts when Cove continued. Oh well, I was there. I don't think my mom has met your dad. Yeah, I'm pretty sure she hasn't. Serena's parents and my dad met the same day I met him. I'm gonna say what happened. Shiloh frowned to himself, ducking his head. His hat cast a shadow over his face. You could still tell he was upset at not being included in Cove's choice of topic. That was kind of boring for him, though. Giving people their own turn to say the things that they want is important too. You stayed silent and let Cove finish his story. I think Shiloh wants to talk. Blah, 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 blah. Let Shiloh have a turn. I think Shiloh wants to talk. Huh? We were talking, just not right now. I'm talking to you. He can listen. Shiloh's expression barely flickered at the words. He still looked put off. Cove continued like the interruption didn't happen. He was determined to tell the tale. When we moved here, we didn't bring a lot of things with us. Only some stuff that would fit in Dad's car. We didn't even get a moving truck. I sat there while Dad brought it all inside. I didn't want to get out because I knew Dad would make me look around the new house, and I really didn't want to do that. His lips twisted into a frown as he recalled that. Then I saw your moms. They were in a car too. Stopped at your house. I guess they were coming back from somewhere or something. My dad noticed and waved his hand, then went over to the front of your house where he started talking to them. I don't know what they said. They couldn't hear it. I couldn't hear it. But he couldn't see me anymore since he was looking the other way. So I opened the car door and left. I wanted to get away and went behind the houses. I found those hills there, the ones where we met for the first time. Ugh. Cove nodded, then stared at you. You stared back. He didn't go on to say anything more. Aren't you gonna finish your story? Cove's brows wrinkled, like he didn't understand why you were surprised.
Huh?
That's all that happened. Okay. Why did you tell that story if nothing happened? You really gotta get better at telling stories, or that was a pretty boring story, I think, so telling me. You really gotta get better at telling stories. Cove didn't seem to accept the critique whatsoever. Well, it was how our parents met. I didn't make the story up. True, stories can be good. That isn't the problem. Shadow's mouth twisted into a scowl of disbelief. But he said nothing. Why'd you bring that up anyways? There was a slight shrug of Cove's shoulders.
Well...
I was thinking about it because of the sandcastle. It made me remember when I moved here. Dad showed me the beach first, before he went back to the car to unpack. He was really excited about it for some reason. Cove's brows furrowed a little more as he quietly raked his hands through the sand. I get it. He thought Mr. Holden wasn't that excited about the beach and was instead hoping Cove might be. But the line of conversation had come to its end. Even Cove was done with it. Some other topic had popped into his head. Shiloh fidgeted uncomfortably, and the sand had made Cove aware of his presence again. They looked at each other, and you could only wonder what this might be about. Hey, Shiloh. Yeah? Why are you always turning so red, even when nothing's happening? Clearly startled, he jerked back. Neither you or Shiloh had expected that to be how he got included in the conversation again. I don't know, I guess. Okay, it's kind of weird. Cove! Shiloh's eyes were wide with embarrassment, and his lips twitched. And he was blushing even harder than before. Maybe it wasn't only this. Perhaps it was the last straw. But it was a big deal to Shiloh. A huge deal. He didn't just look sad. He seemed almost panicked. Oh no, poor boy. You weren't sure if he was about to cry or run away or what. But you soon got the answer. Why do you wear glasses? Most kids don't wear glasses. And no one's named Cove.
Who asked you to come?
Who asked you to come? It was probably just your dad bugging Serena's family some more. Because you don't have anyone else who would ever play with you. Oh, jeez. Rating him for filth. Whoops. This was supposed to be a fun outing. Cove blinked. The tension on the beach was suddenly uncomfortable in a way you didn't know how to laugh it off. It didn't seem like the kind of thing he'd get upset about. Though you don't even know what kind of thing would bother Shiloh. I'm sorry. Me too. I was just wondering. Hey, let's build another sandcastle. You tried to play on your own. Are we going to build more? You nervously messed with the sandcastle. Hey, let's build another sandcastle. The day's going to be over soon. Ah, Serena, you're right. The sun is going down so fast. You all went back to making more sand buildings, but the whole mood had changed. Shiloh's cheeriness was clearly gone, and Cove looked as confused as ever about why the other boy had blown up. The air stayed uncomfortable for the rest of the afternoon, right up to the moment that Shiloh's mom appeared on the beach to take him home. At least you tried to do something to resolve it, though, and it seemed like it'd help. Even though Shiloh's smile when he said goodbye to Cove wavered, it stayed as bright as ever for you. That had to have counted for something. But with Shiloh gone and the sun going down, you knew it was time for you and Cove to head back to your own houses. The two of you trailed out of the park together and towards the neighborhood. The walk home was quiet. You passed by familiar landmarks, shoes thumping against the sidewalks in near perfect unison. Cove was clearly caught up in thinking about something. You asked Cove what he was thinking, or he stayed silent. What'd you think about, boy? Something was definitely up. You chose to reach out to him and ask. Hey, Cove, is everything alright? You're making a funny face.
Oh,
I was just wondering. Cove felt silent again for a few seconds, then sighed. Why'd Shiloh act like that when I said he was all red a lot? Oh, God. Now I gotta interpret it. You're being rude to him? He's just being a baby. You shouldn't make fun of him. I don't know, it's just Shiloh. He gets embarrassed or he shrugged at Cove with no answer to give. He gets embarrassed? Embarrassed? But I didn't say anything that bad. It might have upset him anyway. I guess I can get it. Why he would do that. Sometimes I get really mad too. Despite seemingly coming to a conclusion, Cove's mood was still sour. Hey, Serena, was Shiloh telling the truth? Huh? His gaze left yours as he dug the sole of his shoe into the ground. He looked oddly vulnerable for a second. Does my dad make you hang out with me? Like, I know he talks to your moms about that a lot. An uncomfortable weight settled in your chest at the question. You like spending time with Cove. You didn't even have to think hard about it. You knew you did. But you couldn't help feeling guilty. Cove still didn't know what happened when he met Mr. Holden. Nobody's making me spend time with you? Oh god, this is such a loaded-ass question. I'm definitely gonna save scum this shit. Your dad does do stuff so you'll hang out with my family, but Shiloh should have said that. You decided to tell him about how his dad offered you money. Your dad does do stuff so I'll hang out with my family. But Shiloh shouldn't have said that. Be honest. Be truthful, I think. And if not, it doesn't work out, I'm just gonna reload the save file. Remember how you talked about how your parents met and I didn't know what happened? Yeah? And, kind of had something happen that you don't know about when I met your dad. As you struggled to find the right words, Cove looked at you passively. You wanted to turn away, but you kept your eyes on him as you spoke. I was walking home and your dad was sitting in front of the house. It must have been after you ran away. My dad wasn't there. My moms weren't there yet. I think they were looking for you. Your dad saw me. He got up and came over. Mr. Holden told me he just moved into the house next to mine. Cove was still listening, his expression as plain as before. He paused for a moment, wondering if you should really keep going. You didn't tell Cove what happened after all. You told the full story. Man, you're in it now. Don't pussy out. Just tell him the truth. Told the full story. Even if it was supposed to be a secret, you thought Cove should still know. Your dad thought it might have been lonely here, so he wanted me to be your friend. He said he'd give me $20 if I did. Cove was so still, you thought he hadn't heard you. Then his eyes widened, his mouth fell open, and no sound left him. Silence stretched between you, so tense that it was almost tangible. You shifted from one foot to another, hands were tensed up. Please say something. No! He's so sad! He should know the truth, but no, I can't handle him being sad. Instead of speaking, when the music cuts out though, God. Instead of speaking, he closed his mouth. His eyebrows bent up, crinkling his forehead. He looked more sad than surprised now. He was going to cry. You were certain of it. I didn't take it! The money! I didn't want to. Honest. Cove raised his hands and brought them under his glasses. His fingers pressed over his eyes, hiding them from your sight. Then, right in the middle of the street, the tears began to fall. His shoulders shook with the force of his sobs. You could glimpse wetness through the cracks of his fingers slipping down his cheeks. No! No! Do not cry, boy! Cove, it's okay. You stepped closer, you placed a hand on his head, you touched his shoulder, you stayed by him. I don't know. Is he a touchy person? You touched his shoulder. Awkwardly, you reached over and rested a hand on his shoulder. But Cove shook his body from side to side, rejecting your presence. Maybe that wasn't the way. Let me just load again. You stayed by him. You couldn't go anywhere with Cove in this state. But Cove shook his body from side to side, rejecting your presence.
No.
I guess it didn't matter. Go away! You flinched at the shout. As soon as you stood there, listening to him cry, you felt uncomfortable over the scene he was making, concerned for him, regretted telling him about the money, or bad about everything. Bad about everything. You wish you were still making sandcastles on the beach. Before Cove was sad, before Shiloh was mad. Everything had been so much better then. Cove continued to weep, his face covered in his hands. Worse, his voice raised in volume. You were frozen in place. The situation was awful and you kept feeling worse every second. This one's difficult. Damn, this one's intense. Stop being so loud. Please don't cry. I'm sorry, Cove. You hugged him. You started crying too. You started crying too. You didn't know what to do to stop Cove from crying. You began to panic. Before you realized it, your eyes were misting over, and then you were crying with him. You couldn't stop. You heard a door opening and flinched, expecting to see one of the mean old grandparents preparing themselves to yell at you. At this hour, most people weren't around, either because they were working or down in the town, but the grandparents rarely left the house, except to complain at children making noise in the street. You didn't want Cove to have to deal with that right now. You tried to come up with something you could do for him, for the situation, for anything. But the door that stood open now didn't belong to the grandparents. To the utter supplies and relief, it was Cove's own. It was Cove's own. His dad was already home. As he peeked out the door, Mr. Holden momentarily looked unsure. Perhaps he was had suspicions of the noise outside, wasn't entirely positive, though a kid crying is pretty distinct, and there aren't a lot of kids. Maybe he didn't want to believe something might be wrong with his son. His face fell as he spotted the source of the commotion. It was pained and was scared, and it reminded you of the one he had worn the first night you met Cove. Mr. Holden didn't go down the steps in front of the house. He just jumped right over them and stumbled into a run. He skidded to a stop before Cove, bent down on one knee, and then solidly cupped Cove's teary face in his hands.
What's wrong?
What's wrong? Are you hurt anywhere? Cove continued to cry, unable to or unwilling to cough up an explanation. Not taking his hand from Cove, Mr. Holden turned to your face for explanation, his eyes wide and imploring. He was asking if you made me hang out with him. You did, so I told Cove how you wanted to give me money. To be his friend. That face though, he's like, why did you do that? Why'd you do that though? Please don't do that. As he spoke, Mr. Holden's chest rose while he inhaled a deep, shaky breath, culminating in a gasp at your final words.
What?
Why would you... He clamped his mouth shut, shaking his head. He faced his crying son again. No, it's my fault. I should have done something like that in the first place. Yeah, don't blame me. I'm literally 8 years old. He cast his eyes down, sighing. When he next spoke, it wasn't part of a conversation anymore. It was barely loud enough for you to catch his words. Serena's only a kid. Tears were still streaming down Cove's face, smiling sadly. Mr. Holden wiped Cove's cheeks with a thumb. He furrowed his brows and looked at the ground. When he glanced up, his mouth was set with determination. Mr. Holden finally took his hands off Cove. He reached for his wallet. Confused, you stared at the little rectangle that all adults seemed to carry around in some shape or form. It had been the source of all these problems. You were sure that Cove wouldn't want to be reminded of it right now. Mr. Holden was clearly of a different mind than you. He inexplicably retrieved another $20 bill, rolled it up, and raised it at Cove's face. Cove's eyes were hidden behind tightly clamped fingers, so Mr. Holden poked Cove's nose with the bill. Cove peeked between his hands and grunted as he saw what he had been prodded with. Even if it was surrounded by sobs, you were glad that at least something else finally left Cove's mouth.
Come on.
Hey, Cove, can you stop crying? I'll give you this cash if you do. Cove dropped his hands from his face. It had already been red and wet with tears, but now his features were scrunched up in a scowl. Not for the first time, you questioned Mr. Holden's tactics. He had used two hands, but Cove firmly shoved his dad and his own hand away. Mr. Holden just chuckled at Cove's reaction and tossed the money aside. It unfurled as it flew through the air, rising before slowly drifting to the floor. Aw. Mr. Holden took Cove... Oh, they blink. Oh, God. Mr. Holden took Cove's outstretched wrists and lowered them to Cove's side, stopping him from hiding his face once again. Cove's dad clearly wasn't going to let go, having Cove turned his whole head away. Tears continued to roll down his cheeks as he glowered at the ground. You can buy a lot of cool things with that, but it can't do everything, can it? Cove didn't respond, not even look at his father. Mr. Holden continued. Your old dad likes to make things nice for you, with the money he earns, but you're smart. You know that I haven't really done anything.
I'm sorry.
I still make you sad and upset, just like right now. I'm sorry. Cove sniffed, and the harsh line of his brow mellowed. Mr. Holden squeezed Cove's hand as he continued. Serena's smart too, right? Mr. Holden spoke in a soft, encouraging tone, and Cove continued to calm. You have nothing to worry about, except for me. Mr. Holden chuckled. Cove pressed his lips together, mulling over his father's words, though the stream of tears had eased. Drops still budded in his eyes and threatened to spill out. I love you, son, so much. More than anybody else. Sometimes that makes me a little too hasty to see you happy, and I make it all worse. I really am sorry. Scrunching his eyes tight, Cave nodded. When his eyes opened again, they were red and glossy, but there was no tears left on the precipice of his lower lashes. Aside from the occasional sniff, he was mostly back to his usual self. He swallowed. Okay. Though Cove refused to echo Mr. Holden's exact words, the sentiment seemed to be enough for his dad. He moved his hands up under Cove's armpits and hoisted Cove high into the air with a grin. Cove's hands flew to his glasses, holding him back from falling out. Cove's lips were shut tight, all betrayed by the telltale smile in his eyes that he was trying hard to hide. Mr. Holden laughed, lowering Cove to so that he was securely pinned against his chest. Cove looked away, his face angled to the ground. Now that his dad could no longer see him, he was allowing himself a smile. Mr. Holden might have missed it, but you didn't. Cove wriggled, pushing a hand against his dad's shoulders. Can I go back down now? Yeah. Mr. Holden set Cove gently on the ground, waiting for until his feet found their footing before releasing him entirely. I have to do something. Wait here. And Cove wandered away. Mr. Holden's gaze stuck to him like glue. You sighed, eyes downcast. You felt weird you'd only been able to stand there while the event unfolded. You weren't able to fix it. I couldn't make him feel better. Don't worry about it, please. We don't need another tragedy today. He winked, and you weren't impressed. Hey, I mean that. The first part anyways. There's only so much you can do to try fixing someone else's mistake. He smiled sincerely at you. You've done plenty for Cove. Just the fact that you were honest with him when his own dad wasn't proves it.
That's a relief.
Thanks for being such a good kid. I hope you'll keep spending time with your boy. As though the sound of his name summoned him, Cove returned, clutching a bill that his dad had cast aside earlier. You cocked your head and Cove's dad raised his eyebrows. Cove looked at the crumpled note, then walked over and held it out to you. I stopped crying, but I don't want this. You can have it. He gave you a small smile. Behind him, Mr. Holden was still watching Cove closely, clearly relieved. You shared that feeling. Cove was making peace with the deal that happened behind his back. You decided to take it, you decided to not take it. What's the worst option? Taking it or not taking it? You decided not to take it. Shaking your head, you pushed the note back to Cove. I don't need it. But I don't want it. You were at a stalemate. Mr. Holden hummed thoughtfully, tapping his head. He gazed up at the wide sky as he pretended to give the conundrum some serious consideration. I know. He plucked the bill from Cove and tore it right in two. Then you and Cove gasped in unison. Dad, we can't do anything with it now. True, it won't work at the stores like this, but now you can split it. Crouching down, he held out the pieces to you and Cove. You both looked at the two halves. Neither of you reached for them. It still has value, as a keepsake, a memory. And that's one of the most valuable things you can use money on.
So...
That sounds pretty good, huh? Maybe I'm getting smarter. Wordlessly, Cove stretched out a hand and took his half. You took yours, running a finger along the jagged edge of the bill. It was cool to think that no other note would share this exact same feature. The precise peaks and throws of the tear, except Cove's, which would bear them in reverse. It did feel like there was value left in it. Mr. Holden stood up, stretching his arms out casually. I really like... This is just a cute sentiment. Very cute. What the heck's going on here? Okay. Well then, it's about time for dinner. Me and the Rugrat need to be going in. You probably should too. I bet your mom's wanting to see you. Alright.
Bye.
Bye-bye.
Thanks very much.
Have a good night, and thanks, Serena. Father and son waved at you as you turned and dashed back home. The note clenched tightly in your hand. Oh my god. You felt lighter. That was such a cute one. Library, ghost, barbecue, runaway, sleepover. Let's just go in order. Library. Ooh, that is a well-drawn card. Damn. Like, I'm impressed. Every year, the Sunset Bird Memorial Library held a summer reading program. Your moms and Lizzie were big fans of it. Mom and Mommy because it encouraged reading, and Lizzie because she could win a prize. When it got to what you thought of having to read a bunch of books and then going to the library to win a competitive Lizzie, you loved it, you didn't care, you hated it. My library used to do stuff like that. You read books and got prizes for it. Very good idea. I loved doing it. Loved it. Each time had been on one of the highlights of your summer. Getting to hang out with Lizzie and Shiloh and learn new stuff was a lot of fun, even if Lizzie was super intense about it. You and Lizzie went with Shiloh before, and this year, you brought Cove too. His dad had been so over the moon about Cove being included that he had driven all 4 of you. You never had been in Cove's dad's car before. It seemed a lot shinier than your mom's. Why do you never change out of swim trunks? After herding the group inside, Mr. Holden gave you all a wide wave with the arms that has a stingray on it. Have fun, kids! Stay in sight of the librarians, you hear? I wish I could watch you in action, but your poor dad has to finish up some work.
I got it.
Though I'm sure that won't get in the way. Heck, I'd probably hold you kids back. There pointedly no reply from his son over what was likely meant only as a joke. Cove's dad seemed to deflate a bit. I'll swing around again when the shindig ends. Yeah, you can go home now. Aw, you have to throw me out the door. Your sister already in full competition mode. Cut him off. For once, Cove looked grateful she was there.
Come on!
We have to go find a table, Mr. Holden. You can talk to Cove after when we win. Okay. I'll see you in about an hour. Have fun. Did I say that already? My advanced age is really catching up to me now. Bye, Dad. Bye, son. A bison. Bye, son. Bison. The 4 of you watched him shuffle out of the library, glancing over his shoulder at Cove more than once. Bye, Mr. Holden. Thank you for bringing us. Thanks, Lizzie. I don't know what you're thanking me for. Are you copying Shiloh? Distracted, Cove was already glancing around this gigantic library. I want to go explore. What? I said I want to go look around and see what's here. But the quiz starts soon. That's why we came. Wide at the first signs of conflict, Shiloh's eyes darted between Lizzie and Cove. Then you can do it without me, right? You don't need a bunch of people. Didn't your dad say to stay with the librarians? You shouldn't go somewhere by yourself. Cove leveled an unimpressed stare at the both of them. Then his eyes met yours.
Hey!
Why are you looking at him? Serena's with us. Serena can come if he wants to. Jeez. Clove's idea is more fun. I'll stick with Lizzie. I'd rather go exploring. The quiz sounds better. Go over to Clove. Stay with Lizzie. I'd rather go exploring.
Seriously?
Seriously? Clove looked surprised, but happy at the same time. He knew this was one of the things he liked doing with your family, but you had chosen time with them anyways. Ugh, fine, let's go, Shiloh. Okay. Her arms folded, your sister stormed off. Shiloh had to race to keep up with her. She cares a lot about that. It's just how Lizzie is. I don't like it. Since you've been here a lot before, we could play hide and seek? Hide and seek? Not exploring? Yep, if I'm searching for you and you're searching for me, we really have to look at everything. You weren't entirely sure how effective that would be, but you couldn't say he was totally wrong. I'll hide first. Decisions made. Cove took off towards the back of the library. You already agreed to play with him instead, so you covered his face and waited for 10 seconds. When you looked up again, he was nowhere to be seen. You glanced over towards the way he went. Cove hadn't much time to hide, but he was already invisible. The place you decided to check was next to Peter Pan poster, beside the fairy tale display behind the solar system model. Fairy tale display. Near the older kids section, there was a display of a bunch of fancy-looking books. They were old copies of old stories. Leading it over the Hans Christian Andersen section, hand resting on the glass above where the Little Mermaid and Thumbelina books were, you peered into a tiny corner. And there was Cove, seemingly lost in thought. Gotcha! I didn't think you'd find me so fast. Nice one. I'm like a bloodhound. Cove laughed as a smile overtook his face. You kind of are.
Okay.
Your turn now. I'm gonna cover my eyes and count to 10. I promise I won't peek. While Cove had his eyes securely behind the palms of his hand, you went to go hide. By the fire awareness station near the stuffed animals under a giant piece of fruit? Excuse me? By the outlaw poster and in the fantasy section near the toddler books. Near the stuffed animals. There's a place near the toddler books with lots of stuffed animals for kids to play with. A tiny section among the boxes of toys and beanbags were almost out of sight if you didn't check closely. It was the perfect place to blend in. For a little while, you did just that. Unfortunately, all the stuffed animals were also your downfall. As soon as you took a breath and leaned back, one of their press-to-talk sensors went off. Oh dear, I'm late for a very important date. I'm late for a super spy detective on the trail of a diabolical supervillain, which in this case was probably you. Cove was there as soon as the white rabbit started squeaking. Wow, that's loud. Oh no! Clearly entertained by your dramatic pretend faint, Cove laughed. That's silly. Thanks, I know. He laughed again. He wiggled in his spot, far away from the rabbit, and gestured to the rest of the library.
Alright.
It's my turn again. Start counting so I can go pick a spot. Okay. Cove darted off before you even had a chance to fully close your eyes. 1 Mississippi? And when the time was up, he was long gone, again. There was still a lot of good places to hide, so you figured he was behind the Willy Wonka statues next to the Kid Detective poster, or in an old Christmas stuff. I think he's next to the Kid Detective poster. You figured he was probably near the poster with a gigantic poster of a smirking Kid Detective. Cove had it hidden in all the itty-bitty little reading areas next to it. Glancing past the poster itself briefly, your brain registered the words, Judy B. Jones, don't call her Beatrice, in big, imposing letters. You paused to stare at it for a second, thinking, why would I call her Beatrice if her name's Junie? Shaking her head to clear away the distraction, you tiptoe in to see who was sitting in the comfy chair. And sure enough, it was Cove. He was so absorbed in the book he was reading that he didn't even notice you yet. I don't think most people read while playing hide and seek. Cove glanced up at you in one rough motion. Oh, hi Serena. I wasn't sure when you'd get here. It took a while. Not that long. It could have been worse, but it could have been better. Let's keep playing. I'm doing good. He put his hands over his eyes, but before you could run off again, a little librarian approached the two of you. Ah, kids, I've been looking for you. Cove peeked in between his fingers at the stranger. Us? You must be Cove. Your dad told me he was waiting by the entrance. Cove blinked, mouth opening like he was going to say something, then glanced down at his pink cast. It was a pretty clear giveaway. Sure. Is my sister Lizzie with him? She's taller than us and has orange hair. You're Serena, right? You nodded. Phew, found both of you at once. That's right, she's with him. And the little guy with freckles. Come on, let's go get reunited. What? Come on, let's go get you reunited so we can close up for the night. Shiloh, why do you always look so sad? Ready to go home, you and Cove followed him up front, where the ragtag group of family members and Shiloh were all waiting. There you are! She was pouting. She couldn't tell them all the way across the room, and it was the only thing much more obvious as you got closer. Did you win? We came in second! Hey gang, I thought you'd have been with them the whole time, Cove. I'm glad you didn't just go off by yourself at least. Cove glanced over at you and then back up at his dad.
Yeah.
Me too. A broad smile spread across Mr. Holden's face.
That's...
Even so, next time you should. Cove? Cove? Cove's dad glanced around, slightly frantic, but Cove, just like always, had snuck off without thinking to say anything. He's leaving! Cove's trying to be the first one to the car! With a sudden burst of speed, Lizzie darted for the exit, still in Victor-to-be mode, even for something like a race to ride in the front seat. There was nothing else for the three of you to do except head after them, pretending the librarians had no solid commotion. Though Lizzie had been victorious in claiming a window seat in the car, you could tell by her crossed arms and occasional pout that she had still not forgiven your betrayal. Cove had sighed when he had to sit in the middle after Lizzie shot past him at the last second, but he cheered up some as you hopped into the back seat next to him. Whew. Did you say you came in second place? That's some good going. No, it's not. She levied another glare at you over her shoulder.
Sure.
Oh, sure. Striving to improve is good too. I was winning in our game. Hardly, I was about to beat you. Hide and seek with just you two? That didn't even count as winning.
Why?
Why not? It's not special. There's no judges or prizes. You had the seat that she'd fought so hard to win. It wasn't much of a prize either. Dad? Yes? You could see Cove's dad's eyes dart in the rearview mirror, suddenly attentive at his son's call. We need a prize. Oh, as a matter of fact? Mr. Holden focused intently on the road ahead, as though a suitable reward to please Cove might appear before him. Right, the big thing on the flyer for this was the chance to win a free pizza coupon, wasn't it? How about I call up a takeout place and we can have pizza at home for dinner? Lizzie huffed, pulling her arms closer to her chest. Great! Not only Cove gets anything cool. Hey there. I'll ask your moms if it'd be alright for you kids to have some. Thanks, Cove's dad. Thank you, Mr. Holden. Yeah, thanks, Dad. You're welcome. I do what I can. But really, you should have stuck with the group. The quiz would have been fun. That was the plan when I dropped you off. We stayed together. I didn't leave the library. I'm glad for that. I am. Well, there's a lot of trouble you can get into. Even if you don't have a buddy, even if you do have a buddy along for the ride, just be careful next time. I worry about you. I bet Serena's parents wouldn't want him to run off unexpectedly either. Okay, son? Okay. Now that's my boy. Now let's guff from my dear dad. Now enough guff from your, old dad. Let's decide what kind of toppings we're gonna get. Pepperoni! Sounds good. Anything else? After the conversation continued from there, with debates on what was the best to put on pizza for the rest of the drive, Mr. Holden wanted anchovies and the other 3 kids in the car had to band together to explain how gross they were. The way Cove's dad laughed up in the front seat made you wonder if he was doing it on purpose. We had a fun day already, but closing it out with the promise of a free pizza after all, and more time to hang out with Cove made it even sweeter. It was a shame that you hadn't been able to do the quiz, but skipping it for just 1 year didn't hurt. It was worth it. Nice, nice, nice. Ghost. I wonder if our room changed at all. No, I don't think it did. What is that up there? Jeez. The night was incredibly still. You really couldn't ignore how silent it was. It was almost eerie. You could even hear Lizzie snoring in the next room over. It was hard to believe how much a blur today was. Summer sure did slip right past you. You flickered through the moments like pages in a scrapbook as you laid in bed. The one that stuck out all seemed to include your new neighbor, Cove. It was funny how it had become such a big part of your life in such a short span of time. You thought about what adventures you could have tomorrow until sleep started to catch up with you. Then you heard something scrape against the window. It was not uncommon for the wind to push a tree branch against the glass. Summer breezes were the worst sometimes. But the more you tried to ignore it, the louder it seemed to be, like it became. It was like something was trying to get your attention. You lifted your head off the pillow to get a better look. Nothing was there. Nothing you could see, at least. You went back to bed. It was only your imagination. You had to investigate this mysterious sound. It was too creepy to ignore. Investigate. You practically jumped out of bed and crept down the stairs to go outside. Your moms were still awake. They stayed up so late, it seemed. Luckily, they were watching TV and didn't hear the soft click of the front door opening as you slipped past. You looked around the neighborhood for a few seconds, checking over each individual house. It looked normal, but it didn't feel that way. You knew you weren't supposed to be out here right now. It was exhilarating. It made you regret your decision, or it scared you. It was exhilarating! Your chest was light. You couldn't keep the grin from your face. No one had permitted you to go out. In fact, no one even knew you were out. And yet, here you were. You wondered what else you could do. What other rules were so ingrained that you could never even consider that they could be broken?
Serena.
Oh, that's me. Oh, he changed. Oh, little cute little outfit. Aw, that's adorable. You twitched as a sudden call, immediately calming down upon seeing Cove walking up to you. It was strange and yet also completely normal to have him appear like this right now. What are you doing? I saw you standing around in the middle of the street from my window. You aren't sleeping either? Why not? Cove turned his lips to mine, almost as if he was amused by the question. Because... Did you hear a weird noise? You should be in bed because what? I'm glad you're here. Did you hear a weird noise? You could tell you hit the nail on the head by the way his eyes widened. Yeah, you knew? I heard it too. That's why you came out, huh? Cove hesitated for a moment, looking down the street before his aquamarine eyes fell on you again. Did it scare you? Yeah, no, or a little. A little? Me too. I feel better that you're here. Me too. The two of you delicately smiled at that. Cove even chuckled a bit. It was nice that you both felt the same way about something. I was kind of wondering if it was the wind, but what if it's not? What if it's a person? What if it's something that's not a person? The unsettling noise suddenly rushed through the air. Cove and you flinched. It sounded even worse than before. You were about to agree with him when the noise came again. tearing through the still night. The two of you rapidly looked around, trying to find the source, but to no avail. There was no sign of an answer to this puzzle. You thought that it could be anything. It has to be a ghost, or there's got to be a regular reason for it. Ghost! An invisible, creepy thing luring children from their beds? It had to be a monster. You were torn between the curiosity of discovering what the noise really was and being scared enough to want to run straight home and hide under the bed covers. When you and Cove locked eyes, it was like speaking without words. Your mutual anxiety hadn't gone away entirely. Hey, can you tell me where it's coming from?
Not really.
Then we'll have to look more, somewhere else. Maybe we'll see something. Okay, let's go. You cluttered along as you walked the familiar streets of your neighborhood, drawing strength from each other's presence. Shadows cut corners and angles where you didn't expect them, distorting the features you saw every day. The noise came again, shrill and hard. It set your teeth on edge the way it ground its way through you. Cove's throat bobbed. His eyes glistened in the dim light. You stayed frozen on the spot. You took a deep breath to calm yourself. You comforted him. You offered him your hand, or you focused ahead. Offered him my hand. You really wanted to be there for him and wanted to show that. Your hand was left up for him to take. Cove's mouth opened wordlessly. There was a pause, but ultimately, he accepted the offer. His hand was really sweaty, but it didn't bother you. Aww. You were scared too, but being able to comfort Cove was the most important thing right now. Cove shut his eyes and pressed his lips together. Your fingers locked around each other even tighter.
So...
Where do you want to check? The park, the beach, the hills behind my house. Hills sounds like a good place for a spooky monster. You and Cove ascended the hill, lit only by the stars in the night sky. Stars, not stairs. Lit only by the stars in the night sky. The wind rippled through the grass and ruffled your hair. Without the sun's light to translate what you were seeing, every bush in the distance looked like a creepy figure or a towering monster. The noise was just as loud as it was in your neighborhood, with just a little indication behind the cause. You kept going forward, you ran away, or you snuck back to your neighborhood quietly. No, you gotta keep going now. You couldn't stop where you had already gone so far. You had to find out what was going on. The top of the hill was an excellent vantage point to survey the town from. Everything appeared normal. There was no out-of-place sight pinpointing the answer of the mystery. Without visible markers to guide your way, you supposed it was up to you and Cove to deduce the source of the sound. The hill had many great hiding places, and you intended to check them all. You upturned rocks, peered up trees, and rummaged in the thick grass for anything that might be some closure on all of this. You stuck close to Cove as you hunted for the source of the noise. When the shrieking noise took the air, seeing him beside you calmed your racing heart. Seeking to ease your mind and put aside the thoughts of what might be out on this dark, spooky night, you decided to strike up a conversation. Your search for a topic was more fruitful than your search for the noise. Your eyes fell on Cove's cast, where you instantly inspired. Have you broken any other bone? No? Oh. It turned out that wasn't much of an engaging topic for him after all. I broke my leg once, my arm was broken before too. I've never broken any bone or sprained my ankle before. I'm gonna be honest, I've never broken a bone before. I don't have weak little toothpick bones. Lucky. That put an end to your injury discussion, but Cove's calmer mood alleviated the bleak atmosphere like you had hoped it would. Cove cast his eyes out to the darkness, feeling bolder. Does this make you feel strange? We were people who heard weird noises at night and are out looking for what it is. It's like we're the start of some book or movie and we're the main characters. Yeah. It's a horror story, it's an action story, it's a fantasy story, it's a documentary. Why would it be a documentary? It's an action story. When they went out to investigate, they didn't expect to uncover diamond smugglers. Why would thieves make a bunch of noise? Wouldn't they be extra quiet? This is all a distraction they set up to hide their real crimes. They'll explain it all when we stumble into their base. Then we'll break free and get the police. Well, whatever the noise was, you were confident that you established that it was not coming from the hill. Once you were satisfied nothing out of the ordinary was to be found on the hill, you had to consider your next step. Check the park, check the beach. You decide to go back home. Check the beach. The beach stretched out in front of you. Nothing in sight along the sand, no matter which way you turned. Part of you had imagined the noise of some creature of the deep, washed up on the shore, calling for aid. That theory had to be taken up off the list for now. Still, you'd spent enough time on the shore to know that the real finds were often required a sharp eye and careful attention. The sound was more than a whimper now. Emboldened, you kept your head high and walked along the sand. Let's see if there's anything here. Cove began to comb the beach for clues. You followed suit. The angry wind set grains of rolling sand across the beach like waves. You stayed clear of the water, which was rough and choppy tonight, and scoured the area for hints as to what might be happening. You saw something glint in the sand, full of promise, but when you eagerly uncovered it, you found it was just foil from a chip basket. You stowed it away with a sigh. Did you find something? Just trash. Cove shrugged and gave you a sympathetic smile. That's how it goes sometimes. You like hunting for treasure on the beach too, right? Yeah. Have you ever found anything mysterious or weird? You were expecting him to mull the question over a bit, but Cove answered immediately. Teeth. Like a shark's tooth? You'd seen those for sale at shops, but you'd never been lucky enough to stumble across one at the beach. Not that. People teeth. Oh. No! Yeah. You know how grown-ups sometimes don't have their own teeth any longer, and they get fake ones so they can still eat? You nodded, listening in fascinated horror. I found some. The top half. How'd you know it was the top half? It had a pink top in the mouth like, it had the pink top of the mouth bit. Like this. He opened wide and pointed to the roof of his mouth. You let out a squeal. What did you do with them? Mom took them from me. I don't know what happened to it after that. That was too bad. Think of the prank opportunities. Right thing to do. Gross. Way stranger than the stuff I've seen. Or still not as strange as things I've found. Way stranger than the stuff I've seen. The weirdest thing I remember was the keyring with Lizzie's name on it, but it wasn't actually hers. The coincidence was made much less special by the fact that it actually said Liz, a moniker your sister had never taken. Neat. Cove was still tickled by your discovery, even if you thought it wasn't as exciting as his. As he contemplated your options, it occurred to you that you hadn't heard the noise for a while. Cove, I think it's gone. Cove perked up at this. He watched as he listened for the scary sound that had been coming background noise to your adventure.
You're right.
You both stood awkwardly in the new silent night. Without the mysterious call to lead you, there was no reason to stay out any longer. The night was still as you walked home, with none of the usual background noises or the eerie whistle from before. You could never hear you could hear every step you and Cove made, like a cough in a movie theater. The two of you came to a halt outside your front door. Never before had it looked so ominous. Now to sneak back inside. You sneak out a lot? This is the first time, not really. Lots. You were lying. Lots. You were telling the truth. That's pretty funny. No, this is the first time. Yeah, I've never tried to do it until now. Thought so. How'd you know? I hadn't seen you out of my window this late before. That was fair. Though it could have been possible you were just so good at sneaking that it was the first time he had caught you. Are you worried about getting caught?
No.
He was so forthright that you believed him completely. But your dad, won't he get mad or sad if he catches you? He's never happy with what I do. Oh. You sympathized. You encouraged Cove to see it more positively. You stayed out of it, or you didn't know how to react to that. You encouraged Cove to see it more positively, or you encouraged Cove to see it more positively. Your dad just worries about you. He cares. It doesn't matter if he worries if he's the one that makes things worse. Alright, I'm going in. Okay, good night. Good night, Cove. Thanks for coming with me tonight. I'm not sure I could have done it myself. I want to go with you. You beamed at him. You turned the doorknob as slowly as the clock minute hand, holding your breath for a telltale click of the lock, then nudged it open. When all that happened was the door opening, rather than the blaring alarms that you'd feared, you melted with relief. Back inside your house, you were surprised to find your mom still watching TV. Weirder still, it looked like they were on the same show as they were watching before you left. Yet you were positive you've been out investigating for hours. Perhaps you could use their distraction to your advantage. If you could just get up the stairs, you would be safe from suspicion, but how could you get there? You tried to sneak past. You decided to walk in your own house nonchalantly. You couldn't. You had to give up and come clean. Let's go back. Sneak past. You hugged the wall as you creeped delicately around the perimeter of the room. It was a valiant effort that any spy would be proud of, right until the moment you tripped over a power cord and nearly fell over. Serena? You might not have fallen, but your accident ruined your cover. You had been spotted. They abandoned the couch and their show to hurry over. They were still in a state of surprise. You weren't in trouble yet.
Are you okay?
What are you doing down here, sweetie? Did you have a bad dream? You told the truth, you lied, or you did not answer. Fuck. Okay, I guess we told the truth. I went out to find what was causing a noise. Time seemed to drag as the color drained from your mom's faces. Out where? Out of your bedroom? That's what you mean, right? You pointed to the front door, confirming their worst fears. Mommy remained frozen in shock while Mom launched into a lecturing mode. Serena Lace, it is not safe at this time of night by yourself. If something was wrong, you should have come to us. I thought you knew better than that. I trusted you to know better than that. Anything could have happened to you. If you don't know where you are, it's a lot harder to keep you safe. Her voice was soft, yet still cut deep. You pawed at the ground with your feet. What they were saying made sense. It was scary. I don't like being scared. I just wanted to see what was there. Honey. Mommy wrapped her arms around you, cradling the back of your head. You clung to her. You're brave for facing your fears, but you need to be smart too. It was scary because it might possibly have been something dangerous, right? That kind of worry is still something you should tell us about. Okay. Mom shook her head with a sigh. Let's get you back in bed where you belong. Right, and we'll have a talk about this in the morning. Oh, God. You pulled a face that night. You pulled a face at that, but didn't protest. All things considered, they could have been much harder on you. Once your mom had left, you turned over the night's adventure in your mind. It was still hard to believe that you'd really done it. Sure, you were going to get a talking to tomorrow, but it had been a night that you'd never forget, for better or for worse. You hoped that Cove had gotten home okay, though he hadn't been worried. Being told off was never fun. Wriggling around deeper underneath the sheets, your thoughts turned to the unsolved mystery. You and Cove had only just begun to scratch the surface of it. Maybe you should solve it. Maybe you wouldn't. Maybe you'd solve it and maybe you wouldn't. But what mattered was that you shared an experience with each other. You were still so energized by the night's excitement that you tossed and turned in bed for some time, thinking up theories to share with Cove when you saw him next. Sleep eventually claimed you, but the adventure merely resumed in your dreams. Ooh. Oh. In the morning, the lecture continued, but ultimately your mom's let you off with a warning. It had been pretty unusual circumstances after all. You later learned Cove didn't end up getting in trouble for the nightly escapade either. It was unclear whether that was because his dad chose not to punish him or if Cove got away with it. As for the sound that started this all, the adults were convinced it was nothing more than the wind. For your imaginative mind, that wasn't nearly enough. How could they accept something so simple so easily? Maybe it'd make more sense if you were a grown-up too. Alright, Ghost, and we got 3 left. Let's see. I think I can do the last 3 all in one go. At least that's what I think. Okay. I will be right back to continue. I need to take out the trash real quick before the garbage truck comes. But I will be right back. See you in a sec. Okay, I'm back. Let's see, let me fix my thing. There we go. Okie dokie. Let's do barbecue. And I'm gonna do these last 3 ones, and then I think we're gonna end the stream after that. Sounds good. He had been brought along to the big park today, which is an excellent job of living up to its title. The park near the house, with its lonely playground equipment, wasn't even a quarter the size of the expanse of grass and trees that lay before you now. As it was in the next town over, too far for you to walk to by yourself. You didn't even get to visit it much, and so you soaked up the environment. Another difference between this park and the one in your neighborhood was that this one had visitors other than you, Liz, Shiloh, and Cove. Today was busier than you'd ever seen it, thanks to a community get-together, luring people in from all over the local area with the promise of a barbecue and fireworks. For 4th of July? Your family and Cove were just 2 of many. What seems like dozens of cars parked up already when you had arrived. You saw Cove hesitate as he took in the growing gaggle of strangers. By your mommy, Lizzie bounced on the balls of her feet, barely containing her excitement. Oh, God. The crowd made you nervous. You couldn't wait for the fireworks. You looked forward to meeting more kids. You'd rather have stayed home. Your tummy's already rumbling for the food to come. Even if it was bigger, this park wasn't as special as the one back home. You couldn't wait for the fireworks. It was going to be so cool. Mommy had told you that the people running the community event weren't charging for it, but she wanted to give them something in return. Which is why you had not been allowed to touch the beautiful iced cupcake she had carried in her lap during the drive over. It was a special treat for them. Every time the car made a turn, she clutched the box tighter enough for her knuckles to strain, much to everyone else's amusement. Mr. Holding's contribution to the party, a huge pack of juice boxes, was tucked under his arm after being retrieved from the car's trunk. You bet there had been so much dramatics about that cargo getting here in one piece, but the box did lack the beautiful shimmer of Mommy's treasured cupcakes.
Okie dokie.
Okie dokie. Everyone all set? You should be. Should be. Whoops. Did you put on sunscreen before we left? Hello? Ooh? Yeah, I always do. You don't have to tell me. I finished chores. Nice! Good timing, because I just got back from a bathroom break. I literally just started this chapter. Mr. Holden deflated. His attempt at caring for his sons rebuffed. But he triumphed with a smile. Good kid. I don't want you getting burned or dehydrated either. It'll be a busy day.
Well,
don't think it's going to be at any risk of the second part. Mom nodded at the table up ahead, laden with all kinds of food and drink. She was right. There was plenty to go around. The parents headed over with you, Lizzie, and Cove trailing behind after them. A bunch of grown-ups were clustered around there, chatting, but you were more intrigued by what was on the tables. Some of it was familiar. Chilled meat, sliced vegetables, bag of chips. But there was a lot you didn't recognize. Your mom said that you weren't to touch the food until they said it was time to eat. You didn't see the harm in taking just a little. You wanted to listen to the rules, or you didn't want to risk getting caught. You don't want to risk it getting caught. It'd be bad if you got in trouble before the event even started. You saw Mommy and Mr. Holden had deposited the food and drink they'd bought. Mommy gave the cupcakes one final worried look before turning to you with a smile. Since that's the topic at hand, how about we freshen up with something to drink? How old are we right now? We're still 8. I've got like 3 little mini chapters for this segment, and then we will move on to being 16? What's the second stage? Because each stage has like several chapters, like mini chapters in it, that are like 10 minutes long. Let's see. Hello? Let's see. Does it say? I'm trying to see how old it says we are. Oh god. Oh, not stage, step 2. I can't remember where the fuck I read that. How old we are. Um. 13 is that. We're 8 right now, and then we go to 13, then we go to 18, and then we go to 23. Okay. Okay. Yeah! That'd be great. Along with the ones out, there was a giant milk cooler? Ice cooler? What the fuck did my brain... Oh, I saw milk on the second line and said milk cooler. Okay. There's a giant ice cooler on the ground, stuffed with full cans of soda, boxes of juice and milk, as well as bottles of water. Your drink was... Oh, you already know what I'm gonna drink here. An ice cold beer at age 8. No, soda for sure. The bubbles of the soda tickle your nose as you gulped it down. Your group took a break while everyone quenched their thirst. Mr. Holden smacked his lips, pantomiming enjoyment. That hit the spot, but you kids should go have fun. You can take your stuff with you and join the other kids playing games. Just don't go too far from the tables. We'll be keeping an eye out, so don't even think about sneaking off. We're not going to the other parts of the park today. Lizzie huffed at their comments. They did sound directed at her, but she scanned the surroundings, nodding her head towards the group of kids like a general directing their battalion. She pointed to that way. Blah, blah, blah. Come on, let's go over there. Cove's mouth was downturned as he looked from the parents and the other adults to the new kids, clearly not favoring either option. But ultimately, he hunched his shoulders and tagged along after Lizzie. You went to play with the other kids too, or are you stuck with your parents? I'm not sticking with them, that's boring. I'm playing with the other kids. You followed after Lizzie and Cove, who were waiting for you on the outskirts of the group of parents. Hurry up! You picked up the pace, moving into a jog. But when Lizzie pelted away full speed, you and Cove had no choice but to break into a run. The other cars were far outside the field, still at your speed. It wasn't long until you'd reach them. As you approached, they turned around to greet the newcomers. Hi, I'm Lizzie. That's my little brother, Serena. The one with the cast is Cove. Hi. Cove simply lifted a hand in greeting. There was a chorus of hellos. I'm having a stroke. There was a chorus of hellos and names from the other kids. One of the kids looked to be about Lizzie's age or older. A couple seemed to be the same age as you and Cove, and there was one tiny little thing with his arms folded around his chest. What are you up to? The first kid, a boy with curly black hair and neon green sneakers, who'd introduced himself as Hayden, shrugged as he looked to the others. Not much. Why is, everyone I've ever known who's been named Hayden was like a tiny child. I don't ever think I've known an adult grown-up named Hayden. The second kid to pipe up, Lisa, had half her face obscured behind the huge glasses she wore. We hadn't decided yet. She glanced wistfully over her shoulder. Following her gaze, you saw a spray of water first, and then heard the shriek of someone got splashed in the face, before you spotted the person shooting them. Some people are playing with water guns, but there aren't any left. The smallest kid, Noah, grumbled at that. You guessed that was why he was sulking. Spencer, who hadn't said much, patted his shoulder. So that's out. A new kid raced over with a glint in her eyes and a braid streaming behind her. You spotted the plastic orange pistol in her hand too late, when the trigger had already been pressed. Ack! Rude! Hey! Lizzie, who had been caught first, was fuming. Cove wiped the water from his face. You rubbed at your ear, trying to dislodge the water that had pooled there. Don't spray people, you laughed, or watch out, he has a cast, or you pushed her away. Well, yeah, let's laugh. It was pretty funny, but you were unhurt by the water trickling down your neck. The girl simply darted off to find more victims, unaffected by your reaction. She doesn't mean anything by it. Lizzie tutted, flicking her hair out of her face. The girl not meaning anything by it didn't change the fact that she had been sprayed. Cove looked similarly unimpressed. Lisa's face lit up as she had an idea. Hey, we should catch her! She won't be able to spray people if she's running away from everyone. Yeah! Cove nodded as the other kids murmured their interest, or lack of it, in the game. Cove has squiggly eyebrows. He does. He does indeed have squiggly eyebrows. Let's do it. Doesn't sound like a good idea. Okay, you nodded along. No thanks, or you shook your head. Let's do it. You joined the group of kids and tearing off after the girl with the pistol. Spotting you all over her shoulder, she laughed and shot her pistol at the air. Only a couple drops squeezed out. She swerved, causing discord with her team as someone stood on your foot and you collided with Cove's shoulder. Sorry! Cove shot you a smile that gave you a feeling of camaraderie. It's okay. You were closing in on the girl, but you weren't alone. Lizzie's face was set with intent, and the two older kids were hot in her heels too. Oh god, now I gotta choose how athletic I am. Am I gonna be honest and say not really? You outran them easily, you outran them with effort. You weren't as fast as them because they were speedy. You weren't as fast as them because you just weren't faster. You moved to the side to let them pass. You didn't want to win this race. Could I outrun the children? I think with effort, I could outrun them. You pushed yourself, willing your legs to move just a bit faster. You were close, and then you tackled her to the ground. You did it! The girl who had been caught giggled as soon as she got to her feet, brushing strands of grass from her knees. Smiling, Cove came to a stop by your side. Lizzie whooped with delight, clapping her hands. The boy with the bright sneakers grinned. You're it now. Catch us if you can! Yeah! I'll do it. You won't get away from me. With that, you all dispersed, squealing with laughter as you tried to evade the capture. The sour mood from earlier had evaporated entirely, replaced by a light and playful atmosphere. Several rounds later, when most of the kids had taken at least one turn as it, the scent of smoke wafted up to the air. Caught by surprise, you looked up and found that a brilliant blue of the sky had turned orange as the sun sunk down in the horizon. With all the excitement, you'd lost track of time completely. Looking over, you saw people standing over the grills and poking them to life. It was nearly time to eat. We should get over there. I'm so hungry. Our parents are at different spots. Yeah. Bye. It was cool playing. Yep. Bye. Bye. You waved goodbye to the other group of kids before hurrying over to your parents with Lizzie and Cove. A tickle unfurled in your throat, growing more persistent as you came closer to the source of the smoke. As the three of you approached the tables, your parents spotted you and came to join you halfway. You tried to greet them, but another cough obstructed your words. Woof, that's quite a cough. Are you alright, sweetie? You nodded confidently, I'm fine. No, you shook your head. Why would I not be alright? Just be like, no! Nod confidently. Are you sure? No one needs to go up to the grills if they don't want to. Just let me know what you need. There was no response from the other two kids here. How independent am I gonna be? I can get it myself, Mommy. I can do it. You march over to the grills. Can you get up for me? Please get up for me. You hung your head, moving no closer to the smoking grills. I can get it myself, Mommy. Alright, but tell me if it gets too much for you.
So,
The main thing being served is kebabs. You can have whatever you like on it. There's different meats and veggies. As you approached, you found the vast array of bits and pieces ready to be skewered and served up. You choose. Am I gonna have, individually choose what I want in my kebab and then, have it show up in a CG or something? This is clearly a very important, event-changing decision. I want... Dang, they got a lot of options. Chicken. And that's it. Potatoes. What if I just choose everything? Peppers. Onions. Zucchini. Pork. Shrimp. Beef. And that's everything. Would you like it in the kitchen sink too? I mean, it sounded tasty. I just chose all of them.
Shush.
Shush, it's great that you like so many foods. The veggies will make you extra healthy and strong. Literally one time I ordered a hot dog, like I was little, and my dad took me to a hot dog place. And they were like, what do you want on it? And I was like, can I get all of it? Everything on it? And it was 10 toppings. It was so heavy I had to use a fork because it was so big. Order given. You waited for your food to be ready. Lizzie headed towards you, having issued her own request. Hi again. I heard what you ordered. I'm getting chicken kebab with all 3 colors of peppers. Big hot dog. It was so big. Someone should have stopped me from getting that much. Noticing that Cove approached, she turned to him. What are you having?
Why?
Why does it matter? Cove, why are you so standoffish all the time? Loosen up, boy. I don't know. I was just asking. I'm getting beef and shrimp with all the vegetables except onions. Acceptable. Acceptable. Lizzie hummed while evaluating his response. That's okay, I guess, but chicken is definitely the better one. Then you can eat all the chicken. I'm going to. I want some chicken too. All the chicken in the world? Chicken is the worst. This is a stupid argument. Chicken is the best choice. Chicken is the best choice. Fuck you. Lizzie peered over at the grills where the kebabs were being handed out. My favorite meat is chicken. Chicken, best meat. A growing assortment of kebabs collected in your parents' hands. They're coming over. Don't get jealous of mine when you realize you made the wrong choice, Cove. I didn't make the wrong choice. There isn't a wrong choice. We all made good choices. Same to you, Lizzie. You sighed. We all make good choices. It's just what kebab someone eats. The person serving gave your mommy 1 final kebab, then your parents moved over to rejoin you. Between them, they were carrying 6 kebabs, 1 for each of you, including Cove and Mr. Holden. We got the goods! Cove's daddy is looking for a place where we can sit. In the meantime, they began passing out the kebabs to their rightful owners. Lizzie smiled smugly as she received hers. These were pretty big. Be careful not to drop it. Try not to poke yourselves with it either. They're sharper than you might think. Hearing that, you tentatively pushed the tip of the skewer against your finger. It felt like the point of a newly sharpened pencil. Though it didn't hurt your hand, you wouldn't want it scraping the roof of your mouth or jabbing your tongue. Mommy clucked her tongue? Like, it would have been nice if the options were a little easier to manage and less messy to eat, especially for smaller kids. There aren't even any plates for everyone, so we could set the food down for a second.
True.
That's what you get for the price of free, but we can hack it, right? Lizzie nodded her head vigorously, clutching her bob like a trophy. Your parents led you back to the tables. It was immediately evident why Mr. Holden had been sent to scout one out. The benches had quickly filled up as people got their food. Mr. Holden was standing over a corner section near the edge of the sitting area. He beckoned your group to come join him. You clambered above the bench, taking care not to let your kebab slip from your fingers. Cove took a seat next to you. Lizzie took the other side. Your mom passed the final unclaimed kebab to Mr. Holden.
Thank you.
Thanks, this looks delicious. Thank you for getting us some space out here. Everyone tucked into their food. You gobbled it up eagerly, only partially obstructed by the awkwardness of eating from a skewer. Running around with the other kids had helped you work up an appetite. Mr. Holden, what do you do? Well, I do a lot of things. Do you play golf? Only if you count mini golf. One look at Lizzie's stricken face confirmed that she did not. She can enjoy the occasional round at a mini golf place, especially if she had an audience to impress, but her sister took her passion way seriously. Even then, it's been years since I gave it a shot. Cove groaned at the feeble pun. Mom chuckled. You weren't sure if she was responding to the joke, Cove's annoyance, or Lizzie's offense.
Don't worry about it.
Just as well. She'd be dragging you out to the green every week. That's because I've got dedication. You need a good drive or two to get that far. Mr. Holden nodded, clicking his tongue in appreciation. Cove looked from his father to your sister, less in a conversation. Outclassing golf and wit. I don't get it. A drive is a type of golf shot. You should get real golf a try. Maybe I'll even teach you some tricks. Don't try and change my dad to be more like you. Lizzie gave Cove a dirty look at the accusation. Mommy felt the need to move the topic ahead before it got heated. I mean, they do look similar, I'm gonna be honest.
Oh, nice.
That's really sweet of you, but I'm sure Mr. Holden is busy. He might not have time for another hobby. Yeah, I don't think I'm made for that. Still, the offer is appreciated.
Why?
Tell me something you really do already. You just go away every day. I like scuba diving, though with the business, that's more work than play these days. Surfing and reading and snorkeling. Those are things Cove likes. Wow, that's really good thing you live by the beach or you stay quiet. Those are things Cove likes. Holden exaggeratedly puffed out his chest. What can I say? My boy's got good taste. He takes after his dad in that way. The sun had been setting when you'd got your food, and by the time you'd finished night, had truly fallen. Your sticky fingers were the only remaining evidence of your meal. The kebab had been a great combination, more than the sums of its parts. The seasoning of freedom to choose every ingredient yourself was what made it something to remember. Rising from the table, Mommy held up her water bottle. Okay, now the food is gone, you're gonna wash your hands.
Okay.
Serena, Lizzie, please hold them out. Lizzie complied, coming over and cupping her hands together in front of her. Mommy splashed some water over her fingers and Lizzie rubbed them together, working off any residue. Here. Mom passed her a paper towel from her purse and Lizzie used it to dry off her hands. Your turn, Serena. Readily hand your hands out to catch the water. Begrudgingly lift your hands. You didn't move. I don't need to. We can be a messy boy if we want to. No, let's clean your hands. Copying Lizzie, wash your hands, taking care to clean every crevice between your fingers before wiping them dry. Nearby, Cove had taken his own course of action, wiping his hands on his pants and leaving a stain where his fingers had been. Mr. Holden shook his head.
Come on.
Let's clean that off, pal. He scrubbed at the fabric with a scrunched-up napkin. Dad, it's not that bad. When everyone was cleaned up, or as clean as they could be with the limited facilities, Mom spoke up.
Let's go.
Let's go make one last check at the coolers and restock our drinks before the fireworks show. No time! We have to get a good spot. Everyone's gonna be taken. How about I go ahead and save space again? You can meet up with me in a field after getting the drinks. Then I'm going with Cove's dad. I'll find the perfect place.
Okay.
Sure thing. I could use an extra pair of eyes. I wish I knew my neighbor like this. That'd be nice. Be friends with my neighbor. Mommy shook her head ruefully at Lizzie's even more enthusiastic than usual attitude.
That's fine.
Alright, me, Cliff, and Lizzie can go find a place to sit. Pam, Cove, and Serena, do you want to go get the drinks? Oh, sorry, other mom's named Pam. Okay. You know what, I'll get all the stuff we need. No, I want to help pick the spot. I don't want to get drinks. You consider your options. No, I'll comply. Okay, I'll get the stuff we need. As Mommy, Lizzie, and Mr. Holden head off into the wide open field where the fireworks were being set up, you join Cove and Mom in returning to the cooler where you picked up drinks earlier. Even as you approached, you suspected you wouldn't find much in it. Where it had originally been stocked to the brim, it was now half empty. The ice, which has been crushed to the drinks, kept them cool, which largely melted, with only a handful of pieces floating like tiny icebergs. Slim pickings. The drinks that remained look to be bottles of plain water, but you caught a glimpse of something more colorful in amongst them. Mom rummaged around in the cooler, excavating a couple of juice boxes from the bottom of the process. Aha! Serena, Cove, you can take one of those if you want. The perks of helping. You took a juice box for yourself, you took only water bottles, or you took a juice box to share and a water bottle for yourself. That sounds like a good one. Let's share. I'm sharing and Karen. Cove hesitated, but decided to take a juice box for himself. When you were each loaded up with your chosen drink, plus an extra bottle or two for someone else in the group, Mom's phone started to ring. She juggled the water bottles over into the crook of her arm and looked at the caller. It's Mommy. Hold tight while I get this.
How are you?
Hey, hon, how's it going? Did you find your perfect spot already? She nodded along with the call, punctuating by uh-huhs as Mommy gave her directions. Catching your eye, she gestured toward the grassy area. We've got a place. Come on, we better hurry before the show starts. You and Cove jogged after your mom, who led them through a field in separate groups of people assembled there, back to the rest of your families.
Hello.
Hello, we're here, and we've come bearing drinks, though there wasn't much left. The three of you handed over your spare drinks. You held up the extra juice box. I brought this for someone.
How sweet.
You're so thoughtful, Serena. Despite Mommy replying pretty expectantly, there was just one person who made the claim to a sweet drink. Can I have it? Okay.
Thank you.
Thanks. I love you, Serena. Oh! I love you too, sis. Aw. You two are a real pair. Once everyone had been equipped with a drink for the big event, you sat on the grass beside Cove and waited for the magic to begin. Most people in the park had taken a seat now, with a few stragglers silhouetted back at the table in the distance. After a few rambunctious kids were still dashing about, but their numbers were steadily decreasing as the parents called them over to restore order. Someone bearing a cardboard box weaved through the groups, pausing every so often. You nudged Cove and pointed. What are they doing? Looks like they're handing something out. I can't make out what it is.
What a pickle.
I hope it's not drinks. Mommy chuckled, but Lizzie and Cove are now watching the best tower of mystery goods keenly. Are they gonna come to us too? Mom softly put her hands on top of your sister's shoulder, as if she feared Lizzie might bolt over to a stranger. Lizzie didn't even glance at her, eyes locked in on the potential prize. I don't know.
Case?
We'll have to wait and see. You were intrigued or you didn't care. No, I'm intrigued. Studying the man with the box held closely as it gradually meandered nearer, you could make out that he was handing out small items to most of the group he stopped at. Seemed too short to be water bottles, but beyond that remained a mystery. Then the boxman headed his way to your group. Evening, I'm handing out dessert. Any takers? There's dessert? Lizzie squealed, hopping off the ground. The man chuckled. Ooh! Oh man, I used to eat these all the time as a kid! Oh my god! A blast to the past. For real. Dang! There used to be a truck that would come by and deliver these, and my dad would always get some for me. I'm gonna take that as a yes. The ice creams on this menu is vanilla flavored with either a twist of chocolate or strawberry syrup. Oh my god, this is freaking bringing back so many memories. Nice. None for me though, thanks. Same, but the offer is appreciated. I want chocolate. Can I have strawberry? And strawberry for me too, please. Now we're going to have to make a decision. Chocolate or strawberry? I'm gonna get strawberry, I'm gonna get chocolate. You pulled on your mom's shirt and whispered that you wanted strawberry. You pulled on your mom's shirt and whispered you wanted chocolate. You didn't want either. You were lactose intolerant. You just decide to give yourself lactose intolerance. That's pretty funny. I'm definitely gonna get strawberry. Reaching into the box, the man brought out the requested ice creams and tossed them out. They began packaged in a little plastic cup, complete with a wooden spoon stuck to the paper lid. The condensation wet your fingers in a pleasant way.
Thank you.
Thank you. Kids, are you gonna thank the nice man too? There was a chorus of thank yous. He cordially nodded and walked to another group. The man couldn't spend much time with each group, considering how many he had to go to. You peeled back the tab that covered the ice cream and got right into the unexpected treat. It tasted amazing. Lizzie was definitely enjoying hers. Cove was too. Lizzie munched away happily, but it ultimately didn't succeed in monopolizing her attention. Eyes wide, she looked at Mommy and pulled on her pants. I didn't get strawberry. Can I have some of yours, please?
Of course.
Of course, sweetie. Lizzie cooed with excitement as Mommy presented her with a dollop of ice cream and her syrup mixture. Licking her lips, Lizzie lapped it up. Mommy, can we go now? Come on now. Lizzie has all the ice cream she needs. She simply laughed and pinched Lizzie's cheeks, then dug her spoon in again and held it out to you. I just can't resist. Serena, would you like some of mine? He's already got that flavor. But that's not the same as getting a little extra from your mommy. You pass on the bite or you accept the bite? No, sharing is caring. I'm gonna eat it. Accepted. You ate the treat after being offered, much to Mom's chagrin and Mommy's delight. Cove watched the exchange silently with a blank expression. Mom, on the other hand, shook her head, a fond smile on her face. Well, you better at least give me some too. You could have gotten your own if you wanted ice cream. What? The kids have ice cream already and they're getting some of yours to boot, and I have nothing. Now is the time to decide to be firm. Laughing, Mommy fed some ice cream to your sulking mom. She could never actually follow through with being tough. There. All better now? Yes. Yay! Yay! Good. How about you, Cliff? Would you like some? No, I'm still okay. But thanks for keeping me in mind. Cove, it's only fair that you get the choice too. Cove shook his head firmly, concentrating on his own cup. Mommy smiled. Okay, as long as no one is feeling left out. Mommy was always so nice to everyone. You looked at Cove. He was digging into his ice cream, which bore the same pinkish red-white twirl as yours. Want some of mine? Sharing is nice, but you weren't able to do that. Why, though? Why wasn't I able? Want some of mine? Yield your spoon out to him. Glancing at you, Cove cocked his head in a curious angle. I already have that one. I want to share anyways. Cove looked around awkwardly, but nodded nonetheless. You took a bite of ice cream and held your spoon out to him. After another furtive glance, he nibbled at it.
Oh.
Aww. Mommy was gazing at the two of you. Her mouth was in an open smile, as if she was about to say something else, but Mom tugged on her collar. Don't embarrass them. Cove didn't appear to hear the exchange. He took the spoon and his own ice cream and excavated some and held it out for you to eat. Except for the treater, he didn't take an extra bite. We just sharing with everyone today. Everyone gets some ice cream. Except, in the end, that kind of made it pointless. You just ate the same strawberry ice cream out of different cups. Your mommy did like to say it was the thought that counted, though. Hey, if you're sharing, I'll take some too. You already asked your mom to give you some. So what? Mommy's gotta let you have a bite. You didn't just take it. You can have some of mine. None for you, or you shook your head. Yes, you can have some of mine. Thank you, thank you, thank you. You're the best. She enthusiastically took a bite of your ice cream before then offering you a bite of hers in exchange. For you, but none for Cove. He doesn't think we should keep sharing. She stuck her tongue out at him. You're right, I didn't want it. Ignoring that, she turned her attention back to her own cup of ice cream. Ooh! Then, the first firework cut through the sky, whistling as it ascended and hit its crescendo with an explosion. The park flashed as it alit. Squealing, Lizzie leapt to her feet, her forgotten ice cream tumbling to the ground as the fireworks cracked into tiny drops of glitter in the sky. It's starting! Everyone else looked up at the sky as another firework whizzed through the air. With each explosion, Lizzie would jump into the air. The event was thrilling. It was impossible to tear your eyes from the scene. The loud noises hurt your ears. You covered them with your hands. It was kind of neat, or you shrunk back, hugging your knees to your chest. The event was thrilling. Cove sat by his dad, captivated by the sky sparkles and flashes overhead. Mr. Holden watched the fireworks scene impassively. He didn't smile at you, or even give you a thumbs up when he noticed you looking over. Mommy hopped to her feet, pulling Mom with her, pushing her into it, joining Lizzie and jumping up in tandem with every crack of fireworks. Mommy then bent down to offer you a hand up, too. You sat to quietly watch from the ground. You got up to join your family, or you got to join your family, beckoning for Cove to join. We're gonna include him. Cove got to his feet, tailing after you as you stood with your family. Your mom's faces lit up, literally and metaphorically, as you approached. The five of you shrieked and leapt along with the sparks in the sky, not trying to contain your joy at experiencing the sights together. The fireworks continued, some twisting like the coil of a spring as they arched into the air, others shot straight from the ground and shattering into a million tiny specks. Every color got its spotlight in the show, from fiery reds to eerie greens and blues that could rival the ocean. The show built up to a grand finale, then boomed over the park and filled every inch of the blue sky. The twinkling lights represented the full spectrum of the rainbow. The exhilaration that had fueled you while the fireworks were going off was sap dry now that the show was finished. You collapsed into a giggling heap on the ground, suddenly aware of how your legs ached for your exertion. Cove tumbled down with you, his expression gleeful. Mr. Holden watched his son with an expression much happier than the one he had been wearing while watching the show. Lizzie gave a final whoop of delight and shared the high fives with Mom as Mommy shouted for an encore into the night. You didn't know what that meant, but you liked the way it made your mom laugh. Though the sun had gone down long ago, the air on your bare arms was warm. You looked into the Giddy family. Their spirits buoyed by the fireworks display. Then your new friend and his father, who looked happy in their own quieter way, and smiled. This has been a pretty special night. Nice. 2 left. Let's see. Runaway. Ooh, that sounds sounds sad. Okay, Runaway. It was early when you were on your way to the playground. Lizzie planned on joining you later there. You weren't sure when she was busy. You weren't sure what she was busy with right now. Older kid stuff, you imagine. That was okay. What was forefront in your mind was if Cove was going to be free to come too. As you walked the familiar street, wondering how you might find your neighbor, he appeared right in front of you, almost as if he was a mind reader. Hi, Cove. Can you come to the playground with us? No, I'm sorry. Cove looked strangely serious. It had to be an even bigger deal than whatever mystery thing Lizzie had to do. I'm leaving, Serena. What? Where? He shifted, and your gaze was drawn to the backpack slung over his shoulders. Cove liked to stuff things into his pocket from what you've seen, but people sometimes carried bags with them, and it hadn't been very attention-worthy until now. The pack was decorated with cartoon waves and dolphins. He gripped one of the straps tightly in his good hand. I just wanted you to know. Cove didn't glance up and meet your eyes. You started to grow worried. I don't get it, but where are you going? Oh, can I go too, or I'll come with you? Cove, where are you going? Where are you going? He didn't answer. It was as if you hadn't said anything. I'll come back, though. Sometime. I don't know when, but we can do stuff. He directed a fragile smile your way. Without a word, Cove turned on his heel and started to walk away. Bye? See you when you're done? Wait, or you couldn't say anything else to him. Wait up, Cove. I'm coming with you. Wait! He kept going. His focus wasn't on you anymore. What was that about? You watched as his backpack grew smaller and smaller, then you realized you were standing in the middle of the sidewalk. You thought about your earlier plan for playing at the park. Suddenly it didn't seem fun anymore. Not without Cove. It wasn't like you to force him to play with you. He had things to do. You stayed there, you went to play in the park. Wait, I kind of wonder what happens if we ask to go with him. Can I go too? He looked up at that. He hoped he would agree, but instead he shook his head. I'll come back though, sometimes. I don't know when, but we could do stuff together. Okay. Oops. Wait, but he didn't... you stayed there? Wait, let me go back. Did I say that? No, I did not save it. There we go. You stayed there. You could play at the park some other time. It wasn't like it was going anywhere, and you couldn't bring yourself to leave like this. You didn't move from your spot. You just continued to look quietly. It didn't take long for you to realize he was just going up the street. You were positive there was nothing good over there. Not the park, or the beach, or the store street, or his house, or anything. He was new. He might not know where what you did. You jogged down the street to catch up with him. You slowed down once you reached his side. He glanced at you from the corner of his eyes and frowned. Go away, Serena. I just wanted to say you're going the wrong way. There aren't any places that way you're going. His mouth twisted further. He didn't appreciate your warning. I'm still going. Why? What are you doing? Walking. Why can't I come with you if you're just walking? Cove let out a deep sigh. You got the feeling that he was starting to get mad at you. I told you, I'm leaving. I'm going to be gone for a while. Stop pushing and let him go, or go with him anyways. How's the story going? Oh, you made some macaroni? Nice. How's the story going? Cove is running away from home. I still want to go with you. You can't. Why not? Cove came to a sudden stop. You almost kept walking ahead of him because you weren't expecting it. My dad doesn't know. If you come, you'll get in trouble when he finds out. You felt a knot start to grow in your stomach. Ruh-roh. Yeah, basically. You're not supposed to be leaving? His expression was grave. He shook his head. Dad isn't home right now. I left him a letter so he won't get confused when he gets back. But you can't tell anyone about this, okay? You can pretend you never saw me. Okay, bye. I won't tell anyone that you're going. Still wanted to go. I don't care if I get in trouble or I have to tell someone. No, we're gonna run away together. I still want to go. Don't do it all by yourself. Cove's hard expression wavered. You could tell that he didn't expect you to say that.
Really?
Really? You don't think it's a bad idea or something? Nope, it's like we're going on an adventure. It's not a big deal, right? We're gonna have fun. I don't know, if you're doing it anyways, I should too. Or it might be a bad idea, but... Might be a bad idea, but... His lips curved into a smile. Okay, you can come. You grinned, pleased that he gave in so easily. You thought it might take longer since he was so set on going alone. You turned a bit in the middle of the sidewalk, and so did Cove when he saw. You pointed over your shoulder with a thumb. Let's go back to my house first. I can get my backpack. We can't, sorry. If we're gonna go away, I better take some stuff. It's not that. I don't want our parents to catch us. Your moms could think it's weird. We have bags. They might ask. We don't have a lot of time anyways. He motioned to his backpack, patting it with his hand. Its front bulged out slightly. Don't worry. I packed snacks. It'll be alright. You wished you could bring your backpack along just to be safe, but his explanation made sense. Alright, we can leave. Cove smiled. He seemed to be in a much better spirits than when he first ran into him. You were glad. He wasn't always this upbeat. That was fine, though. Otherwise, it wouldn't be Cove. You liked seeing him smile. Cove took the first step, and you mirrored him. As one, both of you ran up the street. You walked into unknown territory. You ran through the first few neighborhoods like that, your feet pounding on concrete. Whenever one of you got tired, you'd take a break for a minute. The moment there was a sound, you'd be off again, in case someone you know might realize what you're up to. Because of how cautious you were, the two of you didn't run into anyone, not even other kids enjoying their summer. It was like you had suddenly become criminals, always worried if someone was on your trail. As tense as it was, you were still glad when you got the opportunity to take a proper break. Cove waved at you waved for you to stop once you got to the residential district. The houses disappeared, broad storefronts taking their place once you got out of the residential district. My bad. You were all the way in the business part of town. This was the first time you'd come here on foot. Before, one of your moms always drove you to this place in your car. Cove leaned up against a nearby tree and wiped the sweat off his forehead. You braced your hands against your knees, breathing hard. You looked over at the road ahead. Where so far? A strange expression flickered across Cove's face at your words. Before he nodded, you spoke again, still huffing. My mom's... me and Lizzie here... for shopping. Yeah, I've never been here before, not without Dad. He looked pleased by that. We're doing good. It's not even nighttime. You were starting to feel good about it too. You were still unsure. What? Foxy! What are you doing? Still unsure. You thought it was right to have gone with Cove, but being so far from your neighborhood makes you feel even more weird about what was happening. Clearly Cove wanted to keep going. For how long, though? He couldn't want to keep walking forever. Cove slid his backpack off and unzipped it. You watched curiously as he shuffled a hand in and searched for something. To your delight, he pulled out 2 juice boxes and offered you one. I tried to run away from home when I was a kid, but I think I was just playing pretend. Same. I did not have the guts to do that. Mini stars. Here. Thank you, I was getting thirsty. The two of you took a moment... What are you doing, Herschel? The two of you took a moment to unwrap the straws and poke them into the special circle part of the box. The juice was warm, but still good. You sighed. Contentedly after your first step, your throat was beginning to ache from how dry it had gotten. It really had been a while since this all started. As you took another sip of your juice, your gaze drifted to Cove's bag. He hadn't closed it yet. What else is in there? Oh, there's still a few juice boxes left. He peered inside and began to list off the items as he spotted them. Got some snacks from the kitchen, too. Chips, muffins, bananas, candy. That was already a lot, but he kept excavating more. I took a couple of clothes, a flashlight, a first aid kit from my dad's bathroom, and a blanket. I want some money my dad gave me a while ago that I haven't spent yet. Your mouth made a small "oh" halfway through his lengthy list. Oh. You brought a lot of stuff. I wouldn't have thought to grab a flashlight or a first aid kit. I told you I was going away. You didn't know what to say to that. The little smile Cove had been wearing earlier was gone by now, like it had never been there in the first place. You watched as he zipped up his backpack and slipped it on. He started walking without a single glance over at you, though he did still take small, unhappy sips of his juice. For some time, the two of you went forward in complete silence. You got 'em all! Nice! All mine! All yours. The more ground you covered, the more serious Cove seemed to become. Do not point your gun at me. I have done nothing. I am not taking your stars. You got them. They're your stars. He hadn't looked at you or said anything for a while. He was just given an empty juice box from you and stowed it away in your bag. That was it. You knew there had to be more to all of this. The sun dislodged itself from its place in the sky, dipping lower and lower. The street lamps came on. It was as if they were anticipating nightfall. Tried to convince them to go back, or you kept walking. Fuck it, let's keep going. Might as well. Even if it was late, we weren't ready to turn back. You weren't ready to turn back, and neither was Cove. The two of you continued to trudge past the storefronts. Silence fell over you again. You had no idea how to break it, or if you even wanted to. People said this was a really tiny town, but you felt it was absolutely gigantic. Eventually, the business part of town ended too. There was no sidewalk anymore, only a long expanse of road. You walked on the grass instead. Not even that was enough to stop him. Onward was the only option. Your journey stubbornly continued. The hunch you had about Cove's possible destination soon became certainty. There was only one way out of town, after all. Be getting on a bus? Your feet hurt. You were tired. The two of you didn't have any parents with you, but somehow you had reached the very edge of Sunset Bird. That's what the sign told you. You lived in Sunset Bird forever. It was a very rare occasion that you'd seen this sign. Most everything in your life has happened inside the city limits. The endless road ahead seemed scary in a way. It paralyzed you. You glanced at Cove, who had made it here just before nightfall, but now what? Outside of the town, there was nothing. How could he get here if he wanted? How could he get where he wanted to go? Cove, however, didn't falter. He just kept walking. As he neared the sign, he finally stopped. That was a relief. He took up his backpack and sat down, crossing his legs behind him. There's celebration shots? I see. Here, I will drop a little celebratory emojis. You lowered yourself beside the boy as he zipped open his bag and rummaged through it again.
Whoa.
What snack do you want? You were almost taken aback by his voice. It had been a while since you last heard it. Pursing your lips, you recalled the snacks he had listed off earlier. I want... chips. He pulled out a packet of chips for you and a muffin for him. After passing you your food, he took a big bite out of the top of his muffin. You peered over at your friend. He stared at the path still ahead with a solemn expression. You turned away. The sunset had set some time after both of you finished eating. Now it was dark, apart from the faint moonlight. You watched as Cobb grabbed his flashlight from his bag. What are we gonna do? Sleep out here?
I guess.
That's not a good idea. He was speaking defensively again. Cobb flicked the flashlight on. A beam of light cut through the darkness, weakly illuminating the area you sat in. You pulled your knees up to your chest, wrapping your arms around them. You weren't cold. Summer nights were still sort of warm. You just felt it. Is it okay if I ask something? Cobb's focus didn't waver from the road, but he nodded. Why do you want to leave Sunset Bird so bad? At first, Cobb was quiet. You started to think he wouldn't say anything. Then he spoke. My mom called today to check up on me and stuff. She asked what Sunset Bird was like and how I was doing. It was okay. But then, I asked her if she'll come here. Mom said she couldn't. I can't go back either. Not right now. She has to move to somewhere else first. Cobb glared at the ground. His voice cracked as he continued. Why can't I see her anymore? Ugh. What? Parrots? Yeah. He used his uncasted arm to rub both of his eyes. I'm gonna go by myself. I don't need anyone to take me. Oh. Wait. How are you gonna get to your mom's place? That was such a bad idea. This was all just too much and you started to cry. Do you know the directions to your old house? You're being selfish. How are you gonna get to your mom's place? He just wanted to see his mom. Maybe you would have had the idea to run away too if you were Cobb. But this doesn't mean it'll work. I'll walk there. I brought supplies. Isn't that really far? Cobb was silent for a moment. You poked a hole in his perfect plan. Then he shook his head, like he was trying to clear it. When he spoke some more, it was mostly to himself. If I don't go to see Mom, then she'll... Fresh tears glistened in Cobb's red-rimmed eyes. He stubbornly tried to blink them away, but they slipped down his cheeks. You frowned at the sight. No matter what, you hated seeing him cry. Poor baby. I know. I feel so bad for Cobb. I hope things work out. I hope things work out for him. I'm trying to be the best supportive friend I can be. What'll happen? Mom doesn't call that much, and I haven't seen her in so long. Cobb hiccuped, wiping his face with the back of his arms. His glasses got shoved up awkwardly as a result. If I don't go, she'll be gone. She'll forget about me. She wouldn't do that. How do you know? She's her mom. She loves you. Your mom's always said that, so it must be true for Cobb's mom, too. Cobb sniffled. He seemed conflicted. I'm not sure if that's right. You were at a standstill. Geez. This is a tough combo. What am I gonna pick? Everything will be okay if we just go home. We can't stay here forever, and we can't go out there. We gotta go back. Then we'll stay here. I'm not gonna go back. Can't stay here forever, and we can't go out there. Probably. Cobb's brows furrowed in a scowl appearing on his lips. He turned away to me. He turned away from you. You stared at his back, but you couldn't just stop. Please, Cobb. After a few minutes of sullen silence, Cobb twisted back around. He wouldn't look you in the eye. Okay, let's go. I don't want you to get in trouble. I don't want something bad to happen either. Was he doing it for you? That gave you a warm feeling inside, even if you wished he didn't leave in the first place. And that was that. Together you walked away from the exit sign. Your feet hurt a lot by this point. You were so tired, but you convinced him. You were bringing Cobb home, and that's what mattered. I wonder what happens if you say I'm going to stay here. I'm going to load it and then go back and choose my original answer. I'm going to stay here. His lower lips trembled at your declaration. Are you sure? You don't have to. You can go back home without me. You didn't leave a letter or anything. I'm sure. Thanks. The final part of his statement was whispered. You're always there when I think I'm going to be by myself. And that was that from him. The quiet resumed. It wasn't as awkward this time, or so you thought. You looked up at the sign, tracing the letters with your eyes over and over for a while. I think I'll sit with this one, because I think I like how it turned out better. You weren't sure how much time passed. All you knew was that one moment you were letting your eyelids droop while huddling near Cove under the sign, and the next you were snapped back to attention by a blaring beep of a horn. Uh-oh. We've been discovered by parents. Cove froze. You looked around to see a car approaching you. It was difficult to make out whose it was. The headlights were so blinding. Instead of continuing down the road, the car slowed down near where you sat. The wind rolled down, revealing the face behind the wheel. It was very familiar. Mom! She shouted back, not just because there was some distance between you and her. What are you kids doing here? I've been looking everywhere for you. We were gonna come back later, but... She stopped looking at you and stood staring hard straight ahead. Both her hands were gripping the wheel. Guilt ate you up from inside. Get in. Let's get you two home. Got something lodged in my throat. That at least made her showing up worth it. Your feet were aching like crazy from all the walking you've done today. Oh, Hello Kitty hydrate, thank you. Okay, I'll live. I like how, like, they even drew the different interiors for different cars you're in. That's pretty cool. You yanked open the side door, slipping inside the back seat too. Clambered over so Cove had enough room to climb in. Oops. Oops, I hit my number lock. He followed in wordlessly, tucking his backpack near his feet. Your mom looked at you and Cove in the rearview mirror. The two of you had us extremely worried. That wasn't a good thing to do. Not at all. Shamefaced, you both nodded as one.
Sorry.
I'm sorry, Mrs. Lace. Sorry, Mom. She softened immediately. Not enough to actually let it go, though. You have to apologize to everyone else, too. With that, Mom started the car up again and you were off. For the rest of the car ride, no one said anything. You thought all of you were pretty tired. In fact, you must have dozed off at some point because you woke up to the sound of the engine stopping. When you opened your eyes, you realized Cove was looking over at you. He was tense. We're back. You yawned and got out of the car. Cove came out after, putting his backpack on again. Mom locked the car door and motioned you towards the house. She opened the front door and let you go in first. Mommy appeared quickly. She must have been waiting nearby. There was a phone in her hand. It worried you thinking about what she might have been, who she might have been talking to. The tight line of her shoulders relaxed when she saw you and Cove. Oh, thank goodness! You found both of them! Yes, I did. They were at the actual end of town, right under the now leaving sign. What were you two doing there at this time of night? Do you have any idea how far that is? How unsafe? You peeked at Cove. He still looked exhausted. Her eyes were puffy and there was dried tear ducts stuck to his cheeks. I had to see my mom. Serena didn't want me to go alone. Your own mom shared a look. You weren't sure what it meant, but they always did that. You wondered if they could read each other's minds. Since they were communicating telepathically, you stole a glance around the house. Lizzie wasn't anywhere in sight. Where was she? She must have finished whatever she was doing in that morning ages ago. Where's Lizzie? Your sister's in her room, fast asleep. The same you should have been. Serenity's doing drugs? What? What? Why are you saying that? I've never done a drug in my life. She went out earlier to look for two of you when she accidentally found out you were both missing. She tried to pretend otherwise, but you made her sick with worry. She said she checked all the hiding places she could think of, but couldn't find either of you. You and Cove exchanged remorseful glances at that. Mommy noticed the discomfort.
Okay.
You two must be sleepy. You can sit down wherever you like. Mommy smiled warmly and motioned to the living room. Cove looked up at her, then lumbered over. You followed close behind. The living room wasn't far, or separated by a wall, so you heard your moms talking softly. Hello, Ness. I'm sick of Amazon trying to hire me? Oh my god, I, applied once and now they've never stopped messaging me since. He wanted to go see his mother. Poor thing.
Well,
It explains a lot, at least. Still, I'm not sure it excuses it. It was so dangerous for them to go out into town like that. He's having a hard time right now. You can't expect a child to handle it maturely. True, it can't be helped. But that's enough for that. We should tell Cliff and the others that he's here before the panic gets out of hand. There could be riots.
Is that all right?
I'll call. Then I'll go to the front to yell everyone out, to tell everyone still out there. You keep an eye on the kids. Make sure they don't take any more trips today. Got it, hun. Cove just sat on the couch, setting his backpack down beside him. He stared at his hands. This is so weird. What is? Everyone was looking for me. They all know I tried to leave. I kind of want to run away and not come back this time, so I don't have to see them again. Maybe I should try that. That isn't going to help. They'll forgive you, or please never run away again. It's like, I worked there after high school and got fired for quality error, so I'm not able to be rehired, but they still keep sending me this crap. Oh, God. I hate that. They'll forgive you. Not Amazon. The people looking for you. Maybe. Before you could say anything else, the front door opened. Your mom walked back in with Mr. Holden close behind her. He made a beeline for the couch, his gaze trained on his son.
Cove?
Cove, God, are you alright? Strands of his hair had been falling out of his ponytail. His eyes were darkened like he'd been crying, too. Oh, no! Not the single dad who's trying his best! Cove stared at his dad, his own eyes wide behind the frames of his glasses. He really didn't expect it to be such a big deal. I'm okay. Good, thank God. I'm so glad to hear that. He clasped a hand on his son's shoulder, attempting to smile, but the corners of his lips twitched in spasms as if they wanted to wilt into a frown instead. Cove seemed to have that effect on him. Mr. Holden turned to you, still smiling weakly. I'm happy you were all right too, Serena. Then he looked at your moms. Thanks for your help, as always. He laughed pitifully.
I'm sorry.
I'm very sorry for ruining your afternoon with this. I can't apologize enough. It was no trouble, Cliff. Really. It couldn't be helped. In a way. Something was bound to happen sometimes. Sometime. Besides, he wasn't the only one who decided it was a good idea to disappear today. Exactly. We're just happy to see the kids are safe and sound. Not for the first time that day, you recalled your original meeting with Cove. He had run away then, too, only not as far as he had today. Cove must have had a similar thought, because he mumbled an apology. Sorry, Dad, I won't leave anymore. Promise. Some life seemed to return to Mr. Holden thanks to his promise. This time around, his smile was more genuine.
I'm so glad.
That's a relief to hear. Next time you feel like running off, come to me first, okay? We can talk about it. I'm here for you. Cove nodded. His dad reached out and mussed his hair playfully. Although he made a face, Cove didn't try to dodge his hand as usual, as he usually did. Let's go home, bud. I'd bet you're as tired as I am. Mr. Holden took over carrying Cove's backpack, still clasping a free hand on his son's shoulder when he stood up from the couch. The five of you walked over to the front door so you could see him off. Mr. Holden thanked your moms profusely at least 3 more times before he walked out the door. Cove was made to follow. But he stopped and turned to you before stepping through the threshold.
Thanks.
Thanks, Serena. You're welcome, Clove. Cove? A tiny smile flitted across his lips, there and then gone. I'm glad you're okay. You waved him off, you hugged him. Well, let's hug him. You hugged him. Before he was gone, you reached over to give him a hug goodbye after a hard day. He held you back more tightly than you could have anticipated. You knew he was squeaked out a noise. I'm glad you're here. His embrace was tight, but brief. He let go as soon as he said what he wanted to. And with that, Cove left. Oh. My heart. Mommy closed the door behind him. You were practically dead on your feet at that point. Your fatigue must have been obvious, because your mom sent you right to your bed with no more discussion of what happened today. Once your head hit the pillows, your eyes slipped closed on their own. Your eyelids were so heavy you couldn't open them again until next morning. You woke up much more at ease than you had felt when you were last conscious. It was almost like it was a warm dream. But it definitely wasn't. Your mom's faces when you saw them assured that. After breakfast, you were sat down and the family went over yesterday's events in full. They were none too pleased that you joined Cove despite knowing that he wanted to leave. As punishment, your moms took away your TV privileges for the next few days. Lizzie was annoyed that she couldn't watch her shows with you around, but she adjusted. Whenever you expressed disappointment, your moms reminded you that they weren't punishing you for no reason. It was just dangerous to go out on your own so late, and without telling anyone. You could have gotten hurt or worse. As upset as you were, you understood. Mr. Holden talked to Cove about what happened too. He didn't know what was said exactly, but Mr. Holden forgave Cove immediately. He didn't do anything to punish Cove for running away. He blamed no one but himself for Cove's desire to leave home. You caught your moms discussing it once in hushed tones, frowning at each other. It was pretty serious. There was a word used you hadn't heard before. Self-flagellation. Interesting. Gossiping about this man. But there wasn't anything they could do to change Mr. Holden's mind. Your neighbors stopped you and Cove often for the next week or so to express their concerns and disapproval of the event. Great, thanks, guys. Still, as they always did, days continued to pass, and so did talk about Cove running away. Things eventually returned to normal, as they had to. Summer kept going, and you kept having experiences you shared with Cove. And then the last one is sleepover!
Okay.
Alright, kids, we're done with dinner. Come to the table. Your stomach grumbled right on time, as if you heard your mom's words. As if it had heard your mom's words. You halted your game and looked over. She was almost done setting the table. She was walking around the mahogany wood in the process of putting down cutlery. Mommy was still in the kitchen, humming under her breath as she turned off the stove and put empty pots in the sink to wash. From beside you, Lizzie stirred, uncrossing her legs and standing up. She stretched her arms above her head. Finally! I'm ready to eat. She then cast a sly glance in your direction. You recognize that look. Last one to the table is a rotten egg. I haven't, but it was too late. Lizzie had already bolted towards the kitchen. You tried to catch up with her, you stayed sitting, you yelled at her, you threw a cushion at her. Why are you crying? Throw a cushion at her. Grabbing one of the cushions from the sofa, you threw it towards her. It hit her in the back of the legs, but it was too soft to do anything for real consequence. She merely brushed off the attack with a scowl. It was a short distance to the kitchen table. Lizzie managed to get there easily enough, slapping a hand on the wood. Mom moved just before Lizzie could bump into her, with an exasperated sigh as she resumed her work. I win again! You didn't win because you were racing by yourself because you cheated. Okay, you won. You didn't bother to try and talk to her about that. You didn't win because you were racing by yourself. No, I told you we were both racing. You're just so slow. I wasn't racing and you know it. That sounds like something a rotten egg would say. Lizzie grinned, her hands on her hips, then looked over your shoulder. Cove, you can be the tiebreaker. Was the real race that I totally won? Was that a real race that I totally won? You blinked. You hadn't noticed that he had been doing, what he had been doing during this little event, which wasn't much. You spotted Cove still on the floor. His legs were crossed beneath him, the arm with the cast resting on his lap. He looked at the two of you in a slight frown. It felt sort of strange to see him still here so late. Tonight, Cove had come to your house for a sleepover. Your moms and his dad had planned it a few days ago. You weren't surprised. You were the one who asked your moms about it. You were excited when your moms told you their idea. There was so much to do. It made you quite nervous. I think it was my idea. I think I was like, bring him over. They told you they would ask Mr. Holden. You looked forward to it since the moment you found out he agreed. You even helped Mom search for the storage room for a sleeping bag and extra bedding to prepare for his visit. Cove pursed his lips at Lizzie's question, but he didn't respond. Maybe he was planning on ignoring her, not that Lizzie would make it easy. This wasn't the first time she'd asked him to be a referee for one of her sudden races.
Come on.
Well, did I win or what? No.
No.
What? I don't think you won. How come? It's not my fault Serena's slow. Cheating's cheating, and a cheater never wins.
You always pick his side.
Yeah. Cove snuck a shy peek at you before answering her. I pick him and he picks me. Oh! My heart. Oh god! They're so cute. They're so precious. You're a couple of rotten eggs then. That's enough. Nobody here is a loser at rotten egg. You each are farm fresh. Which is a sentence I never thought I would say.
Alright.
Now listen to Mom and come sit at the table for dinner. All three of you. You and Lizzie obeyed, sitting across from each other at the edge of the table. Lizzie blew a raspberry at you when Mom turned her back. Your parents brought the last of the food, then took the seats further down to the table instead of sitting right next to you and Lizzie. Only Cove was left out. He had stood up from his spot on the floor when Anne made a move towards the kitchen. Cove, you can come sit too. Slowly he eyed the 4 seats that were left. Thanks to the new seating arrangement your parents chose, 1 free chair was beside you and another next to Lizzie. The last 2 were on the other side where your moms were sitting. You can sit anywhere you want, sit next to me, or you stay quiet. Sit next to me! Cove's gaze met your blue eyes. Oh, it remembers I have blue eyes! How cute! You smiled briefly. He grinned back. He walked over and pulled out the chair next to yours and sat down. You were glad he wanted to sit with you. He just needed to know it was okay. Now that everyone was situated, Mommy began to pass out plates.
Okay.
Dig in, kids. I cooked a little bit of everything for dinner tonight. Because not to avoid all the veggies. Be sure not to avoid all the veggies. Yes, Mom. Each person at the table served themselves, except for one. Cove hesitated again. He fidgeted with his hands. His hands clamped on top of his knees. He didn't seem very comfortable doing stuff in somebody else's house. One dish seemed to have his eye, at least. It was the pineapple chicken. That's pineapple chicken. Want to try some? Not really, sorry. By then, your moms had noticed that Cove still had nothing on his plate as well. Do you not like any of the food here, honey?
Wow.
Maybe he hasn't tried Hawaiian food before. He hasn't? Wow. Please don't talk with your mouth full, Lizzie. Lizzie swallowed the bite she was eating and then spoke again. He should try it now. She turned to Cove dramatically. Unless you want to shrink, that's what happens if you miss a meal. Elizabeth, that's not true and you know that. Cove squirmed under all the attention. He fidgeted with a fork between his fingers. I've had some things, just not any of this.
Oh,
Shoot, I should have asked your dad what your favorite foods were. It's alright, Lonnie. Maybe we'll find a new favorite today. You weren't so sure about that. Cove didn't look like he was going to be trying any of the food anytime soon. You let your moms handle this? I think you would like the pineapple chicken. It's yummy. Give me your player. You should try something new. I mean, pineapple chicken's really good. You should try it. He ultimately trusted your judgment. At your suggestion, Cove carefully spooned rice and chicken onto the plate. You saw that he took more of the grilled pineapple than any of the vegetables. You nodded, pleased. Your moms let it slide. At first, Cove poked at the food. Clearly, he was apprehensive to eat something new, but he took a few exploratory bites.
Right?
It's good, huh? Isn't it? You don't have to keep asking. He still speared more meat with his fork and ate it, chewing thoughtfully. It's not bad. Mommy grinned at his words, satisfied even though it wasn't exactly a glowing commendation. Lizzie wasn't as mollified. You're so weird. Don't be mean to your friend. We're not friends. Gun.
Oh.
Eat your pineapple chicken. Gun. There we go. Oh. Mommy floundered at the face of Cove's blunt honesty. Wait, what did he say? Oh, he just said we're not friends. Rip. Oh. You weren't surprised by Cove's declaration. The more you got to know him, the more you realized he wasn't the type of kid to keep his opinions to himself. But she wasn't easy to get along with all the time, though Cove didn't make much of an effort either. You hoped Cove thought of you as a friend. The two of you were friends, right? You wondered how he felt about you. You still made you nervous about your own relationship. Or at least the two of you were definitely friends. Damn. You could choose nervous, or yeah, we're friends. At least the two of you were definitely friends. You knew that without a doubt. The way he felt about Lizzie didn't change it. When you gave Cove a look, he returned a small smile, confirming your thoughts. Your mama looked at your mom and only got a shrug.
No.
Elizabeth, don't call someone weird. There's no such thing as a weird person and a non-weird person. There's just different perspective. It's not a nice thing to say to someone. Anyone. But Pam... Mommy tried to whisper exclusively to Mom. Her attempt to make it audible over the sounds of clinking silverware meant you caught the quiet words anyways. They're not friends. He said so. As parents, we can only try, and sometimes we fail. Not all kids will be thick as thieves. Now less talking and more eating, kids. You need to clean up and start winding down for bed soon. But, Mom! No buts. We've talked about this. Your bedtime will be moved back in a few years. For now, you don't get to stay up late. Lizzie sulked, muttering under her breath about how it wasn't right. You laughed at Mom's phrasing, you groaned about it as well, you stayed quiet and finished your meal. Laughed at the phrasing. You couldn't contain your snorts. Something the matter, Serena? Mom says no buts. Lizzie scoffed and rolled her eyes, unimpressed by such crude words. Your mommy snickers along with you, however. That's right, no buts allowed here. You all have to get rid of yours. Oh. No, I need it! The two of you continued to chuckle and Cove even cracked a smile. Children, I'm surrounded by children. The rest of dinner passed by uneventfully. Cove was silent for most of it, even when you nudged him and tried to get him to talk. All too soon, your table was cleared. The game in the living room were put away, and you were all steered to your bedrooms. Mom finished tucking you in and kissed your brow just as Mommy poked her head into the room. Are you ready for lights off, you two? You were lying comfortably in your bed and blanket hiked up to your armpits. You could kick it off later if it got too hot. Mom set up the sleeping bag on the floor for Cove, just beside your bed. He had already wiggled inside. You nodded for the both of you in response to Mommy's question. Perfect. I'll go say goodnight to Lizzie then. Mom tweaked her nose, chuckled when he squawked in annoyance, and left. Mommy took her place, sitting on the edge of your bed.
Sweet dreams.
Sweet dreams, sweetie. She pressed a soft kiss on your forehead. She giggled as strands of her hair fell forward and tickled you. Mommy smiled down affectionately at you, then moved her attention to Cove, who watched from his spot on the floor. Do you need anything before falling asleep, honey? What does your dad do? Sometimes he picks me up and lifts me really high, and then he shakes his hands like he's gonna let go, but he catches me again. He keeps doing that until sometimes he drops me on my bed, or other times he lowers me down and we pretend like I'm crashing. Cove had been pretty excited when talking about the nightly ritual he and his dad shared. He seemed to realize how animated he was and bashfully quieted it. But I don't want to do that here. Oh, how fun! Though I think you're right, it might not be a good idea to do that tonight. The sleeping bag might not be as soft as the landing. If there's anything else, we can always ask me or Serena's other mom. But I'm the nicer one. Just don't tell her that. She laughed good-naturedly and stood up.
Take care.
Sleep well, Cove. Night. Leaning against the door jamb, she rested a hand on the light switch and looked at you. Good night. Sleep tight. Don't let the bed bugs bite. With a last smile, Mommy turned the lights off and stepped out, closing the bedroom door behind her. You listened to her footsteps fade as she walked down the hallway. Even as the sound vanished, your eyes stayed open. It was so exciting to have Cove spending the night. Cove? Yeah? Oh, it's even darkened. That's pretty cute detail. I'm glad we're friends. Oh, thanks. Me too. You started when Cove sighed deeply. You turned your head to look at his direction. In the dark, you could only see a faint outline of a lump under the covers. Cove? What's wrong? What was that? Could you be less loud? Could you be quieter, please? Or stop that? God. What's wrong? I can't sleep. Why not? He shifted, or at least you thought he did. You couldn't see anything since your eyes were were still adjusting to the dark. But you heard a sleeping bag rustle. I want to be in my bed. Oh. Cliff sat up. Your eyes had gotten used to the low light level, so you could see him better. He got out of the sleeping bag and wobbled towards your side table, opened the top drawer. What is it? I'm getting my glasses. You sat up, watching as he reached inside. He paused for a moment, then pulled his hand out. Instead of his glasses, though, he was holding a book. Cove turned it around in his hand, trying to figure out the proper orientation for it. You knew even without reading the title which one it was. It was the one your moms would read to you. It was special. Be careful, that's mine. I thought you were looking for your glasses, or what are you doing with that? What you messing with my book for? Cove shrugged, squinting at the newly found cover in the dark. I just thought it looked cool. The compliment he afforded your special book had you grinning, your confusion forgotten. It is really cool.
Oh?
Oh, yeah? Why is that? What is it? It's a story about a squire who wants to become a knight, and there's magic. Does it have mermaids? No, but I love the main character because the squire is really brave and funny. It has cool pictures, some of them even take up the whole page. Mommy reads it to me, she uses different voices for every character as there's a dragon in it and crazy things happen. First one. But they're stuck working for this knight who's rude to them. Nobody believes that they can be a knight, but that doesn't stop the squire, so they go on adventures to show the king they're worthy. Cove looked excited by your words. He flipped the book over and focused on the backside summary. He must be pretty interested in it. You were reminded of the hours you'd spent hearing the tales. No matter how many times you read it, you had it read to you. You were still entertained by the story and pictures inside. You glanced out the window. He looked sleepy. The moon was high in the sky. It was definitely the time when you were supposed to be asleep. You couldn't keep staying up, or you wanted to read the book with Cove. We definitely staying up. Fuck sleep. Read the book. You climbed out of the bed and padded over to your side table. You opened it and rummaged around, pushing enough stuffed toys, and crayons. Cove called to you in a confused whisper. What are you doing? You'll see. You let out a quiet cry of victory when you found what you were looking for. You jumped back to the bed before the hidden boogeyman could catch you unaware. Cove continued to watch as you wriggled your way beneath the blankets you discarded earlier. You pulled it over your head. What's? Come on, check it out. Double yeet. We're doing a little tent. Oh, bring the book too. Oh, cute. After a moment, the bed dipped as Cove got into it. The blankets shifted. You fiddled with the flashlight in your grip, feeling for the switch. With a click, the small space flooded with bright light. Cove sputtered, putting his hand to shield himself from the beam. Move it somewhere else. Sorry. You tilted the flashlight so it was shining down towards the floor of your blanket cave, and away from the Cove's sensitive eyes. Is that better? Yeah. Now we can read. My moms won't know. I do this all the time. I've never tried something like this before. No, we do this all the time. I would literally do that every night. Time to double mod. Oh, okay. I do this all the time. When mommy or mom check in on me, I have to hide everything under the blanket, but I haven't been caught before. You want to try? Cove nodded. Pleased by his straightforward response, he placed the book between you and flipped it open to the first page. Meanwhile, he laid down on his belly and shuffled closer, picking up the flashlight to shine it on the pages. His face was illuminated with a warm glow. You mirrored his position, leaning in so you could see the book better. Your foreheads nearly brushed until you shuffled back to a comfortable distance. You wanted the story to be narrated. You thought it would be best to take turns reading the book silently. You flipped through the pages to show Cove cool pictures. Definitely want it to be narrated. Narrated. You loved it when mommy read to you. Why not read as loud as you dared this time of night? You didn't even need to study the page for long. There was once a squire who dreamed of knighthood. All they wanted was to do good. Cove was taken aback when you began to recite the words by heart. You even pronounced knighthood properly, a word which you had given you grief in the past. His reaction encouraged you to keep going. Soon he got to the exciting part, the squire and the dragon's first meeting. The squire walked up to the fearsome dragon, their borrowed sword in one hand and a torch in the other. Her red scales danced in the light like flickering flames. Could you see the dragon's lines? Do you need to get your glasses? No, it's my head my head hurts if I don't wear my glasses for a while. I can kind of see things alright, but I don't know any voices. That's okay, it's fun anyways. Okay. Let me just... Cove read the page, his mouth moving silently with the words. Eventually he nodded to himself and spoke them out loud. Who goes there? Roared the dragon. Who dares enter my cave? It was your turn. You took into the squire's famous speech. You went into the squire's famous speech. The next time you looked up from the page, your gaze landed right on Cove. Why do I keep saying Clove? His eyes were following the text, a soft smile lightening up his features. A lock of his hair fell into his field of vision, but he gave it no notice. He was lost in the story. You stared when Cove caught you watching him. He raised a questioning brow. What? Nothing. Cove shot you a strange look, but he went back to the book. You did too, even as your eyelids started to droop. When your eyes opened again, your bedroom was pitch black and silent. Whoops. Your head was smushed into your pillow, and your pajamas were sticking to you, and your mouth was dry. Slowly, you raised yourself onto your elbows. You yawned, the back of your throat twinging as you did. You rolled onto your side to sit up in bed, planning to get water from the kitchen, when you saw a dark shape towering above you. You froze. Then you remembered you weren't alone in your room, tonight. Cove? That you?
Yeah.
Yep. You shifted and felt something cylindrical pressing into your thigh. You fumbled for it. The familiar weight of the flashlight pressed into your palm. You turned it on. Cove blinked at you, looking exhausted. He was in his normal clothes again. She was in everything. His pajama pants were left on the floor, abandoned. His sleeping bag was in a similar state. What is it? Can't sleep. I keep waking up. Did you have a bad dream? He shook his head from side to side. No, just can't sleep. It's weird here. You frowned. You'd helped your mom's redecorate it only a few months back. I like my room. It's not that it's bad, I just want always sleep in my bed, in my room. That made things a little clearer. It wasn't anything you'd done. Cove just couldn't sleep in a new place. He wondered how long it took for Cove's bedroom to be in his new house to not be weird for him. Probably a while. I'm gonna go. What? That shook off the last of your doziness. He was gonna walk outside back to his own house, this time of night, all by himself? He noted your shocked expression and looked at you with resolve. But will let me in. I've gone outside late before, and I have to go. Well, if you have to, you don't have to. I'll come with you, or I should tell my mom's. I'll come with you.
Why?
Why? I can get there myself, and you'd have to go all the way back here from my house. I want us to stay together more. I think I should come anyways. I've got to make sure nothing happens to you. I want us to stay together more. Cove looked at you quietly, after contemplating something, before nodding his head.
Okay.
With that, Cove usually casually crouched down to collect his pajama pants. You were relieved he didn't mind you coming. Are you getting the rest of your stuff too, like your toothbrush? I don't know where my mom's put it at all. No, just this. You'd understand that. He didn't really need anything right now, and you could always pick his things up tomorrow. Cove visited your house during the day all the time. You grabbed the flashlight and waited by the door. Soon Cove joined you. The two of you crept into the hallway as silently as you could. You sidestepped the loose floorboard at the end of the hall, alerting Cove to it as well. Apart from that, you had no problems making it to the front door. Everyone was in their rooms. The rest of the house was abandoned. It was brighter outside. Here some of the other neighbors had lights coming through their windows. Still, you felt better with your flashlight turned on. You pointed in the direction you were taking. There was no sound apart from the chirping of crickets and the crunch of some loose sand that had gotten all the way to the streets from the beach. You'd be in a lot of... Wait, oh. After a while, it was almost soothing. You thought back to your unlocked front door and hoped one of your moms didn't wake up. If they did or checked in on you, or both, you'd be in a lot of trouble. Surprisingly, it was Ko who broke the deep silence. This was my first sleepover. Aw. Really? I've had sleepovers before. Sometimes I'll go to my grandma's and grandpa's house. Shiloh slept over a few times too, and other stuff. Ko remained quiet. The silence stretched between you, but it didn't feel awkward right now. You didn't feel like you needed to break it immediately. How was it? Or is it? It's not bad. I liked reading your book. You did? I kind of thought you weren't having fun. You really did, you didn't really say anything when we were eating. I didn't know what to say. Oh. Now you were the one who didn't know what to say, so you said nothing. You just lit the path ahead. The two of you kept walking side by side, your shadows stretching across the concrete. In almost no time at all, you arrived. Cove's house loomed above you. The window's dark. Mr. Holden must be sleeping just like everyone else in their own family. Are you sure your dad's gonna open the door? Yeah, he wakes up real easily. As if to demonstrate, he rang the doorbell. A couple of minutes passed, and you wondered if Cove was wrong. Then the front door unlocked and cracked open. Out came his dad. Oh! Hey there! Hey, father! What's up, bro? What's up, Mr. Man? What's up? Hello. Hello. Mr. Holden wasn't wearing all his clothes. His hair wasn't up in a ponytail like normal either. You felt a little bad to disturb one who definitely had not been expecting anyone. He's just a dude living his life. Wait, why is he shirtless? Because he woke up and came outside. His eyes had been narrowed into tired slits, yet they opened wide when he saw you and Cove. Kids, what in the world are you doing? Is everything okay? I couldn't sleep. Cove said my room is weird. Mr. Holden blinked, his features still twisted in panic. Then he closed his eyes and let out a deep sigh. Right, well, that is a shame. What's done is done. Come inside, son. We can talk about what happened in the morning. Okay. Cove yawned while accepting the terms without complaint. Thank you for dropping him off, Serena. I think you'll have to be part of the conversation tomorrow, but we'll deal with what to do next time. Now, let me walk you back. It's not safe for you to be out this late by yourself. He moved a step past you, but you shook your head. I'll be fine, Mr. Holden. My house is right there, and I have a flashlight. Mr. Holden remained where he was, his brow furrowed, and placed a hand on Cove's shoulder blade. Then I'll stand right here. Cove and I will be your lookouts. We'll close the door once you made it back inside. You nodded your head as a compromise. Have a good night. Take care. Mr. Holden waved you off. As you turned, your eyes met Cove's, still standing beside his dad. His lip turned up at the corners. He spoke in an almost whisper.
Bye.
Bye, Serena. Thanks for coming. Flashlight clutched in your hand, you jogged back over to your home. You did feel better knowing Cove and his dad were watching to make sure nothing happened. Once you got to your front door, you glanced over to see the two waiting. You waved. Faintly, you saw Cove wave back. You quietly closed the door behind you, smiling to yourself. Then you tiptoed to your bedroom. The flashlight was returned to your drawer in its rightful place. Though Cove had to go back home in the end, you still considered the sleepover to be quite a success. You did hope that next time he'd be able to stay the whole night, whenever next time came along. The next morning, you were woken by the sound of your mom's voice and a soft shake of your shoulder. Serena, wake up, it's time to get up and at 'em. The sun was peeking through the curtains, and you rubbed your eyes as they adjusted to the new light. Cove's already out of bed. You blinked at her for a moment, confused, until you caught the empty sleeping bag on the ground, and remembered what had happened during the night. But I don't see him there. Don't see him out there. I wonder where he's gotten off to so early. You hesitated, giving Mom a look with your mouth hanging half open, as your mind processed what to tell her.
Everything okay?
Serena, is everything alright? Cove couldn't sleep. He said my room was weird. What? Where's Cove now? Did he sleep on the couch? Mom was still looking at you very expectingly, but you started to explain what had happened when you were interrupted by Mommy calling from downstairs, saying Mr. Holden was at the door. You could tell by the way Mom's forehead crinkled that she was even more concerned. When she turned to head downstairs, you pulled back the covers and jumped out of bed to follow her. Cliff, how are you? Mom joined Mommy at the door, while you hovered at the bottom of the stairs and peeked around the corner. You saw Cove's dad straining just outside, a sheepish smile on his face. He was alone, and you wondered if Cove was alright. I don't want to alarm you both, but Cove showed up back home in the middle of the night, and he wasn't alone. Whoops. In trouble again. He rubbed the back of his neck anxiously. He must have felt bad about sharing the news. Mr. Holden kind of reminded you of Cove in that moment. Your moms exchanged a matching pair of surprised looks. Mommy gasped, covering her mouth with a hand. The two of them looked your way and quickly ducked behind a wall. The boy and I made sure Serena got home safe, but Cove wouldn't tell me what happened. I thought you might have a little more insight. We didn't hear a thing during the night. I noticed Cove was gone just minutes ago before you arrived. Is he alright? We're so sorry. We'll be having a talk with Serena about this for sure. Fuck. Mr. Holden pulled his lips into a tight smile and then held up his hand as if he wasn't say it wasn't their fault. He's fine. I just wanted to find out more before having another talk with him. I should have known he wasn't ready to spend the night at someone else's house. You felt bad for Mr. Holden. He looked so sad. I love this, honestly. Good. I like it too. They discussed the event for a little bit longer, your parents promising to call him if they found out more, and when Mr. Holden finally said goodbye, you heard Mom calling your name. Immediately you panicked, wondering if you should find somewhere to hide. There was a growing sense of dread in your stomach, that you were about to get into a lot of trouble. Your mom found you eventually, though you were relieved to see that they didn't look very angry. They did, however, look very, very worried.
That's ridiculous.
What are you thinking, Serena? Why didn't you tell us something was wrong? Why did you leave the house? You toed the ground in front of you, refusing to look at them. I'm sure you were just trying to help him, but you know it's dangerous to go outside at night without a parent, don't you? Nodding your head, you couldn't do much more than listen as your parents explained. Explained how dangerous it was, danger it had been for you and Cove to wander, over to his house, at night. Personally, you didn't think it was that bad, since Cove already lived across the road, but you didn't tell your moms that. You were already in enough trouble as it is, so when they asked you to promise to tell them when something like that happens next time, you nodded your head in agreement. Even though it was a little unfair, you accepted the punishment that you weren't allowed to have any sleepovers until you could prove to your moms that you were responsible enough. You were determined to show them that you could be trusted. When you saw Cove next, he was sorry he had gotten in trouble. After hearing a similar lecture, Cove got away with a warning from his dad. Mr. Holden felt the negative experience was enough already, and Cove didn't need additional punishments. This man really don't punish his son ever for anything at all. In the end, the two of you and your parents were eventually able to move past the ill-fated sleepover. It had all been a learning experience according to the adults. You could accept that. There was definitely things you learned from it. And hopefully one day you and Cove could finally be able to have a successful sleepover. Okay. Well, that was the summer. The summer is over. And then summer ended. Let's just save just in case. It's the summer of our 8-year-old lives. And then we move on to summer ended. Yes. I really want to see like what we get to customize. So I'll just go a little bit into this step just to see. Wow, summer was only 5 hours long this year. Rip. It's that daylight savings time, man. I'll never get tired of that view. You stood beside your mom, Lizzie, and Cove as the 5 of you watched the sun dip into the ocean somewhere far, far away. You liked to imagine it was cooling off the water, resting itself before getting ready to shine brightly again tomorrow. Man, that was a fun day. I didn't know they had magicians on the shopping street now. Neither did I. Oh no, we're all so dull. We are so dull. Let's get out more. He didn't do real magic, Mom. How did you figure that one out? 'Cause I know. That's not what real magic looks like. Oh, Lizzie, dear. There's all kind of magic in this world. Lizzie gave Mommy a suspicious look, but didn't dispute the claim. You looked over at Cove, who hadn't said a word since you started home. He didn't look upset, though, just content. You were aware he still hadn't quite warmed up to your parents. Well, we can sit out here all night. Time to hurry home and get cooking. Well, we can't sit out here all night. Time to hurry home and get cooking. Who's helping with dinner? Lizzie immediately let out a groan. Mom, summer's almost over. I keep calling him Clove, and I don't know why. I really don't know why. The protest was obvious, but you could practically see school on the horizon. You certainly didn't want to spend the last bits of your freedom cooking dinner. You could do that any other day. Please, can we just play a little longer? We have to keep playing before it's too late. It is almost over. Put on your best puppy dog eyes, or Lizzie may not want to, but you planned on going home. You have to keep playing before it's too late. Mom raised a brow, the corner of her mouth lifting before she pursed her lips. You make it sound like it's the end of the world. It practically is! You nodded vigorously, thankful that you and your sisters, you had your sister on your side. Surely your joint effort would wear your mom down. Please? Soon, we'll have homework and reading to do. We can't go do work now. Lizzie made her a case and then stomped her foot on the ground. You mimicked her, feeling that would add something to the argument. Well,
No.
Come on, Pam. I can help you with dinner. Mommy leaned in for a hug, and you knew that they were very close to victory.
Okay.
All right. But as soon as dinner's ready, you lot are coming inside. Understood? Yes, Mom. Yes, Mom. Cove, dear, you're welcome to join us as well. You grinned at Cove and nudged his arm with your elbow. Cove gave you a non-committal shrug to your mommy, which you took as an agreement. So much to do, so little time. Maybe I could get a seashell bracelet at Tines and Trinkets. Ooh, or maybe the playground, or the fireflies would be coming out, right? Don't I get a say in this? You silently made your own plans, or we can't go too far. I'm going home. Don't I get a say in this? Lizzie looked over at you, narrowing her eyes like she was very seriously contemplating the answer to that question. The strong gust of wind made you shiver. Lizzie huffed as she wrapped her arms around herself.
Rude.
Doesn't the wind know that summer's not over yet? That's all Lizzie said, before abruptly turning on her heel and heading off in the direction your mother's had gone. Where are you going? I'm going to my room. I have lots to plan if I want to make the most of tomorrow. You thought this over, looking off towards the water again. Lizzie didn't wait, and before long she disappeared off down the road. Meanwhile, Cove was going the opposite direction, heading for the beach. Bye-bye, summer. No. Followed Lizzie, you stayed with Clove? Fuck! Cove! I'm definitely staying with Cove. Fuck it. Cove gave you a smile you couldn't help but return. Cool. He made a little gesture that you interpreted as follow me, and then started heading towards the waves. Cove knelt down, picking up something you quickly identified as a smooth rock. He reared his arm back, then tossed it out into the water. You're impressed over how far he got it to go. It sailed away out into the sea. It was a good toss. That was pretty neat. It wasn't a long throw. We didn't try for that. The rock sunk kind of like a rock and fell backwards almost right as he tossed it. I don't want to do that to him. He's a good rock thrower. I feel like he must be. You can't skip rocks in the ocean. What are you doing when you look for your own rock? I'm gonna look for my own rock. Deciding to join Cove, you searched nearby for any rocks or shells that you could throw too. You found a shell that would suit your purposes, a smell growing as you tossed it as hard as you could. It landed with a wet thunk a few feet away and slipped down into the water. When he looked over at Cove, he didn't seem to notice that his throw had been more impressive. Cove, looking down at his cast, scratched idly at the pink surface, even though you're pretty sure he couldn't feel it. His brows furrowed and there was a frown on his face.
Not fair.
It's not fair. I had to wear this cast for ages. I can't even swim. When do you get it off, or how'd you get it? Yeah, we still don't know how he got his cast. Tell us how you got it. I was jet skiing. What? Your eyes widen. Really? Cove narrowed his eyes a little. Yes. Why would I lie? I didn't mean it like that. He then continued to explain. I crashed. He gestured to his arm as if to say, and this was the result. Who lets an 8-year-old go jet skiing? It's hard to believe you're allowed to jet ski.
Whoa.
Well, I'm not. Oh. Cove let out a huff, plopping down into the sand. I can't believe summer's almost over. You sat down next to him and nodded in agreement, regardless of the sudden topic change. I don't want to go back to school. I mean, I would. I don't want to go to a new school. I think it'll be the same school as you and Lizzie. My dad said something about that. Cool, you're gonna like it. Everyone's super nice. He'd only ever been to the one school, but you're sure that his old school couldn't have been that much better. Then again, he did have to make new friends and meet new teachers. It could be kind of scary. Cove shook his head, then wrapped his good arm around his knee as he drew them close to his chest. You heard a sniffling sound. When you took a good look at his face, you realized his eyes were wet.
I want to go home.
Oh. You never have to move before, but you thought you could understand. If you had to go away to a new school all of a sudden, with all new people, you'd probably be dreading it too. Even though you sort of maybe understood, you still weren't sure how to help. Okay, I'll see you later? Cove gave his head a small shake. No, I want to go back home. Right. Cove wanted to go back to his old home. The one that sat waiting someplace far away from here. The one he would bring up whenever he felt this sad. I can relate to Cove. Yeah, very much so. It had been a while since he moved in, but he didn't seem to feel any better about being here. You settled back down in the sand, trying to consider what to do. Yeah, moving is fucking rough. I'm like, I have a hard time every time I have to move. Do you hate it here? This can be your home, or it'll be alright. Do you hate it here? Cove's brows furrowed even more. Then he shook his head. He felt a rush of relief fill you. You liked having Cove here. It would be sad if he'd been miserable the whole time. You're not going to leave, right? He'll still be around? The question was a little surprising. I don't know. Excuse me? No, you're definitely still going to be here. Fuck that. Of course. Your parents would have to mention it if you were going to move or something, right? After a second, Cove gave a little nod. Once I get my cast off, we can go swimming. You are fine with him changing the subject again. Yeah, that would be fun. Cove smiled and looked back at the waves. I grew up going back and forth to Pennsylvania and I'd get homesick. I cried my first day in 2nd grade when I had to move to South Carolina. Oh no, that's so rough. Oh, I'm sorry. It's so tough on, like, especially kids to move. To, like, uproot their lives. Sad. Sad and tough. My dad keeps saying I'll get used to everything eventually, but I'd feel better then. It used to make me angry. I didn't want to get used to everything. You spared a glance over at Cove, and see the anger had slipped off his face in favor of something more puzzled. But maybe that would be okay after all, as long as I really do feel better. I can't see it. You could remember, a long time ago, when you first started going to school, you had absolutely not been okay with the idea of being away from your parents for most of the day. To To listen to strangers tell you what to do and sit with the kids you've never met before. Things changing is hard. You held his hand. I can, or make sure you do. That's a better option. You hold his hand and make sure you hold his hand. You're not quite sure what to say to that, so instead you reach out and take hold of Cove's hand. The one closest to you is the one with his cast, so you make sure you were very gentle. As you watched, Cove's eyes got a little misty once again. You got the feeling that they were different tears from the ones from before, though. I hope next summer I'll surf and go exploring and everything will be like it's supposed to be again. You will. It will. The two of you sat quietly, just taking in the sound of the waves. You hoped that Cove would be able to accept this place as his new home. You definitely try and help him, in what ways you could. There were so many wonderful things here Cove probably hadn't even seen yet. Lost in thought, you started a bit when you heard a faint familiar sound. You startled a bit. The sound of your mom shouting your name. Ooh! What did I miss? You looked over your shoulder, realizing it was probably time for dinner. Time had been really gone by fast. You stood and dusted the sand off yourself. My mom's calling, it's time for dinner. You should come. Cove looked up at you, expression screaming reluctance, yet ultimately, okay. When you smiled, Cove returned to one of his own. Serena. Thanks. Oh, he said it. It was nice. Where you were right then. But the two of you couldn't stay here in your own little world any longer. You were being called forward. So both of you ran off towards your house, leaving the waves and summer behind. Ooh. Very lovely. In between. Oh. And this is where we can transition our pronouns if you want. Or change our name or anything. What? Oh, we can change our lips now? Oh, we got more options now. Okay, birthmarks. Oh, we can give ourselves acne now. You get to grow up a little. Get acne. No, thank you. Hand size medium. I can be chubbier now, but I'm gonna stay with medium. Oh, I can have large hands now too. Glasses. No. Earrings. Earring 1, earring 2, earring 3, earring 4, earring 5. Oh, a little. Oh, well, I can't see it on that side. Dang, we can get decked out. Time for acne. No! I kind of want the flower ones. Thick, thin, thick. Do we get to wear makeup? Braces. Interesting. Okay. Done. I never wear hats. Done. Direct, relaxed, nervous, relax, and crush. Can't do indifferent now. Can't go lower infection after it's been risen. Nervous crush, relax, direct crush. Definitely crush. Ready. You won't be able to change it until step 3. Yeah. Ooh. Customized Cove time. Choose the customized Cove yourself or let his prior experiences determine it. Let's see. I can just remove glasses. Or change his hair. He's got nice hair. I love his brushes already. Yeah, I agree. I think I'll probably just let him choose. Oh, he's got a scarf from where he had his from when he had his cast. How do I go back? Oh shit. PJs. Jacket. How do I go back? Fuck. I fucked up. Hold on. No! I fucked up again! Fuck! That's not what I meant. Oh shit. Oh well. What was the story from here? I fucked up. Of course. Then skip. Cove's hand. Then skip. Okay.
Thanks.
Pick. Okay. Now I'll fucking save here. Done. Oh, I guess I should save here. Ready. Yes. Let his prior experiences determine it. Sporty, studious, warm, affable, candid, quiet. Oh! I did it again. Fuck. Did I fuck it up? I think I fucked it up. Again. I'll get it right this time, I swear.
Thanks.
And then relaxed crush. Ready? Yes. Now fucking do it right this time, please. Cove is perfect the way they are. So let's let, oh, no! Okay, I'm gonna hit load. And then Cove customization. Neither. Cove gets to be who he wants to be. I believe in you. Thank you. August ended, September began. It was time to go back to school. Lizzie groaned and complained the entire first week. She hated going to classes. Still, there was interesting things to do that can be done anywhere else. You weren't sure how Cove felt about it. He was enrolled that year. That was like a sign Cove should be staying in Sunset Bird for a while. At school, he was alright, but it kept his distance from other kids, from what you saw anyways. Whenever, youthful affection, even unlocked. Whenever he could, Cove stuck to you like glue. He didn't mind that much what you did to pass the time, as long as it was together. Sometimes it was like things were exactly the same as when you had first met. But other times, as you got older, you couldn't ignore how the feelings have changed in meaningful ways. Lizzie looked like she'd hate school. Yeah. That year, the divorce of Cove's parents was finalized. You overheard your parents talking about it, saying Cove's dad got full custody. Yikes. Uh-oh. They don't normally give that out unless something happened. At first, you worried that meant bad news. You heard Mr. Holden cry, apparently. It had made Mr. Holden cry, apparently. Then you found out that it meant Cove would be living with his dad. He would only stay with his mom a few weeks of the year. Cove cried too, for different reasons you thought. Yikes. It seemed like Cove and his dad might move again, but Mr. Holden decided to stay after all. Mom asked him about it once. He said he didn't want to uproot Cove's life a second time. Mr. Holden tried to give Cove to like Sunset Bird more. He kept encouraging his son to go out and see the place. Sometimes Mr. Holden volunteered you to spend time with Cove. He seemed very confident that it was an effective strategy. Cove never talked to anyone about what happened with his parents and withdrew whenever it was brought up. It was hard for him, yet nobody knew how to help. Eventually, Cove stopped crying on his own. You couldn't understand what had changed. But you hoped that you could help him feel better, since even without the tears, he looked sad. Maybe one day you could say out loud what he felt inside. He could say out loud. After that, it felt like things had gone back to normal, except what was normal didn't stay the same. Years passed, and suddenly you were in middle school. You weren't a kid anymore. You were 13 years old. That officially made you a teen, even if your sister didn't agree. The toys and crayons that used to litter every free space in your room had been packed away somewhere, replaced by new hobbies. There were other changes too. Cove's cast got taken off. It was weird to see him without it initially. Underneath the pink plaster ended up being a long, thin scar that snaked across his forearm. Cove's chest puffed out with pride when someone drew attention to it. He went through a major growth spurt. He was the tallest student in his class for 2 years in a row. Cove will probably have that spot again next time. In class, people knew him more from than just being tall. He also stood out because of how well he did in gym and other athletic situations. Over the years, he began opening up more too. You saw him talking amicably with other kids or neighbors from time to time. The only kid that came to visit the neighborhood when you were little, Shiloh, well, he was gone. He and his mom moved back south because of her work. just 1 year after Cove came to Sunset Bird. It had been really upsetting when he left. Lizzie was unconsolable for weeks, but nobody talked about Shiloh anymore. It was a long time ago. Oh no! Oh no! I never got to figure out why Shiloh was like that. You learned some heartbreaking things, became less sad the further away they were, even if they'd never gotten any better. That was sad in its own way. Oof. Shiloh! I wonder if he doesn't move in other ones. Or if it's just doomed to move. Oh no, no. He's definitely just doomed to move. Okay. But it looks like it's not the last you see of him. Only feels weird since there's someone in a server, named Shiloh. Yeah, I know a Shiloh too. Things at home, were different too. You lived in the same house and all that, but it wasn't how it was before. Ma dyed her hair purple, wanting something new, and liked it so much she kept dyeing it. You remembered calling her mommy as a kid, but something like that seemed awkward nowadays. You're much too old for that. Your mom is definitely the type that would dye her hair. Lizzie felt too mature for her nickname too, so she insisted on everyone calling her Elizabeth, so you did. Your mom soon gave her permission to go places other than the playground and shopping street, which she took advantage of. You rarely saw her around the old neighborhood. In fact, she hardly spent time with you the way she did before. Elizabeth instead associated more and more with girls from school her own age. Maybe the difference between 13 and 15 was greater than the difference between 8 and 10. Oh, it definitely is. You started befriending new people yourself, like Derek Suarez. He didn't live in the neighborhood or go to the same school. What happened was, his and Cove's dad struck up a business partnership a few months ago. Since then, Derek would pop in the area now and then. It seemed Mr. Suarez was happy to letting Derek tag along into his work, if Derek had the time for it. Without a doubt, everyone and everything around you had changed, in the small and big ways. You had too. As time went by, though, it was easy to settle into this new normal. Then, before you knew it, school was over and summer vacation had come again. Ooh. Brand new room. Brand new room. Scuba diving. Is that Cat in the Hat? Nice. Interesting. Oops. It was the first day of summer vacation. The sun was as hot as ever, but you were inside, away from its harsh rays. To be more specific, you were snuggled in bed, celebrating the time off by sleeping in, wide awake, ready about to head out to enjoy your time off. You wide awake, baby. Made sure to slather on some generous amount of sunscreen so you didn't get burnt. You were looking in the mirror, studying the clothes you'd thrown on, when your bedroom door opened without a warning. In reflection, you saw Elizabeth raise an eyebrow. Now she's orange-themed instead of sunflower-themed. Have you been staring at yourself this whole time? Could you not next time go away or good morning? Good morning. She ignored that, crossing her arms over her chest with a disgruntled expression. Clearly she hadn't come just to see you. Your special boy is at the door, like he always is now. He brought some happy summer gifts from Mr. Holden. Mom wants you to take it from him. Say thanks or whatever. You did not like the way she called you You did not like the way she called him your special boy, but you knew by now saying so wouldn't stop her. Terrible teens.
Come on.
So come down already. Be right there. Okay, fine. Really, that's great. I'm coming, or I'll be there when I'm ready. Really, that's great. Elizabeth said nothing else and left, having done what was instructed of her. Now alone, you focused on the mirror once again. Ugh. Oh, I get to choose more about what I look like. Nice. Your reflection hardly even fits in the frame. You're very tall. Your reflection went over the whole length of the mirror. You're pretty tall. Your reflection fits comfortably in the frame. Your average height. There was a lot of open real estate in the frame. You're pretty short. Or you had trouble getting your reflection to appear in the mounted mirror. You're very short. Terrible teens instead of terrible twos, yeah. And I am average height in real life, so I'll do that. Cove was really tall. Derek was kind of short. You were pretty much the exact height that someone would expect for a 13-year-old. You liked your height. You weren't sure how you feel about it, or you're kind of self-conscious about it. I think average is fine. I like my height. It suited you well in your mind. And then you put the finishing touches on your outfit while rummaging on the situation. Careless as they had been, Elizabeth's words piqued your interest. Wait. Oh, okay, never mind. I thought I misread something. You planned on going over to see what Cove was up to today, so this worked in your favor. It was when you spotted your reflection that you realized you were smiling wide. You looked forward to seeing him. You left your room, taking on an easy time down the stairs. Step 2, second chance. Spotted Mom first, reclining on the couch. She held up a magazine in her hand, which she was perusing through. Morning, Mom. She looked up at your greeting, a smile instantly appearing on her face.
Thanks.
Oh, she really looks like a mom now. Like, really, Mom. Good morning, Serena. Thank you for coming down. Ma's at the door with Cove. He can't stay over today, unfortunately. Why don't you go and thank him before he leaves? You nodded and made your way to the front door. Just as she said, Mom was making conversation. She must have heard you because she looked over her shoulder.
Oh.
Oh, very nice. Purple hair. I like it. Classy. Look who finally made it. Morning, sleepyhead. Ma reached for it and you knew she was about to pat your head. She was taller than average, and you were a little on her eyes despite being a typical size for your own age. You let her do it, you happily let her do it, you tilted your body to dodge, you pushed your hand back and laughed, or you pushed your hand back and groaned. You choose how stinky you get to be. Mom. You happily let her do it. That type of small, affectionate exchange was nice. She placed the whole hand on top of your head for a second time before lifting it back up. Ah, you're the last one down today, you know that? Life isn't a race. Morning. I was gonna stay in longer, but you're welcome. Sorry about the waiter. What did we get? Life isn't a race. Funny. I don't think that excuse will work if you're late for anyone other than your own mother, though. With a small laugh, Ma stepped aside. Cove is just as you remembered. Exactly how you came to know him to be. He leaned uncomfortably to the side of your doorway, as the longer strands of his hair idly drifted with a breeze. His features were pinched in embarrassment as he shifted from one foot to another. He was holding what must have been much talked about gift. At first glance, you figured it must have been a bouquet of flowers. Then you gave it a real look. No, instead it was a carefully cut fruit. It made a lot of sense that it was actually from Cove's dad. You had to suppress a laugh at this showing. You can imagine how many folks buying this sort of thing for their own personal enjoyment. That kind of arrangement was built for presentation, likely to impress whoever inevitably was going to receive it. It seemed no matter how long he lived here, Mr. Holden would keep going out of his way to be neighborly, and Cove would always be roped into participating. At the sight of you, Cove smiled, but there was some nervousness to it. Hey. You smiled back. You couldn't help thinking to when you first met Cove and how much you became such good friends. Lately, though, you were starting to have a little different feelings for him. Is he crouching because the door's too tall? Maybe. He did say he was really tall. Hey, it's nice to see you.
Yeah.
Yeah, you too. His grip on the base of the gift tightened and just your heartbeat sped up. Even if neither of you had spoken about it, both of you were aware of something new growing in your relationship. It was already sharpening to be another long summer. The best part was the two of you had plenty of time to spend together and explore what was developing. His awkwardness over the task started to creep back so Cove nudged the gift closer to you. He was ready to be relieved of it. Your hand brushed over his, just slightly, when you took a hold of the base. He flinched enough for you to know with certainty that he noticed it happening. You couldn't help but smile to yourself. And with that, the gift was accepted. I hope you and your family like it. It's a pretty good gift, I think, anyways. He smiled earnestly. Dad spent a lot of time picking out the best size and design. There were so many options to choose from. Thank you, thanks, sir. You're too cute sometimes. Ooh, we get to be a little flirty. Ooh, we get to be a little flirty. You're too cute sometimes. I'm not trying to be. Just thank my dad for all this, okay? Alright. Mr. Holden's behavior was really different from any neighbor you'd ever had. Though, after 5 years, you were still used to his antics. You were used to his antics. And ever since you made up your mind on what your opinion was. Oh, shit. He was nice. He was sort of funny. He was pretty weird. You didn't like him. He was great. He was great and kind of handsome to boot. I mean, I ain't gonna lie. Though there were sometimes people didn't like about Mr. Holden. You didn't mind them and liked him quite a bit. Even if he was Cove's dad, you couldn't pretend like he wasn't a nice-looking guy. That was good too, but it was something you kept to yourself. Your thoughts were quickly interrupted by a shout. There you are! You shared a confused look with Cove. As one, both of you stepped through the open door onto the neighborhood street. It didn't take a long time to locate the source of the noise. You spotted Derek, just a few yards down the road. He ran up to you. You're happy at the sight of him, you're confused at the sight of him, or you were displeased at the sight of him. He's literally my friend! Of course I'm gonna be happy to see him. Derek was certainly a welcome guest in the neighborhood. It was a pleasant surprise whenever he showed up. Okay, what's this boy gonna look like? What if he's emo? I'm guessing he's emo. Oh, it was the exact opposite of emo. After stopping a couple of steps away, Derek hunched over to catch his breath. Then he looked up with a wide grin.
Hey.
Hey, my guys! I was just at your house, Cove, but no one was there. Should have figured out, you'd be at Serena's place. Do you ever spend time in your own house, or are you always just there? He's Hop. Oh yeah, good notice. Good notice. Derek laughed at his own joke. He didn't notice that it embarrassed Cove, or the embarrassment was what he was actually laughing at. Derek turned to you. He was going to say more, but his eyes widened and then he gasped. What's that? He followed the gaze, unsure. Then he realized what he meant. You were still holding Mr. Holden's gift. This? It's kind of like a bouquet of flowers, but made out of fruit.
Nice.
Nice, can I have some? He just said, gimme that. Gimme. Sure, we can share. I haven't tried any yet. It's a gift from my family. I can't give it to you. Maybe we can have some later. Sure, we can share. Derek grew more excited by your words, bouncing off the balls of his feet. Awesome. Then he nodded his head as if to clear it. Anyways, that's right. I came here because I needed to say something big. He paused, possibly for effect. There's some other kid here in Sunset Bird. Cove was as surprised as you were by the news. Such a reaction made sense. No one around your age had moved in here since Cove did 5 years ago. Were they with their family? Maybe they were cutting through. Nuh-uh. The new kid was all by himself, just walking. Did you talk to him? Nope. I came to report the sightings right away. This kid had green hair, glasses, was pretty small, and seemed really upset about something. I hope he didn't leave. You blinked. Slowly you looked over to your longtime neighbor. Sounds a lot like you, Cove. When you first got here, anyway. Kinda does, doesn't it? That's weird. He sounded almost fond, a small smile playing on his lips. Derek snickered good-naturedly. I can see that really well, now that you say so. But what do you say? Let's go find Cove's lookalike. We should all meet him. I'll do it. Sure, I want to see who this person is. Derek grinned, then pointed down the street, the way he came. Last I saw him, the mysterious visitor was going this direction. Nothing else needed to be said. The three of you were off, with Derek leading the way. Okay. I'm gonna save here. And I think that's where we're gonna end for tonight. Yeah! Because I've been streaming for a while. But yeah. We're gonna end there for tonight. Doppelganger, yeah. Let's switch to chatting. Ooh, I'm off my seat. There we go. Alright. I'm still off my seat. There we go. Alright. Thank y'all so much for joining me today. It was so nice. I had a great time. I really like this game. I really like how much polish there is on it. But let's do the usual. Drop the socials. Here's my Twitter, my YouTube, and my Discord. And then here's my raid message, because we're gonna go raid someone. And let's find someone to raid, baby. Let's raid Minty P TV. They're playing Limbo right now. It's a cute game. 1-2 boob tumor. It is a cute game. But they're playing Limbo right now, so let's raid them. Limbo's a good game. Let's start raid. And I will see you there. Don't forget to drop the raid message and check me out again tomorrow at some time. At 6 p.m. with Minecraft with Softy. Alright, see ya! Bye!